Gentlemen, thank you very much. The Delta Stewardship Council is called to order. Let's call a roll establishing a quorum, starting with Mr. Nordhoff.
Nordhoff, present.
Fiorini here.
Eisenberg here.
Totally here.
Okay, a quorum is present. Let me just make a couple of notes. You notice that Mr. Coolidge is sitting where Mr. Grindstaff usually sits. That's because Mr. Grindstaff has running a temperature and went straight home under dire threats from staff to not attend and infect the rest of us with whatever he is suffering. So he will not be here today. A couple of other notes under my category. We had originally had Dr. Jerry Merrill, who is the Undersecretary of the Resources Agency and in charge of BDCP, scheduled to be here at 3:30. His schedule prevented him from coming until 4:30. I thought we had tentatively set a 4 p.m. adjourn time, so we're just going to have to put his appearance to the council off. Separately, Resources Secretary John Laird has said he would come, but not at a date. We don't have a date set up yet, so I just thought I'd mention that. Last thing on your desk, hot off the press, is the latest Public Policy Institute of California report. It was posted on their website, I believe, last night about 9 p.m. And I've only had a chance to kind of skim through it, and I noticed from early morning press reports that all the readers are looking for their favorite quotations, and when they find them, they say those are wonderful, and when they don't find them, they condemn the report, or vice versa, or something. It's a pretty dense and very interesting report covering a lot of stuff. I commend it to your attention. I'm going to be reading it this weekend, and we'll go from there. The last thing is Mr. Fiorini, our Vice Chair, and Supervisor Natoli are off to Southern California to give a hortatory presentation to a group of interested water people. Is that correct, gentlemen?
Yes.
What does it mean to give a hortatory presentation?
I guess we'll find out when we get there.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Hi, Ms. Gray. How are you? As you probably know, the speaking requests for all of us to show up and go to panel discussions are increasing, and the staff has indicated that not all of them can be handled out of Sacramento, so all of you will be getting a bunch of repeated requests. I was down in Miss Gray's neck of the woods for a presentation to the West Basin Association, Water Association, while she was off in Washington glomming onto all the money that was not currently nailed down. And it's a good time. You learn a lot by doing that kind of stuff.
Thank you so much for
Easy.
doing that.
No, that was fine.
Thank you.
That was fine. That was fine. Okay. Mr. Coolidge, why don't you do an executive officer's report, please?
All right, you've covered the most important thing, which is that Joe actually is gravely ill this morning, and we're hoping
Gravely ill. He was
that-
running 101 temperature, as if I read his email correctly.
101 temperature, and he's
Yes.
not answering his phone, so hopefully he's going to recover from that quickly. Following up on the chair's remarks about speaking engagements, I wanted to let the members know that we are putting together a list of folks that we should talk to, who want us to talk to them, who need us to talk to them, and in occasions folks who don't want us to talk to them, but we should. And to accomplish this will be both a combination of staff and council members, but I would hope that all of you would be willing, particularly in the regions where you are, to talk about that. We will put together the basic talking points of where we are in the draft and where we're going. But of course, the biggest question will be, so where do you think they should go?
Mr. Coolidge, are you politely indicating that in addition to the 4 meetings a month we are shifting to in March, April, and May, we will also be asked to do other things during that same time period? Is that what you were trying to say?
That is what I am politely hinting at.
Got it.
That,
okay.
We will be mindful of time, but there are going to be additional calls.
I agree. Ms. Gray.
Help.
I just wanted to make a comment to Mr. Coolidge. Thank you very much, because I'm often asked, or I've been asked to speak at different groups and organizations, and Keith always prepares remarks for me, so thank you very much.
I will continue.
Okay.
With that, we have the legal officer's report. No, I'm sorry, legislative report from Kurt Miller.
Mr. Miller. And I notice in our supplemental material today, you've expanded somewhat the bills being reported upon. Is that correct? Okay.
Council members, good morning. Yes, the list is longer than it appears. Last Friday was the deadline for submission of bills for this first year of the session, and the list expanded by about 50%, which you will see in your next set of packets. In your packet today, however, there's a summary of the proposal to reduce the 2012 bond amounts by 25% by Mr. Jeffries. He cites the reasons in the text that I gave you. The new amounts are specified for the categories included in the bill. And his take was basically we need to lower the amount so the voters will approve it.
However, he kept the proportion of money in the same categories and
Yes.
so on. Okay.
Yes, proportional reductions in all categories, favoring no one.
Favoring no one?
Favoring no one.
Okay.
As far as the other list that's attached for you, that's our summary list of bills we're going to watch, and I'll be watching on your behalf for the rest of the session. Some of them are policy bills. Most of them are spot bills or bills we're going to watch. It's an interesting array of topics covered in the spot bills. There's no policy provisions yet, but they want to discuss things in the future. Groundwater management, state water project fiscal reporting, which essentially is the code word, I think, for putting the project budget on budget instead of off budget. Modifications to the California Water Plan, water infrastructure funding with an emphasis on establishing fees in the future, flood control operations in the Central Valley, and changes in the public trust doctrine.
There are a couple of informational hearings of various committees coming up also.
On Tuesday, the Assembly Water Committee will tackle the issue of federal reductions, and I was going to get to that point. The House of Representatives has passed H.R. 1, which is the reconciliation bill for the current federal year, and included in that bill was the defunding of 3 basic water programs, water efforts that were included in the original budget some time ago. Actually, 2 were included. 1 was added by amendment. The amendment reduces the study money available for the Klamath Dam removal and eco impacts up in Northern California. The other 2 items amend the provisions regarding spending money for implementing the biological opinions released last year, and the other issue had to do with the agreements on water releases out of the Delta between the feds and the state that were also done, I believe, a year ago, January. And that bill has moved over to the Senate, where it will sit for a while until Halloween. I don't know, who knows. It's anybody's guess how it's going to be handled. On the California side, just one comment about the budget. The governor's budget is under review by the Budget Conference Committee. Started yesterday. They'll meet today and again tomorrow on an array of topics, which is intended to deal with the $12 billion reductions the governor proposed in his January budget. They struggled mightily to get going yesterday, but they did get up and running. I think with the new law passed by the voters last November, they can pass a budget with a majority vote once they get some package put together. However, there are intra-party fights among the caucuses, as well as certain disputes between the houses.
Yes. Your sound system is coming in and out.
That means my time is up.
No, it means that there are worried looks on the faces of our technicians, but they're attempting to resolve the problem.
Well, that's really the end of my comments.
Okay. I also understand that you're about to go over and exhibit your usual prurient interest by attending or watching the Budget Conference Committee today. I hesitate to say in action, but that's probably the right description, and we'll report back to us. Okay. Any questions of Mr. Miller at this time? One last thing. You said last time, I believe, that the total volume of bills introduced this year was down. Is that still true?
I believe it is, even following Friday's rush to
so
introduction. It's down slightly.
Yeah.
I think we're in the 5 to 10% range. Now, of course, they have another deadline next year. They can introduce bills and then pile on again. But for now, first year of the session, that seems to be the case.
Good. Okay, questions of Mr. Miller? Questions? Kurt, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
By the way, members, sitting on my desk as I walked in this morning was a card from Yolo County Supervisor Mike McGowan, who says, his card says, "Welcome to paradise. Enjoy." He watches everything we do. Mr. Coolidge.
Mr. Chair, we will, Chris Stevens will give the legal officer's update.
I will. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I have the pleasure of introducing your legal extern, Mr. Christopher Stiles, the shining star of McGeorge School of Law, who once again will give us an update on some of the happenings around town. Go ahead, Chris.
We assume legal happenings.
No, we assume.
Mostly.
Yes.
So
Mr.
today,
Stiles.
thank you. Today I have updates on the smelt and salmon cases, and then I have just two other cases to mention briefly. So starting with the smelt cases, as we talked about in the previous meeting, in December the court ordered that Fish and Wildlife Service's biological opinion be remanded back to the service. Since then, the parties have not been able to negotiate a joint remedy. So on January 28th, the plaintiffs filed a motion for injunctive relief.
I'm sorry, who did?
The plaintiffs.
Plaintiffs, okay.
So in the motion, the plaintiffs seek to enjoin operation of certain PRA or RPA components. They also ask to vacate Reclamation's decision to adopt and implement the biological opinion and the RPA. And they ask the court to order defendants to reinitiate consultations and to produce a new legally adequate biological opinion for the Delta smelt. So hearing for that is scheduled to start on February 25th.
Is it true that the Brown administration had requested a longer continuance for purposes of trying to resolve this the litigation? That's at least what we'd heard.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, that's what we had heard, but I believe that they've actually joined in the request for preliminary injunction, and I think that from what I understand, as Chris reports, the issue is the operation of certain of the restrictions. So DWR,
the ones relating to smelt only.
Well, and this is the smelt case, but there are a variety of what they call reasonable and prudent alternatives, and these had to go to certain of them. DWR thought that there was a better way of going about accomplishing what needed to be accomplished, and I believe that they have, as of this date, joined in on that preliminary injunction motion, and as Chris reports, the hearing will start tomorrow on that. And then there's the other set of cases, the salmon cases.
Right, yeah, it was to enjoin 2 out of the 5 RPAs. So the salmon cases are at a similar, there's a similar motion filed regarding the salmon cases, but it's a little bit earlier in the proceedings. There, the plaintiffs filed a motion for a preliminary injunction on February 3rd, and they also seek to enjoin implementation of certain components of the National Marine Fisheries Services RPA. And the hearing there is scheduled to start on March 8th.
March 8?
Right.
Okay.
And then...
all in front of Judge Wanger, of course.
Correct. That's correct. And then also regarding the Delta smelt, the Commerce Clause issue is being appealed to the Ninth Circuit, and oral argument there began on February 15th. So that's currently going.
Okay. Questions? Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, just to recap, the Commerce Clause issue was the one issue that had come to a point in the lower court before Judge Wanger where it was now appealable up to the Ninth Circuit, and the issue was whether or not the federal government even had the jurisdiction with regard to this certain species that some people claimed was just within California. There was no interstate tie. So the Commerce Clause issue will be heard shortly, but the rest of the issues that we've been reporting on that you're all familiar with, that keep driving the litigation, the remands and the redos are still continuing, and this is just the next step as to, the judge has identified certain deficiencies, remanded the biological opinions back, or at least the smelt opinion back. The question is now, what do we do in the interim?
Okay.
Okay. The next case, so that's it for the smelt and the salmon for
Okay.
now. The next case was Association of Irritated Residents versus California Air Resources Board, and this regarded the scoping plan for AB 32. The court found that ARB...
AB 32 greenhouse gases.
Right, sorry
yeah.
for not
What was
being
the
clear.
association of what kind of residents?
Irritated Residents.
Irritated?
Right, AIR.
Air.
That's their association.
air, okay. That is irritated. IR, okay.
Irritated, not irritating.
Right. Important for sure. So the court found that in implementing the scoping plan that ARB violated CEQA in two ways. They failed to adequately analyze the alternatives to the scoping plan in the environmental review documents. And they also found that ARB impermissibly approved and implemented the scoping plan prior to the completion of the review process. Basically, they found that ARB had already adopted the scoping plan at a meeting and then responded to public comments from that meeting at a later date. So as of now, this was a tentative decision. So the ruling proposes to set aside the CEQA documentation and enjoin implementation.
So, why are we bringing this to your attention? Obviously, it's a big issue with regard to the AB 32 implementation, the scoping plan, the greenhouse gas reduction. But the issue is a CEQA issue and how you study big, complex plans.
So you collective lawyers are going to keep us out of trouble.
Well, I think that
that
we will, and I know that there is strong opposition to, at least from the collective lawyers that represent the government, that this decision is grossly misinformed and that the CEQA analysis was done correctly. But the point is that with these complex plans,
if you can avoid us getting in the same position,
Exactly.
even while acknowledging that the public attorneys may be 100% correct in their view of the litigation,
Absolutely.
I'd rather not face that same problem.
But you
And
may
I think some of the discussion on the Delta plan that follows today and or possibly tomorrow will also be the timing, the sequence of activities, draft plans, and so on. And I assume you're plugging this recent activity or recent decision into your consideration.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Just to highlight. All right. Gentlemen.
One more case.
One more case.
Right. Lastly is California Supreme Court case issued on January 31st, California Farm Bureau Federation versus State Water Resources Control Board. This one was about the water right fee statutes and the constitutionality of them. Basically, the court held that the statutes on their face are constitutional. They don't violate the supremacy clause, and they weren't an invalid tax. Instead, they're a regulatory fee because they're imposed just to cover the cost of the water board, the Division of Water Rights, and not for general revenue purposes. And also, it didn't violate the supremacy clause because the fees were passed to federal contractors as opposed to being imposed on the water rights held by the United States. So the statutes were constitutional on their face. However, the court held that they couldn't determine if they were constitutional as applied here because basically the record was insufficient. The claims were basically that...
and as applied means if did they do the proper allocation? Was the distribution correct? Was it related only to the activities that a fee is supposed to cover and so on, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so they were complaining that they were charged fees in excess of what was required for the regulatory activity. And also the federal contractors are basically pay fees on the water rights for all of the water rights that the Bureau of Reclamation holds, even though they only get a small portion of the water. So the argument was that was whether all the water is required, whether that's adequate, whether that's part of their beneficial interest or not.
And again, we bring this to your attention. Obviously, in the water industry and elsewhere, this was a case that had been languishing in the Supreme Court for quite some time. The decision came out, and I think we may have touched upon it last time, but in essence, it's going to go back to the trial court to figure out the details. The record wasn't developed enough for the Supreme Court to figure out whether or not the application was done correctly, the formulas, the implementation. Obviously, the landscape has changed a bit. Prop 26 was passed. Now may moot some of these issues as to the vote requirements.
This is the Prop 26, as you recall, establishes a requirement that the legislature, by a 2/3 vote, adopt new fees or authorization for new fees. I think that's the right way to put it, which many consider to be a very difficult burden.
A difficult burden, especially for regulatory funding schemes that have kind of a polluter pays or beneficiary pays type scheme. There are still certain kinds of fees that are majority vote fees, but in any event, this is a case we had been waiting for. From what I understand, the case, though, at the Supreme Court level isn't over yet. Some of the parties have asked the Supreme Court to relook at a few issues dealing with some statements that were in the case that dealt with whether or not water rights were property rights. Obviously, an issue that's important, that's dealing with a whole bunch of other issues, takings claims that have been working their way through other jurisdictions, but a very important fundamental point. So it really hasn't left the Supreme Court yet. We'll keep you posted on that.
Okay.
Two quick. I know we've taken up our time.
Get a little closer to the microphone.
You had asked me to report on a couple other state board things, and I just wanted to mention that there are a couple noteworthy ones. The cities of Davis and Woodland are requesting water rights to divert approximately 45,000 acre-feet of water from the Sacramento River for use in the Woodland and Davis areas. There was an evidentiary hearing that was held in January because there was opposition to the application, and the board came out with a tentative, at least the staff came out with a tentative water rights permit that has a bunch of conditions, but in effect grant the application. On March 1st, the actual board will sit and decide whether or not, consider the merits and decide whether or not to issue the permit. But it has a whole bunch of issues that are relevant to your planning purposes. There are issues dealing with the difference between actual water use versus so-called paper water. There are issues.
Explain paper water.
Well, the idea that water right permits may have face values that greatly exceed what the actual water use is. Arguments have been that no one actually knows what actual water use is, but if the face value of permits greatly exceeds the value by, some say, up to 7 or 8 times the amount of annual rainfall, that holders of those permits can leverage the fact that they do have face values, and it skews the entire system, and it especially makes it difficult to some, to the views of some, to actually go out and figure out whether streams have been fully appropriated. In this case, the conditional permit says that the Sacramento River is not actually fully appropriated, that there is water available for appropriation. One of the interesting issues is that the state board goes into an analysis of even if the flow criteria that they issued for our planning purposes,
the delta flow criteria
that don't have any regulatory effect, but that some see as being a bit drastic, one-sided, overly I guess the analysis was just to protect fish, wasn't balanced. But even if those were in place as regulatory standards, there would be, during certain times of the year, water available for appropriation.
Stevens, correct me if I'm wrong, I was under the impression the Water Board had not determined the whether or not the Sacramento River was oversubscribed. Have they made a formal determination?
Well, I think I don't know what you mean by oversubscribed, and I think that's one of the issues.
They're engaged in a decades-long evaluation of streams and tributaries and so on to try to establish whether the water in those streams and tributaries has or may be overpromised, whatever the word is you care to make. am I wrong? I don't recall them making a determination on the Sacramento River.
No, indeed they haven't. And I think one of the points here is that they have identified water that would be available for appropriation on the Sacramento River at certain times of the year for Woodland and Davis that would satisfy what they're asking for under their permits, even if the flow criteria that they have issued for planning purposes that don't have regulatory effect did have regulatory effect.
I got that, but how do they make that determination if they have not established for the Sacramento River they've established at least a pattern of volume, but they haven't established the claims against that water, and they have not reconciled the two? What's the process called when they do it?
Well, I'm not sure what the answer is to that, but I know that at least reading through the documents that have been provided here, it looks like the calcium 2 model is used primarily to determine whether or not water is available.
Right.
And then they factor in, curtailments under what they call Term 91 and permits.
That's a provision in the permit that's granted by the water board that says you don't necessarily get all you're contracted for in every year.
That's right.
At every time. That's the one that nobody who has a permit really wants to talk about.
Well, I think that it's an important issue, and it's when the projects have to release stored water. The idea is that people have to curtail downstream. They can't take any of that project water.
And who were the complaining protesting parties, if you remember?
Well, there were a whole host of complaining protesting parties, and that's what was interesting about it. Many of their concerns of most of the parties, with the exception of one, have been placated by the insertion, at least in the conditional permit, of various conditions on timing, the combined capacity of diversion. But there's one, I think it's the California Sports Fishing Alliance, that makes very pertinent claims to the kinds of issues that you're dealing with. And I say that because they're making claims about an over-allocated system. They're making claims about not being in the public interest, not being protective enough of the public trust. The idea that if you don't know how much water is actually out there and is being used, you can't really, with any sense of specificity or clarity, say that you're actually doing the things that you should be doing.
Talk for a minute on the basis of the claims. I skimmed the draft staff recommended order, and they said in there that the real problem is Davis and I guess all of Woodland have historically only used groundwater. They've never used surface water previously, but their groundwater now is either impaired or polluted or something, and it's both functionally easier and cheaper for them to use surface water.
Yeah, I don't know the history of their use of groundwater, but I think skimming this as you did, that seems to be the case. I think that the state board, the conditional permit, makes the case that if they can use more surface water, in the end it will be beneficial to the Delta, that the return flows will actually be cleaner, and that there'll be beneficial uses for the cities, for the farms, and for UC Davis, which would be using some of the water for aquaculture and educational purposes. But in any event, I think that you're right. There's a groundwater component as well. So
Okay.
On March 1st, the board will be hearing this. But very interesting. I mean, it's a relatively small diversion, but it raises all the kinds of issues that we've been talking about here.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Anything else, gentlemen?
That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stiles. Mr. Stevens? Okay. Members, if you'd turn to file item 5, minutes of the last meeting, file item 5, please. Anybody have any adjustments, comments, questions, observations, spelling of names errors, anything? Okay. Pleasure on the minutes of the previous meeting. Is there a motion? Second, Mr. Natoli, and who moved it first? Oh, Ms. Gray. Ms. Gray. Mr. Gray, Mr. Natoli, if you would call the roll, starting with Mr. Johnston. On the minutes.
Fiorini, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Totally aye.
Okay, we've got that, a 5-0 vote. Okay, members, just two notes. This meeting today and tomorrow really is covering two fundamental blocks of activity. The first is the EPA presentation on their advance notice of proposed rulemaking for water quality in the San Francisco Bay and Delta Estuary, which was announced 3.5 weeks ago, and is very interesting. And that's our first activity. From then, we then shift over to the draft Delta plan for discussion, which on the balance of today and whatever time is needed tomorrow. So those are the two activities, very dense activities, but I think we just ought to get right into the EPA presentation, if you don't mind. Mr. Coolidge, would you like to start that off?
Yes, by way of introduction, we have a notice, this was 3 weeks ago, from the United States Environmental Protection Agency on proposed rulemaking for water quality issues in the San Francisco Bay and Delta Estuary. The EPA did a similar advance notice of proposed rulemaking in the early 90s, which was really sort of a forcing function for the state and federal governments to come together and address Delta issues. This, at least on its surface, is a similar proposal. In your packets today, you have a fact sheet for the notice. You have the Federal Register text of the notice. You have the advanced notice itself, along with frequently asked questions, some of which I'm sure we will ask again today.
Not being sufficiently satisfied with the answers, or what? Okay.
With us today are Aaron Forsman, who is in the Sacramento office of Region 9, the Western Region of EPA, and Tom Hagler, who is an attorney out of the San Francisco office for Region 9 and a longtime Delta expert. And with that, Aaron?
Ms. Forsman, Mr. Hagler, thank you very much for coming, and thank you for coming on such relatively short notice. We appreciate it a great deal. We've also got on your packet, on your desk, members, copies of the slides that I think Ms. Forsman's going to go through with us. There are 6 or 8 or 9 of them to go. So, Ms. Forsman, if you would, please.
Great, thank you. Well, I just want to thank you for inviting us to your monthly meeting. I just want to do a quick little background on myself. I'm an environmental scientist on the San Francisco Bay Delta Estuary team at EPA. And, again, with me is Tom Hagler, and he's going to help us out here today in the presentation. And we're here to talk about the advance notice of proposed rulemaking that we issued on February 10th for water quality challenges in the Bay Delta Estuary. I'd just quickly like to note a little difference, or a big difference, depending on how you want to look at it, from the effort in the 1990s. I believe that was a proposed rulemaking and actually proposed a rule. And this advance notice of proposed rulemaking does not contain a proposed rule. So we'll get into that a little bit more, but I think it's important to say at the outset. I'm going to be doing a little bit of background today. I'll tell you why we issued the advance notice of proposed rulemaking. We're going to go through the process that we're taking for this effort. Then I will quickly summarize the content of the ANPR. I'm going to use ANPR, by the way. Advance notice of proposed rulemaking is a bit of a mouthful. I'll be reviewing our next steps, and then we'll have some quick closing remarks. It's my preference just to go through the slides if we can hold questions till the end. It should go by pretty quickly. So we're going to start with background. As many of you are obviously already aware.
Could you pull that microphone a little closer, because we're broadcasting this also,
Absolutely.
And I want to make sure that the folks who are watching can hear you.
I'm
Thank
not used to talking to microphones. Great. Okay.
Oh, scientists always say that, and scientists always are used to talking anyway.
So we'll start with background here. Let's see. As many of you already know, the Bay Delta Estuary has very poor water quality, and it's contributing to the ecological and water supply crisis. Every waterway in the Bay Delta Estuary is on the state of California's 2010 list of impaired water bodies for multiple contaminants and habitat conditions. Some broad categories of these contaminants and conditions include pesticides, metals, pathogens, invasive species, nutrients, and habitat conditions like low dissolved oxygen, salinity, and temperature. There's also a broad category of toxicity that's attributed to unknown sources. I'm going to skip over the second bullet and address the third bullet first. I want to address EPA's water quality role in the state of California. EPA's role here is really secondary. The state of California is a delegated state under the Clean Water Act, meaning they've assumed primary responsibility for implementing water quality programs in the state. The State Water Resources Control Board and the Regional Water Quality Control Boards implement the water quality programs under the Clean Water Act. EPA's role is oversight. In rare instances, we step in to promulgate standards or criteria. Now we'll get back to
Can we fairly call this saber rattling in its early stages?
Well, you can call it saber rattling if you'd like to. So back to the interim federal action plan. About a year and a half ago, EPA and 5 other agencies put together and released the interim federal action plan that outlines specific actions each agency will take to help California in their effort to resolve the crisis in the Delta. EPA's primary commitment in this action plan is to evaluate the effectiveness of water quality programs at protecting aquatic resources in the Bay Delta estuary. So the ANPR is really the first step in this evaluation, and the purpose is to assess the effectiveness of water quality programs designed to protect the estuary's aquatic species. For the water quality program evaluation, we're really just taking a two-step process. We are going to issue the ANPR, which we did a couple weeks ago. The ANPR identifies critical issues to protecting aquatic resources in the Bay Delta estuary. We summarize the science that we have regarding those issues. We identify and describe the regulatory framework addressing those issues, and then we ask for public input on general and specific questions. The second step is to evaluate water quality programs. We're going to synthesize public comment we receive with information that we already have. We'll be working with our state and federal partners, and then we'll issue a final assessment report, hopefully at the end of this calendar year or potentially early in 2012. So let's summarize the content of the ANPR. I should first note for everyone, there's a short version of the ANPR and a long version of the ANPR. The short version was published in the Federal Register in the 3-column format, and the longer version contains more information. It contains maps and charts and things that aren't so easy to publish in that format. So I'm talking here about the long or unabridged version of the ANPR. And it contains a summary of Clean Water Act programs that are in effect in the Bay Delta estuary that address water quality. It also contains information about other programs under different statutes, such as the Federal Insecticide, Rodenticide, and Fungicide Act that address water pollution in the Bay Delta estuary. I think this section is very important, and I want to highlight it because it has the potential, if people read this, to broaden the Delta discourse to other tools we have to address water quality problems in the Delta. The second part of the unabridged ANPR is probably something that Council is very familiar with. We go over the status of Bay Delta estuarine resources. I'm sure you've seen all the graphs of plummeting fish populations many times, but we've included it in this document as well. The third part is where we describe what we consider critical water quality stressors impacting aquatic resources. Again, we review the scientific knowledge, the regulatory framework, and then we request public input with specific questions. So these are the critical water quality challenges that we've identified negatively impact aquatic resources designated uses in the Delta. They're split into 2 categories, contaminants and habitat. The contaminants include ammonia, selenium, pesticides, and contaminants of emerging concern. And the habitat conditions include estuarine conditions, migratory corridors, and wetlands. And to keep this presentation short today, I just picked a few of these for examples. We're going to go through 3 of them. You're, of course, welcome to ask us questions about any of them, but we'll quickly go through 3. We're going to start out with selenium. We've included selenium in the ANPR because of its impact on aquatic organisms. It's toxic at very low concentrations. It tends to biomagnify through the food web, and it has its greatest negative effects on higher order species like green sturgeon and diving ducks. There are 3 water bodies in the Bay Delta estuary that are listed as impaired on the state's 2010 list for elevated levels of selenium, the North Bay and then 2 water bodies in the San Joaquin Basin. The primary sources of selenium are pipe or point sources from oil refineries in the North Bay, and then irrigation return flows from selenium where it's naturally occurring in the clay soils there in the San Joaquin Basin. we do have water quality criteria in effect that are numeric and specific for selenium. This is not always the case. It's usually not the case for many pollutants. So we have these water quality criteria in the water quality control plans that identify the maximum amount of exposure for aquatic organisms to selenium in the water column. To address the impaired waters, the regional water quality control boards have instituted programs called total maximum daily load programs. There's one in the North Bay and 3 in the San Joaquin Basin in something called the Grasslands Bypass Project. These total maximum daily load programs are designed to reduce the loadings or the discharges of selenium to the waters that they're impairing. In the North Bay, that program essentially consists of putting effluent limitations on pipes as they discharge out of refineries into the bay. In the San Joaquin Basin, the total maximum daily load programs are designed more around best management practices, and these include things like reduced irrigation water application, recycling irrigation water, planting salt-tolerant crops. We already know what some follow-up actions with selenium are going to be. EPA at the national level issues aquatic life criteria guidance for many different pollutants, including selenium. Recent science has shown that the current water quality criteria are not protective enough for a number of different reasons. So EPA is going to be revising and expanding this criteria guidance, which the states use to establish their criteria in their plans, I think relatively soon, within the next year to 18 months. The ANPR at the end of this section asks, I think, 4 questions, and we're really looking for more information on selenium mobilization, impact on aquatic resources, selenium transport through the system, and control methods. So next we're going to address pesticides. We've included pesticides in the ANPR because they're toxic to fish and vertebrates and aquatic plants. I use algae here as an example. Every waterway in the Bay Delta estuary is impaired for pesticides, multiple pesticides. We have legacy pesticides, the organochlorines, which people will be familiar with DDT. There's a newer group of pesticides the waterways are impaired for called organophosphate pesticides, and they specifically include diazinon and chlorpyrifos. And then we also have concern, and we have some impairments upstream of the Bay Delta estuary for another group of pesticides called pyrethroids. And those are of particular concern because they are toxic at very low levels, sometimes detection levels between 1 and 5 parts per trillion. We do have water quality in place for pesticides. Primarily, it's the narrative toxicity water quality criteria that's contained in water quality control plans. It's a 7-part criteria, but it essentially boils down to you can't have toxic constituents in your waters at toxic levels. There are 2 numeric criteria for pesticides. There is numeric criteria for diazinon and chlorpyrifos. In order to deal with the impaired waters, the state has implemented total maximum daily load programs upstream and in the Bay Delta estuary for diazinon and chlorpyrifos, and they're moving forward with other TMDL programs to address organochlorines and a Central Valley-wide basin plan amendment, which includes criteria and TMDLs for diazinon and chlorpyrifos and for pyrethroids in its second phase. So the follow-up actions, we don't have follow-up actions identified for pesticides. This is the longest section in the ANPR. It contains a lot of information. Pesticides are an extremely complex issue. The questions we ask more focus on getting information on how you establish criteria effectively. How can you establish criteria that account for the interactive effects for organisms being exposed to multiple pesticides, not just one, and in sometimes stressed habitat conditions. We also ask a number of questions about how we may be able to use our programs to control stormwater sources that right now do not fall under the state's stormwater permit. And lastly, we have estuary and habitat. When we move to the habitat part of the ANPR, sometimes it can cause a little bit of confusion, so it's worth doing a little bit of background here. I think people tend to think of water quality standards as applying to the addition of a toxic pollutant or a toxic chemical to waterways. But the Clean Water Act actually states that its purpose is to maintain and restore the biological, physical, and chemical integrity of the nation's waters. And this is broader. That's why you see water quality provisions and Clean Water Act provisions that address salinity, levels of of dissolved oxygen, and temperature and other habitat parameters. We included estuarine habitat in this ANPR because of the long-term decline and the recent sharp drop in open water estuarine species populations. The regulatory framework around estuarine habitat really relies on the designated uses that are included in the water quality control plans. So the state has established that estuarine habitat and endangered and threatened species habitat are designated uses that they wish to protect. So their water quality programs should be designed to protect these designated uses. The primary way they do that right now in the Delta is with something that they call the Delta outflow criteria, which applies in the spring. This outflow criteria is based on a salinity standard that EPA and others worked on in the 1990s that basically establishes where the location of the low salinity zone is. It is often referred to as X2. In the last couple of years, there's been a scientific focus on changes in the location and extent of the low salinity zone in the fall. The scientific focus is translated into regulation in the case of Endangered Species Act biological opinions, and it's also mentioned in the state's recent flows recommendations and the Department of Fish and Game's upstream flow recommendations. The focus of the ANPR for this particular one is to ask the public for input on whether or not they think that a fall X2 water quality criteria would be effective as a broad criteria that protects estuarine resources. For our next steps, we just plan to collect public comment. The comment period is open until April 25th. We're then going to evaluate the water quality programs considering public comment and information that we have, and we will issue the final assessment hopefully at the end of this year or early next year. For closing remarks, I just want to say that there is a lot of regulation going on. There are a lot of new water quality activities being started at the state and at the regional boards. And there's a lot of science going on, yet these water quality impairments persist, and they've been in the Delta for a long time, not just since the year 2000. And the ANPR's focus is really to answer the question, are these Clean Water Act programs sufficiently protecting aquatic resources? And if not, what other actions should we take? And last, I just want to close on the fact that we really want to hear from you. And that's it.
Just a question. As you know, we're legally required to adopt our Delta plan no later or begin enforcing it on January 1st, 2012. Likely to be either 4 days after you finish your preliminary evaluation or before you finish it. What could you give us in advance that would allow us to evaluate, consider, and possibly reflect in our plan opinions of EPA? I mean, by the way, you are not alone among government agencies, state, federal, and local, who are, everyone tells us they're studying and they're doing things and it'll happen in the future. We're trying to use the best available information and the best available science now to upon which to base our judgment.
Sure, absolutely. Do you want to?
Well, I think that's. Am I on?
You're on. You're on. If the little red light, which you can barely see over that, is on, you're on.
I think that's a good question, and I don't have a great answer. At this point, part of the reason why we did this ANPR at this time, where we don't even have an actual proposal to go out to the public, is to let you know what our thinking is to the extent that it has been formed. Now, the next thing that we would be doing as a synthesis report also does not have any regulatory effect, but then we get into rulemaking. And once you're in rulemaking, there's a whole series of things that thou shalt and thou shalt not do. Making that mesh with your process is going to be complicated, but we will try to give it some thought as to whether there may be points during the creation of our synthesis report where it may be useful for us to come back in and let you know what we're finding.
Am I correct in assuming that EPA is not entirely happy with the status quo in the Bay Delta today?
Well, I think that's been acknowledged both in our comments to the board and our comments to...
Yeah, and I assume that too, but I just want to make sure that's clear. Is there any other EPA document or documents currently in existence that you could refer us to that reflect the current best judgment pre this process regarding the Bay and the Delta on matters within your jurisdiction?
No, and that's why, again, why we did this ANPR, is that this document, the unabridged document, does reflect our current best analysis of where we stand, both on the science and on the status of the regulatory response to the science.
Yeah. In our packet, you were kind enough to provide us this February 2011 Water Quality Challenges report, 80-some pages long. And I read through it, and I thought it was quite interesting as a generalized statement. But this is also your attempt to tie to the scientific information that's available, your structure on notice of whatever in the Dickens, the ANPR, proposed notice of proposed regulations.
Right, and that document is the unabridged ANPR. The one you're...
That's right. That is the fundamental document. The others are the summaries and frequently asked questions. Mr. Fiorini.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for coming. I did spend quite a bit of time going through the longer document, and I found it to be a very fair document. I thought it defines the issues in pretty fair terms. I have one comment about an error I think that's in there, minor, but then I have a larger question on process and how this will play out. The error I think that exists is on page 9. It cites that after 2001, approximately 6 million acre-feet of new water storage space became available south of the Delta. I think that's wrong. So now for the process question. Pyrethroids, as you point out in the report, are not necessarily directly lethal to the endangered species that we all care about. But it does have, and is very lethal at very low doses to invertebrates that serve as a food supply for smelt and salmon and others. So it could potentially be a major problem. There has been a wholesale shift in ag chemical use away from organophosphates to pyrethroids because they're much safer to humans. So the work you'll do on diazinon and chlorpyrifos probably won't have a lot of impact because those are being phased out and not widely used. But as an example, vector control, mosquito abatement in the 5 counties that touch the Delta all use and widely use pyrethroids for the control of mosquitoes to prevent West Nile virus. Pyrethroids are widely used in the urban setting for pest control as well as flea control for animals and so on. And you correctly point out in here that could in fact be the major source of pyrethroid pollutants in the Delta. But again, on the agricultural side, more and more pyrethroids are being applied in replacement of the use of organophosphates. So with all of this, you'll receive this input, you'll evaluate it, and you say, we've got to do something about pyrethroids. So then what do you do?
I think the
he usually precedes that with, I'm just a farmer, I don't really know this issue very well, and then gives you that lawyer-like question to answer.
Well, and I think the answer is that the pyrethroid issue is perplexing, in part because EPA, I think, if you go back 10 or 15 years, was instrumental in trying to push you guys to pyrethroids because it was viewed at the time as being less destructive to higher order species, including us. What we end up doing with that is going to be it's going to be tricky. Part of that is playing out right now in the context of a consent decree on EPA's ESA consultations over registering pesticides, and that is done under the FIFRA statute rather than under the Clean Water Act, and it's being handled out of Washington. The process there is they are picking up groups of pesticides and doing consultations group at a time, and that is a very slow process to try to identify the proper balance between the ESA concern and the need to have a pesticide that you can use. Now, the ESA is not the entire answer because, as you point out, what you're really talking about here is an impact on a part of the food web that is traditionally not protected by the ESA, but that can have very serious effects on that food web that affects everybody above it. So how we work through that and do the balancing is something that we're going to be talking about a lot in the future as we try to decide what the best way to go is. Now, the interesting thing to me when I was reading through our ANPR and helping to write it is, as you pointed out, that the urban uses seem to be a lot higher percentage in the Delta's problems than I would have thought looking at California as a whole. And there are some things to do in the urban area in stormwater permitting that could start to get a handle on urban discharges. As you probably know from some of your science presentations you've had, that we've actually seen acute toxicity events in the Delta from urban runoff, meaning a slug will come down and actually start killing the critters. So I think it is an important issue and a tricky issue for ag. It's something that we may find that dealing with ag may be best done through FIFRA, and that dealing through the stormwater permitting process may be the best approach for dealing with it through for the urban runoff. Now, all that's pre-decisional. I did not say any of that.
Can I add
They are
something?
musings without current legal effect.
I'd just like to add something. The Regional Water Quality Control Board is working with the State Board actually right now to establish a Central Valley-wide basin plan amendment for pesticides. It's in phase 1, and that's addressing diazinon and chlorpyrifos. So traditionally, they just establish criteria on the waterways where they think they need them, and the basin plan amendment is for all waterways in the Central Valley. Then the second part, or the second phase of that, will start to address what they consider and have already identified as their primary or priority pollutants and pesticides, and there are some pyrethroids on that list. I think bifenthrin is one of them. So what we would do in this process is look at what the state board is, or sorry, the regional board is already moving forward, and we're asking the question, are there other things that need to be done that augment that process or support it or somehow make it go a little faster? But we'd be looking at what they're already doing, and the regional board is actually already doing quite a bit. They've had success with their irrigated lands regulatory program at reducing chlorpyrifos and diazinon. 2 waterways came off the 303D list in the Central Valley this year, so they are having a lot of success with the actions that they're taking. So what we want to do is look at everything that's happening and really answer the question, is there something else?
Okay,
Well,
I'm sorry.
I brought this up because it is such a complex issue. Early on, representatives from a couple of counties, vector control, mosquito abatement people came to us and said, please don't do anything in the plan to eliminate the availability of pyrethroids, because that's the only tool we have in our toolbox to control mosquitoes which transmit West Nile virus. So as we're finding out, as we try and develop a Delta plan, there is no simple issue. They're all complex, and so I will be curious to see how you wrestle this one to the ground.
Mr. Johnston, then Mr. Natoli. No? Mr. Natoli.
Just a couple of questions. You talk about the impaired watersheds, and do you, in the document here, is there some calling out or classification as to what those impairments are? I mean, there's reference in a lot. You go on for pages on citing different documents and so forth, but particularly as it relates to the Casimas and McCalmey watersheds that, again, you have the free-flowing river of the Casimas, obviously. I know there's a lot of reference, obviously, because the bigger watersheds of San Joaquin and Sacramento, but are those called out in here? And are they a part of your impaired watersheds? You consider the Casimas to be an impaired watershed as well as the McCalmey, or not?
Well, I'd have to check the state's 303D list specifically for the Casimas watershed that isn't included in this document. This document, the Bay Delta estuary, refers to really the whole Bay Delta estuary. You have the bays, what people consider the Delta, but this document focuses on what you traditionally think of as the Delta plus Sassoon.
Okay.
And to the extent that the Casimas River comes into the Delta, we are talking about impairments on those waterways. Upstream of that, we would have to just go check the state's 303D list of impaired water bodies to see what specific impairments are on the Casimas.
So you draw a line then, Aaron, is that?
Yes.
Because, again, some of those watersheds have far less urbanization. They certainly have agricultural practices and other forestry and so forth along those watersheds. But again, but they feed the delta and are very essential to, obviously, to to life and to all the things you're concerned about here in the document. So another question I had was on the process that you're going to utilize for getting public input. It seems to be very web-oriented, and you go through great detail in your notice about how you can identify yourself and so forth. But do you intend to, I mean, again, this is a good forum, and I appreciate, as others have said, you being here today, and this gets a pretty wide broadcast. But do you intend to go out in public sessions, because it's a pretty short time frame here for response in 60 days, and again, this isn't the only, as Chair Eisenberg said, certainly the only study and look. It's many multiples of reviews in the Delta. But how do you intend to go out and whether it's for people that have a science basis or people that are involved in agriculture and business or environmental concerns, whatever it might be, how do you intend to, beyond just kind of putting this out there and depending upon folks to search it out for themselves, to get the word out and actually seek that public comment in a way that's more traditional, but I think very effective at times. So
we don't have plans other than what we've already done for soliciting public comment.
Yeah, this is somewhat unusual to begin with, to be going out to the public this early in a thinking process, in a regulatory thinking process, and we're kind of winging it because of that. You usually don't see an agency going public with a document or with its thinking at all until you get to an actual proposal. Or sometimes you have an advance notice proposed rulemaking that does have the proposal included in it. And then at that point you start to see more public hearing processes. This is really an early warning of a potential ANPR. And so I think that at this point we're not anticipating doing a public hearing sequence for this particular document. If we then go to the next step, which is to propose something, then there's a whole series of public meeting requirements that kick in, and then it goes from proposal into final. So there's a number of points along there before we would actually be taking action where you'd have a public outreach effort. But since we're winging it at this point so early in the process, we decided that we would not go to the full public hearing now. Again, because we are winging it, I think if there's a public outcry, then we'd have to rethink that.
Well, and I appreciate your explanation, Tom, but I guess I would just say that it's still a critical stage for determining whether you're going to take the next step and actually go to a proposed rule, and recognizing that what you just said. I appreciate that, but I guess my sense is that when you seek the public outreach, you do that fairly broadly, even if it's in this context, and then recognize there's expense, time involved in that. But it would seem to me that at least some setting where you would have a forum and invite people in, it may be only in one location on one day or one evening, but you would do that for folks who may not either know about this, because again, I don't know what your broadcasting of this is, obviously, because it's getting some coverage, and I know certainly at the local level we received notice of this, and actually have had some discussion at the county level about this. But anyway, I would encourage you, because again, I think certainly with the focus that this body has, but many different folks in concerned agencies and others about the Delta, certainly the nature of the concerns and so forth, and the impact that even coming out of this, if you go forward, recognize there'll be public hearings, but you're at a critical stage. You're going to make a determination whether you are going to go forward to actually propose a rule or not, based upon what you gather and then your analysis of all that. And I guess I would strongly encourage you, recognizing certain limitations, and you pointed that out, to at least somewhere in the next 60 days to have a public hearing, or whatever it is, a public forum for allowing people to come and give you their information face to face, and then you can take that and boil it down, because you're going to go off and study all that for the next several months before you come back at the end of the year, as you said. So that's my comment. I guess the last question I would just draw to would be on page 10, and again, you cite a lot of references very, very heavily, but you could go through and on page 10 of your expanded rulemaking proposal here, that you talk about in the last paragraph on page 10 about the human impacts, activities, and so forth. And again, all these are citations of different. And actually, one of the citations that I referenced here was from Chair Eisenberg in the Delta Vision report.
To be discounted at all times.
Wasn't suggesting that, but I just in the middle of that last paragraph, particularly when you talk about levies and so forth, and when you just pick pieces out and put them all together, that it certainly has the potential for influencing somewhat out of context people's view if they're just the reader of this thing. And I draw your attention to say a system that has suffered, talking about the levee system, antiquated levee system, a system that has suffered at least 160 major levee failures over the past century. This body has had discussions about that. And I think the characterization, if you just take that solely like that, you think the delta's flooded, and people draw their own conclusions. I guess I would just suggest that if you get into rulemaking, that you have a little broader discussion, maybe beyond just a excerpt from a sentence on that particular point. There are other points in here, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time again on that this morning. But I think, as Randy had pointed out, I think accuracy, but certainly context is important when you're putting information together, because people will then cite your document, even going back to the citations of previously, in making reference to that, and it becomes, whether it's factual or not, it becomes a part of the public body of evidence on information that's very important. So I just would call your attention to that. Thanks.
Mr. Johnston.
Region 9 issued this advance notice of proposed rulemaking.
Is that a question? Was it Region 9 that issued it?
Right. No, you did.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Who approved it?
It's signed by the regional administrator, Jared Blumenfeld.
Was the decision made at a higher level?
Well, let's see. The acting official is the regional administrator. It's a regional lead for an ANPR. The question I think you're asking is how well coordinated was this within the federal government, including EPA headquarters. And this was surprisingly well coordinated with the headquarters level. We had a series of briefings at the assistant administrator level. We did not, as far as I recall, have a briefing with the administrator. But it was approved at the AA level at least. Beyond that,
what's the AA level?
Assistant administrator level, and that's the Washington level. And that included a broader review than just, we have assistant administrators for different subjects. We have this fell under the rubric of the assistant administrator for water. There are other assistant administrators that have an interest, and they were invited to read and comment on it as well. In addition, this went through what federal people fear as OMB review. And so we had OMB review for...
You mean the feared OMB review?
The feared OMB review, which also includes an outreach to all other federal agencies. So we had about a 6-week period beginning in December of multiple iterations going through OMB and through DOI, Commerce, USDA, and the Corps of Engineers, I think, are the people that commented on it. So this was not a this is not a Region 9 product per se, if that's the concern.
And if you recommend a rulemaking process, who will decide whether that will occur?
If there is a proposed rule, I believe that would come from, and there are protocols for each of this. These are assigned levels for authorization. I believe a proposed rule comes from the AA, the assistant administrator level in question, so that would come from the assistant administrator for water. That would be the signature authority.
So if that occurs, then it will have the full force and support of the Obama administration?
Presumably.
And the consultation with other state agencies will occur prior to that decision?
before a rule would be adopted, yes. And most likely, there was a lot of consultation with state agencies on this rule, by the way. Even though, as I said, we were kind of winging the structure because this is not a traditional structure. When we've done proposals before, and I've done one, there's usually interagency coordination at the state counterpart agency level before the proposal is issued. And then it continues through to whatever final result you get.
At the federal level, whatever the implications are of whatever rule might be in the future, those implications would be discussed and understood prior to a decision to issue the rule.
That is the theory, and that is the structure that has been set up for doing regulatory action. Some of that structure is mandated by congressional acts. Some of it is mandated by O&B requirements, regulatory impact analyses, those kinds of things that have both a statutory and a regulatory.
This proposed rulemaking or advance notice is a discretionary act on the part of Region 9. Is that right?
Correct.
So a next step of pursuing a rule would also be a discretionary act.
That's correct. And given that you raised it, so I'll follow up on that. As Aaron pointed out, the Clean Water Act is different than the ESA in that it is primarily a state-driven act. California is a delegated state. It would make EPA extremely happy if we did not have to do a next step because the state and regional boards were allowed to continue the process that they have laid out in their strategic plans and were funded to do that, because that would eviscerate the need for us to take any action at all. We have an oversight, review, and approval authority in the Clean Water Act arena. And so when I say it would be nice if EPA does not have to act as a next step, that's not just a workload issue.
What would be a hypothetical example of a broad rule that you could issue?
Yeah. In this arena?
Yes.
We could come in and, well, let me back up. Because this is an iterative process with the state or regional board, well, let me get to what your fear is. Sometimes there are situations where the oversight function outweighs the deference to the state agency. An example of that, and it's not a hypothetical, is in Florida. I guess in the last part of last year, EPA proposed a nutrient standard in Florida waterways, and there is a capability of doing that under 303C of the Clean Water Act, where you do not first work through the issue with the state and disapprove the state's actions. That is an extremely unusual situation that I think is unique to Florida because of about a 15-year history of the relationship between the federal and state governments in Florida on the nutrients Everglades issues. If EPA had wanted to do that in the Bay Delta, I don't see a reason in this administration why we would not have pursued that. EPA thought about this and discarded that approach fairly early in the process because I think we do have a better relationship and with the state.
In the example you used, in Florida, the state essentially, the federal government essentially preempts the state of Florida on nutrients in the water, and therefore its rule is binding on any dischargers and on the state and local governments. Is that correct?
Correct.
So while that's possibly a route that could occur in California. The alternative that you're suggesting is a rule that would compel state regulatory agencies to adhere to some specific requirements in the rule that are set out by the federal government?
Not exactly. If EPA does a rule, it would be establishing a water quality standard, for example, or it would, and that's the easiest example. That standard then becomes the standard for all purposes under the Clean Water Act, including MPDS permits, point source discharge permits that are issued by the regional and state boards. Would have to incorporate those standards into whatever permits they would apply. And that's just the way the process is set.
That sounds like you preempted the state.
Well, no, the Clean Water Act does preempt the state for Clean Water Act purposes.
So I'm not clear why that's the work with state agencies in California is different from what happened in Florida.
What I heard you say was, would EPA issue a rule to mandate that the state or regional board adopt a rule? And the answer is no. We would do the rule ourselves. They would then enforce the rule. Yeah, let me tell you though. Let me give you a couple quick examples. You can cut me off whenever you want. I'll try to make them short as to how this actually plays out in California, and it's a function of how the state, regional, and federal agencies work both together and not together. In the mid-90s, there was something called the National Toxics Rule, where where the federal legislators decided that there was not enough progress being made on toxics, and they mandated that all the states had to have a set of specific numeric standards for toxics. In California, and the option is, because there's a deference to the state could adopt it first. California adopted theirs. EPA approved it. It was then thrown out because of a lawsuit about the process by which California adopted its standard. At that point, by implicit, if not explicit, agreement, the feds came in and basically promulgated a federal California rule that California then implements, so that we have a California toxics rule now. It was basically the same rule as the California. So that's one approach. Another approach that we have for this cooperative federalism is in the Klamath Basin, we and the state and regional boards were sued because we did not do TMDLs for constituents up in that basin. We had a consent decree with a schedule. We looked at our resources, they looked at their resources, and we said, neither one of us can do this by ourselves. Let's divvy them up. And so we divvied them up. So EPA did the promulgation for some of the subbasins, and the regional board did promulgations for some of the others. That's the kind of thing that we've worked out in California that tries to respect the state's primacy on this under the Federal Clean Water Act, but that does recognize that there is an oversight role that sometimes turns into more than just oversight by the EPA.
Thanks.
Okay. I'm like Supervisor Natoli. I went to page 10 and 11 of your document, and let me just tell you, I had a different question about it. You've got a caption there for a section, defining a functional estuary in a changing environment, which is very similar to some of the things we're struggling with on the Delta Plan. And do you anticipate that if EPA proposes regulations, that you intend to define the elements of a functional estuary, or simply single shot a nutrient or some other ingredient? And the reason I'm asking is, as you understand, everyone's inclined to do relatively narrow, focused suggestions. I mean, that's the nature of American politics, I guess. And it doesn't automatically mean that if you add up all the focused ideas that every agency and every person has, and you did them, that you have an ecosystem achievement. You may just have a collection of individual shots at what are perceived to be problems. I was intrigued with the title. Am I drawing more into the title than I should?
Yes, probably.
Oh, damn.
And the problem, and you've identified this, I think PPIC has identified it in their report, is that we agencies operate under interlocking regulatory structures that have stasis as their goal. And I say interlocking, EPA has to have consultations under the ESA when it approves water quality standards. The state board has to have, submits their water quality standards to EPA. So that you're getting all these things working together, but each one of them, as written, tends to emphasize trying to keep things the way they are. Under the water quality regulations, we have this thing called an existing use, and it's defined as something that existed in 1975. That's the benchmark. Does that make sense if you believe, either as an agency or as a society, that we are in a dynamic environment? I think this is especially important in the context of climate change. If you happen to believe in climate change, then you do not believe in static systems. EPA recognizes this problem. Karen Schwind, who's one of our teammates, is on the national work group to try to figure out what does climate change, for example, mean to the regulatory schemes that we are supposed to implement. But the specific answer to your specific question is, what we're trying to do in this ANPR is try to figure out what can we do right now using our existing regulatory authorities, and that will probably be something that hopefully is informed by the broader debate about what's going on in a changing system, but that it will be taking individual actions.
Go to the page 11, the last paragraph of that section, because this is what kind of triggered my interest in it. It says, given these current and probable future changes in the Bay Delta estuary, the challenge for California and federal regulatory agencies and water resources managers is to align regulatory programs and public investments to enable the estuary to achieve all of its desired uses. And the only reason I say that is the word all is where we find ourselves in California today after 160 years of promises to everyone on everything. And no one that I know believes that each and every promise articulated in statute or regulation or the speeches of politicians or the beliefs and attitudes or water, no one believes that everything can be achieved. And so a comment from just me as a citizen would be that if you do this, I think you ought to wrestle with the implications of the word all, because that really begs the question of whether there is a priority setting process that ought to involve federal and state agencies. And as you know, our statute, for all of the questions left in it, gave us co-equal goals to achieve a more reliable water supply for California and an improved protected and restored Delta ecosystem, consistent with trying to protect the Delta as a unique location. That's not perfect, but it is to some extent a declaration of higher priorities that the state legislature and the governor thought ought to guide actions. In your rulemaking, either you have to consciously ignore that or decide it's not within the jurisdiction of the Clean Water Act. For example, you're in favor of having clean water for California, but you have no position on a reliable water supply, I suppose. I don't know that.
Can I just ask
the only thing, well, my suggestion to you is the word all bothers me, as it bothers me in every activity of life where the assumption is you can promise everything to everyone and deliver. I'd rather have a more upfront discussion of the practical limitations with all the uncertainties that go on. So I don't know how you react to that.
Well, I just had a follow-up question, and I was wondering if you're suggesting that we prioritize, or that the state prioritizes its designated uses and its water quality control plans. And are you familiar with the list of designated uses they have? So is that what you're suggesting?
No, because the water quality control plan, like most plans, it was enacted, was undertaken under the law before the legislature adopted its co-equal goals. There is great resistance from agencies from anything that they are unfamiliar with, and I suspect it'll be some years before they are forced to deal with the question of whether or not, since our legislation says the policy of the state of California is, whether that affects them. Most agencies say, hey, it doesn't affect me, my name's not listed in that paragraph. You're familiar with that attitude. I'm just kind of curious because I think your role is big, serious, and important. I was only teasing you a little bit on the saber-rattling comment earlier, but in fact it is saber-rattling, saying state, get a move on and start doing some things, which a lot of people are saying for many different reasons. I just think you've got to try to articulate, if you think there's some merit to the notion of recognizing state action in a policy sense, a larger policy sense, I think there's some advantage in federal agencies looking at that. I mean, if you want to reject it, that's fine, but you at least ought to talk about it and discuss the implications.
We've had this discussion internally, and we've had it with at the national level, again, in the context of the climate change. As you know, as a bureaucrat, you are stuck with the statute that you have, and the statutes that we have tend to be somewhat...
Sound like Secretary Rumsfeld and going to war in Iraq and Afghanistan.
We're not going to war. Now, all that said, I mean, EPA, I think, in the 90s was a leader in the idea that we should move away from a species-by-species approach and instead try to look for things that are habitat indicators, broad habitat indicators. The whole idea of an estuarine habitat designated use is a step in what we believe is the right direction to broaden the definition of success beyond just taking a species and using that as the bellwether. It is a tricky process to suggest that the feds, from our vantage point, should be defining that broader set of priorities in California. And I think.
Well, does EPA object to what the 2009 enactment said?
Oh no. In fact, I think we are on record as supporting that. But the 2009, the idea of co-equal goals doesn't completely answer the question. You still have to prioritize what do you mean by that, and that's what you've been grappling with over several of your meetings that I've been watching on the internet. But no, I think EPA conceptually agrees that you do need to have a discussion of what it means to have success in changing environment. That's why we put that section in there. How we do that, given the current constraints, the current statutory constraints we operate under, is going to take some creative thinking, which PPIC is doing for us right now, right?
Ms. Marcus, hot from a evaluation of the PPIC report, I understand.
That's right. No, I apologize for being late. This was one of those things where I wanted Hermione Granger's little time twister thing so I could be in two places at once. If you don't know that reference, you really have been AWOL from the world. Yeah, no, it's challenging. I mean, Mr. Hagler was one of the leaders in thinking creatively about how we use the tools we had to be helpful on the ground in a common sense manner, and it really was quite challenging to do, both in terms of the appropriate role of the feds in trying to play it, which changes over time. Sometimes it's leverage, sometimes it's standing in the shoes of the state when it fails to do something. It's not just the various statutes, it's the various tools that EPA is given to play a helpful role. And I'm happy to see them step in and try to play this more holistic role, particularly on issues that frequently people have said they wanted addressed but are frequently absent from the water supply. I said priesthood this morning, and I thought that really wasn't fair. It sounded, I'm not really critical of the priesthood. It sounded like I was critical. But, you know, the water supply set of players who talk don't frequently integrate the water quality issues in a way other than to say, problems over there, don't look at us. And I think the EPA approach gives us an opportunity to flesh those things out at a pretty happy time for us in terms of what we need to do. So I appreciate their partnership on this. Some good thinkers over there.
Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Just a parting comment or two here. for my friend. First of all, thank you, Aaron and Tom, for presenting. I too think it's important. I know Tom and I have had a few discussions, and this was very accommodating on their part, as you mentioned, to come and present here, and very important topics. One thing that you probably did see on page 4 that caught my eye was the fact that that the EPA was being honest with what's going on now, and they recognized that there are federal and state water resource planning efforts underway. They did talk about the BDCP, but you'll notice also that that they did mention the fact that recent state legislation set up the Delta Stewardship Council. It referenced the Delta Plan. It also referenced the DSC's Independent Science Board, which I think is important, just in the fact that it's recognized here. But I think that it plays to some of the issues that we talked about the importance of federal re-engagement, so to speak, on Delta planning efforts, coordinating our efforts to get to where we have to get and to allow you to get to where you may want to go. Which segues into my second comment. Tom mentioned that there is a public comment period that's open now, that's closing soon, and I thought I might put it on the table for you whether or not you might want perhaps our science staff, for example, to take a look at this and perhaps comment whether or not it's bringing it back to you or providing technical staff comments, and but I
What's the
think
deadline for your comment again?
April 25th.
April 25. Members, 2 suggestions. I think it makes sense to ask the science program to take a look at it. They'll obviously notify the Independent Science Board. They only meet infrequently. The board only meets infrequently. I don't know whether they'd be in a position to comment, but the science program clearly might be. The second thing is, since by the 25th, we will have out the 3rd draft of the Delta Plan, arguably, we think, including water quality, which was not part of this first draft. I think it might make sense, Mr. Stevens, ask you, Mr. Coolidge, and Ms. Buckles, to think about the notion of preparing for us a letter to come to that very early April meeting. I'm not saying you have to. If you think it doesn't make any sense, just give us that advice. But in addition to whatever the science people come up with, at least consider the notion of making comments that might be relevant within the time deadline. I think it's that April 8th, 9th, 7th, 8th meeting. I'm not quite sure of the date. That's the one where we'd have to act prior to their deadline.
If I could suggest, Mr.
Coolidge.
Chair, we'll look at a draft potentially for your March meeting. It's
Okay.
our intent to do the regular council business on those meeting days and be more focused on workshop issues, and I think that still gives us
No, I understand it.
it gives us enough lead time to be able to look at this.
Yeah, okay. Well, whatever you guys think is best, but it wouldn't shock me if you don't have your
If we
final
want more
comments
time.
letter by the April meeting, and even though that's supposed to be a briefing session and all of that kind of stuff, the notion of us sending a comment letter is important enough, I think, to consider varying the rule. But that's Mr. Coolidge, that's based on your timeline. By the way, Mr. Johnston, Ms. Marcus, Mr. Grindstaff's homesick with running a temperature. Mr. Coolidge is filling in, and so you won't see Joe around today.
Are you saying we should be kind to Mr. Coolidge because he has to step into Joe's chair?
That was not my first thought in mind, but yes, it would be very nice to be kind to Mr. Coolidge.
Certainly, I would appreciate that.
Although, as a former reporter, perhaps he's used to a harder level of interchange. Mr. Fiorini.
I just thought of another question. You cited the interim action plan as the basis for which this proposed rulemaking process has come. I believe there are 7 federal agencies in that memorandum of understanding. So are you aware of any other types, similar types of products that are about to be launched from other agencies, or can we expect something similar along the Endangered Species Act line from EPA?
what guided missiles are headed our way.
Well, and I'm trying to think where those different things stand. It would be worth going back and looking at the interim action plan. There is a matrix that is available somewhere that says here's what we committed to do and here's what the status of those things are. I cannot the ESA process is tied up primarily in the BDCP and in litigation. The only one, the NRCS process is fairly straightforward. They're doing a lot of things primarily with funding and outreach, so that's tied up in budget issues more than anything else. The Corps may be the one that I'm not remembering where their various flood control activities are, and if you want, I can talk to them and see if they think it's worth, or have them talk to Joe and see if it's worth them coming in and telling you what's going on the flood control. They do have a series of initiatives there. While I've got the floor, two real quick things. One is there were about 27 outside people who reviewed this ANPR from the various agencies, and I just wanted to acknowledge their help. It was mainly a technical review to make sure we were in the right ballpark, but it was a fairly significant amount of time investment from primarily science and technical people across the board, so thank you for that. And the other is, in my other hat, I work with the federal coordination effort, and I must say that we are struggling how best to interact with the council as it develops its Delta plan. As federal agencies, we deal with whatever structure a state comes up with. The state has come up with a new twist in the California water governance scheme, and that's you guys. I know that Joe has been talking with the people in DC, and I believe you've been there, and I've been talking informally with Chris. But if you have any ideas as to how best to forge a constructive relationship between the federal agencies that are working on these issues and you as you work through your Delta plan, we are open to that and would like to have more discussions about that sooner rather than later, because you've got a very aggressive deadline, and we do have concerns. That not negative concern, but we have a lot of programs that are concerned with the same things that you're concerned about.
Mr. Fiorini?
We have a conference room here in Sacramento. Could we invite and expect attendance from the 7 agencies?
We actually had a meeting 3 days ago or something with Terry.
A staff level meeting.
Staff level meeting. But I do think that we need to amp up an understanding about what expectations the council has about our level and nature and substance of our involvement into the Delta plan. Period.
Great. Ms. Gray.
Yeah. Thank you very much for being here to really appear before the council to talk about your NOP process. I wanted to emphasize, I believe what the chair brought up, the need to receive information from you. I know your report is not due until after our plan is due, and so I think it's important that you share as much information as you can, because for one council person, I think all of the council, is that we're really interested in receiving the best science as we can as we make our decisions, and making sure that we get a diverse information from our stakeholders, as much information as we can. And so as you go through your process and you receive information from stakeholders, it's very important that you not only share, your recommendations, but also that information. And the question I have is, and I think you kind of talked about this, how would you interact with agencies that may have some impact on the Delta plan, that may need your information as we move forward? Because I think the third draft of the plan is in April, is it? And I think you said water quality is an issue that we will be looking at. So that would be important to receive whatever information you have and to share with the other agencies as you move forward with your process. So is there a process or something in your process that will allow you to interact with other agencies that may have an impact on the Delta plan as we move forward?
I can go ahead and take that one. So I want to point out, I know that everybody has a fact sheet, or at least they were printed and put at the back of the room. On the fact sheet is a link to our website. And on our website, we have actually a link to the interim federal action plan, which is an important thing. I just wanted to cross that off to let people know that's where they could go get a copy of that. But then there's also directions for how to comment on our ANPR, and it involves the federal docket system. And the docket system is open to the public. So any comments that come in will be viewable by anybody on this docket system. So as they're all coming into us, they will be available to everybody in the public. Now I know that that's hard. That means you all have to sift through all the many comments that we anticipate coming in. We want to take those comments, synthesize them, and try to organize them. So as we're moving through that process, I think we'd be, open to talking about how we can coordinate with you so that, as we update our kind of assessment of how things are coming in, we can discuss that with you. Does that help?
I think the emphasis was just making sure as you move along with your process that you share information with the council.
Mr. Johnston.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for being so informative and working with us, and I hope that the other federal agencies are similarly available to us and us to them. The history of the Bay Delta Authority was not as good in my judgment. Meetings occurred, actions by the prior administration were taken that affected water quality, water delivery, and they were done without advance notice and without cooperation and without consideration of many of the issues that we were wrestling with. So your presence and involvement is most welcome, and as Mr. Fiorini suggested, that we would look forward to that from other agencies. I know that's not your responsibility, but Mr. Coolidge, I would ask whether the relationship with other federal agencies is similar to the quality of interaction we see here today.
I should note, Mr. Johnson, that the other federal agencies thus far have been very cooperative. At a staff level, they are clearly looking for ways to engage and help in the development of the Delta Plan, with mindful of all the caveats that we have between state and federal government. But Terry has been holding monthly coordination meetings with both state and, the first time, federal agencies, but it is our intent to do those on a monthly basis going forward. That is where a lot of the issues as they come up in the development of either the proposed rulemaking or the other activities that the other agencies are involved in, we can begin to coordinate so that they're at least not a surprise, not disruptive, but in fact all help feed into a coherent plan at the end of the day that helps all of us.
Just a suggestion, Mr. Coolidge, Mr. Alvarez, I think it might make sense for the next couple of months to just have a little information spot on our website referencing the advance notice of proposed rulemaking, perhaps even making available this two-pager summary which has your website address and the invitation. We'll have to modify it to make sure that everybody understands it's an April 25 deadline for comment, but that would be useful. So for at least a couple months we'd have that available on our website, and we'll go from there. I thank you very much also for coming. Appreciate very much your willingness to do so.
Thank you for having us.
Good. Thank you. Okay, members, 11:45. I think we at least want to have a preliminary discussion on the Delta Plan, and then break for lunch and come back and start working on the Delta Plan as best we can. Mr. Coolidge, is that okay with you guys? Let's just get into it at least in the time. So, Ms. Buchholz, Ms. McCauley, Ms. Coolidge.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, agenda item 7. Agenda item 7.
This is the Delta Plan development, and it is going to be the focus for the rest of today and potentially tomorrow as we move forward. The first staff draft plan was posted on February 12th, and it was this is truly a staff draft. It is our intent to begin the discussion on how to achieve the co-equal goals and the related objectives that were set out in the Delta Reform Act, at least based on the number of phone calls that I've had over the past 12 days. We have certainly started that discussion. This is the first of 4 drafts that staff is going to put together. It is our intent, we'll walk through the roadmap this morning with Terry before lunch, and then we can begin to get into the discussion on findings and preliminary discussions on policy and how we get there. But what I'd also like to do, and this might be the break after we deal with the roadmap, is to talk a little bit about what the overarching objective is here. It's the co-equal goals, but what do we mean by that? And as we look at the findings, how do they either buttress or support or not relate to where you truly are trying to go? It feels sometimes, and I know at least the consultants have felt as they've gone through periodic drafts here, that we're playing a game of bring me a rock. I can't tell you exactly what I want, but it isn't, after all that heavy lifting, it isn't that rock, so go bring me another. And it would be incredibly helpful to both staff and the consulting team if we at least begin to outline the parameters of the boulder that we need to lug up to you, so that it begins to look somewhat familiar when it comes to you as the council increasingly takes ownership of what will be a staff draft up until May. So with that, I'd turn it over to Terry to begin the discussion of the roadmap, and then... Okay, now, let me make sure I understand. On our desk, we're sitting a pile of material with a clip on it. I assume you don't want us to look at this right now. Is that right, Ms. McCauley?
I think we have 2
This
piles.
is called Basis of Finding, and then some additional draft chapters if I look through. And I just decided to put it aside until I could ask you that question.
Put that particular side of material, or
okay, so
batch of material
put this aside, stop thumbing through it. It's in your packet, and go to Agenda Item 7, Attachment 1, Roadmap.
We have a new attachment, and...
Can I just jump in here?
Go ahead.
We do have a new attachment. We have a new presence and face here that I'd like to introduce to you.
But I've seen him before.
You have.
He's a lawyer.
You have. He's a lawyer, and
I am the attachment.
He's the attachment. And I apologize to Terry. What we decided to do, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair and members, was to give a quick update on CEQA and the Delta Plan. We thought it was important, a quick slideshow to walk through the steps to differentiate between what an EIR is and what a Delta Plan is, and to come up with a schedule for how we get to where we have to get. Now, I'd like to introduce Jim Andrew, who is a member of your legal team.
Right.
We have a fantastic stable of lawyers now. Jim is with the Department of Justice, Deputy Attorney General that works for Mr. Dan Siegel, who has presented to you before and sitting in the audience as well. So with that, Jim has done a short PowerPoint. I'll turn it over to him. Hopefully all will be clear, and then we can turn it back over to Terry and Gwen to continue.
Okay.
Great, thanks, Chris.
Mr. Andrews.
Yes, and good morning. I guess it's still morning still. Again, so I'm Jim Andrew from the Attorney General's office. We're technical legal advisors to the council and to the staff on all aspects of the Delta Plan. My focus is on environmental review, and specifically the California Environmental Quality Act, which governs your adoption of the Delta Plan, which I'm going to talk about. I'm giving this short presentation just to to discuss and give a quick overview of the interplay between the Delta Plan and the Environmental Impact Report, which will analyze the potential impacts of the Delta Plan. They're not the same documents. They're separate. They interact and overlap, and the timing of how those two interact will be important for you to meet your statutory deadline. So I just wanted to give you a quick sense of how the Delta Plan and the EIR relate, how they're different, and again, the timing interaction between the two. And this presentation that I'm giving is in many ways an updated version of the roadmap that you have as attachment 1 to item 7. Terry will go through that in a little more detail after I'm done, but what I'm presenting is kind of an updated version of that roadmap in a slightly different format. So this is how I advance the... What do I point at? Oh, just point it in the sky and it works. So the things I'm going to talk about here are the purpose of CEQA review generally, and I know some of you on the council are more familiar with CEQA than others, so hopefully I won't bore you. Try to strike the right tone here. So purpose of CEQA review generally, I'm going to talk about how that relates to the Delta Plan, CEQA review of the Delta Plan, go through the EIR steps that we'll go through for the Delta Plan, then kind of talk about the Delta Plan versus the EIR and the timing of how you'll see it lay out over your council meetings in the next year. We also have another little trick, which is the Office of Administrative Law. The Delta Plan actually is a regulation that has to go through administrative law procedures, and in order for you to meet your January 2012 deadline, we need to interrelate that timing as well. So I'll cover that at the very end. So very high level. Purpose of CEQA review. Government agencies must use their regulatory power so that major consideration is given to preventing environmental damage while providing a satisfying living environment for every Californian. And essentially what that means is public agencies have to know what the potential environmental consequences of their proposed regulatory activities are before they actually make that decision. That's the overriding purpose of CEQA, so that you actually know what the consequences are before you make the decision. So then, question is, well, how do we get there? What are the actual steps and tools to get there? And it's a two-step process. The first is the CEQA review, the environmental review, is supposed to provide decision makers and the public, that's very important, it's both for the decision makers and the public, information about the potential environmental effects of your proposed decisions. And then step 2 is the decision makers are supposed to use that information to change the proposed regulatory activity, if necessary, to lessen environmental effects. You take the information about the impacts that your decisions could have, and if feasible, you modify it to lessen the environmental damage that the decision may cause. And there's the vehicle for doing that. It's an informational written document, and it's either what's called a negative declaration or an environmental impact report. A negative declaration is a shorter document used for smaller scope regulatory projects, smaller projects, and then an environmental impact report, which is a bigger, more comprehensive document for larger projects. And given the magnitude of the Delta Plan, we're working to do an EIR. So just to give you a sense of the types of regulatory activities that require CEQA review, can include lots and lots of different things that may have a physical effect on the environment. Construction of new facilities, that's pretty obvious if you're actually going to build something. New regulations and planning documents like the Delta Plan. And CEQA calls the proposed activity, regardless of what it is, whether it's a physical activity, a physical structure, or a regulation or a plan, the project. That's the CEQA term of art.
When you say planning documents, you mean something that would constitute a rule?
Yes. Planning documents under local land use, a general plan is a rule because all development...
Because the term planning documents might be works in progress or informal documents or things submitted to us or somebody else that...
It has to cross the threshold of being a rule or actually having the likelihood of real effect, which is usually a rule. So yes.
Okay.
Let's see here. So again, the purpose of CEQA review is to require government agencies to analyze the potential environmental impacts and then consider whether alternatives or modifications to the project, which what CEQA calls are mitigation measures, mitigation measures or modification to the project would actually lessen the impacts. And again, the project is the CEQA term of art, and for us, the project that we're reviewing is the proposed Delta Plan. So I want to talk now about how these general CEQA principles will translate into CEQA review of the Delta Plan. So again, the Delta Plan EIR will analyze the potential environmental effects of adoption and enforcement of the Delta Plan. And we'll evaluate alternatives, whether alternatives to aspect of the Delta Plan would lessen impacts, and whether mitigation measures adopted and incorporated into the Delta Plan, largely modifications to the Delta Plan prior to adoption, would lessen impacts. And when you're talking about an EIR, there's a two-phase process with an EIR. The first phase is what's called a draft EIR, and it includes a full analysis of all the environmental impacts, analysis of alternatives, and analysis of possible mitigation measures. That's released to the public and other government agencies for a 30 to 45-day review period, and we're going to do 45 days in the case of the Delta Plan. Then during that review period, other agencies and the public submit written comments or oral comments if you hold a hearing on the EIR. So that sort of closes the draft EIR phase. Then the second phase is a final EIR, which consists of written responses, staff's written responses to all the public comment and comment from agencies that's been received during the comment period, and then changes as necessary to the actual EIR text, if any public comments raised issues that required actual changes to the text.
Mr. Anders, question I puzzled with before, but I just want to clarify it. We have received, I don't know, over maybe 4,000 comments in writing or otherwise to date, and most of them tell us what they want us to do on many things, and some of them have been specific enough to say, here 19, 25, 36, 176 things that we want your environmental impact report to analyze. What is the requirement on us to how do we deal with the endless list of ideas that come in, each of which the proponents argue should guide or control our review? How do you deal with that?
Well, there's no strict legal requirement that you respond to each one of those in writing. The requirement for response to comments in writing pertains to comments received after the draft EIR is officially released for public review. However, to the extent that those comments as to what the EIR should contain are good, viable comments, the staff and the council should evaluate those, and to the extent necessary, incorporate them if that's appropriate, and if the council so desires and the staff thinks it's a good idea, respond in the EIR saying we'll.
So we've by the end of May we've got the draft Delta Plan, and we go to public comments on the draft Delta Plan, and we come back when to do what?
Okay, see, I was getting to. So to close the question, you don't have to respond to each one of those in writing, but you should take them into account in developing the draft. But you don't have to respond to each of those in writing.
Can I just jump in real quick? You remember that we started this whole process with something that was called a notice of preparation.
Yeah.
And then we went into scoping meetings. And in effect, we were asking the public, as well as agencies that we identified as responsible agencies, what they wanted us to put in our plan, in our environmental study. And it's all supposed to, the environmental study that's going on now, it's supposed to inform what we put in the plan. So we are taking in the comments, we are listening to the comments, we're incorporating comments. But I think Jim's point is, when you get a draft EIR, at that stage, that's the official comment period on your draft plan and your draft EIR. And then you do, to get to the next stage, you do actually have to respond to each of those comments. But at this point, we were asking through our notice of preparation and through these public hearings for comments, and we can use those as we may, and we have been.
So again, the final stage is responding to the written comments in writing, which will happen, and I'll go through this at the very end, that'll happen in August and September. So just a point of clarification, the Delta Plan and the Delta Plan EIR are not the same. They're separate documents. The Delta Plan is the regulatory document. It's the policy document. The EIR informs the council as to the potential impacts of Delta Plan adoption. And the EIR is an objective analysis. It's not a policy document. The Delta Plan itself is your policy and regulatory document. So for us, the Delta Plan is what we call the CEQA project, and the Delta EIR will evaluate the impacts of that project. And the results of the EIR process, may lead the staff and council to modify the Delta plan prior to its adoption. This is how, CEQA is supposed to work. But it is supposed to be, changes to reflect the information you received during the EIR process. That's how it's supposed to work. And I'll get to, in a minute, post-EIR changes to the Delta plan. I'll talk about that in a little bit. So here's the steps for the EIR, and Chris just alluded to the notice of preparation that you did in December, scoping meetings that you held through the month of January. What's happening now is staff is working on refining and determining what's called the environmental setting or baseline. The grounding for an EIR is to figure out what the current environmental status is. That's the beginning point, so you understand the where your baseline is, so you know what changes your regulatory action is going to have to that beginning environmental status. Staff's working on that in February, March, and April, and we'll be coming back to the council to give an update on that in April, and that'll be largely an update to the white papers that you've already seen. In March and April and May, staff and we will all be working on formulating the alternatives that I already mentioned. And in March, at your March meeting, staff will give a presentation as to sort of where we are in that process.
Ms. Marcus?
We can do this after. I don't want to derail your train of thought in going through there. I want to come back and talk about how to formulate the alternatives on a programmatic level. I have a lot of experience doing it on a project level, but at a programmatic level,
okay.
We have a lot of choices, and it's going to be hard.
We can talk about that later. That'd be great. And then March through May, the staff will be preparing the actual draft EIR, and the anticipated release date to the public for public review is June 15th.
June 15th?
June 15th.
Mm-hmm.
And then in June and July, so a 45-day period from June 15th to the end of July, the public will be reviewing and submitting comments on the draft EIR. Staff will then prepare written responses to the EIR comments and modify the EIR as necessary, and that'll be in August and September. And those written responses and the revised EIR text, which is the final EIR, which I mentioned before, will be released to the public in September, is our anticipation at this point. Then the council will consider and certify the EIR as being complete in compliance with CEQA in November. That's our anticipated time frame. And so the interaction of the Delta Plan and the Delta Plan EIR, so the first Delta Plan draft obviously was released on Valentine's Day, and there are 3 more drafts by late May, as you already know and has already been discussed. And so the Delta Plan EIR that, again, we're going to release in June will analyze the potential environmental impacts of the May version of the Delta Plan, or version 4, alternatives to the May draft of the Delta Plan, and also, as we said before, look at mitigation measures that might lessen the impacts of that May Delta Plan. So it's the May plan is the one we're going to be focusing on as the what we're analyzing in the EIR. So then after the EIR process, the Delta Plan will be revised if necessary in light of the EIR analysis and the public comments. And I want to highlight the if necessary part. Under both CEQA and under the administrative law regulations, changes to that May version of the Delta Plan, if they're significant, could delay your goal of adopting a final Delta Plan and having it operational by January. So just to highlight that the May version of the Delta Plan should be as close to what you feel has the major meat.
How do we do that before
possible.
We've done the alternatives review? If the point is to take that all seriously, how can we? I know we'll try and get as close as we can, but I tend to be in favor of really listening to the comments, particularly in something that's this challenging. So.
Well, the EIR will analyze, and we can talk about this more, they will analyze various alternatives to the major components of the Delta Plan so that you will be able to, and the public will have seen, the different alternatives and have full analysis so that you can actually pick from those without having to be delayed.
Well,
So
if we go somewhere else, that's
Right.
beyond the, okay, so that just emphasizes the importance of that envelope. Okay.
yes, exactly. If you go outside the envelope of what's reviewed in the EIR, then you have potential
Yeah,
delay
sorry.
problems. Yes, great. Thank you for that clarification. So further on the timing here, council will evaluate the public comments in August at your August meeting, and then council will also review a revised version of the Delta Plan if necessary at your August meeting, and then in September, any other minor revisions to the Delta Plan will be reviewed and then would submit to the Office of Administrative Law roughly around mid-September. And that's driven by Office of Administrative Law regulations that require you to submit by then to be able to have the plan be operative in January. And then you'll actually adopt the final Delta Plan, do the final EIR certification in November, and the Delta Plan would become operative in January of 2012. So this is how it all lays out in a chart form side by side, and it's largely what I've already said, but kind of lays it out so you can see how they relate together and how it relates to your schedule moving forward.
Can I just ask a couple of questions? Okay, we do a May Delta plan. It's draft 4, and then also the draft of an EIR is available at the final May meeting. We circulate for 45 days from June 15th to August 1st, I guess, something
Correct.
like that. And we get public comments. The staff will, of course, receive the public comments. We'll all look at them, but the staff will analyze them and make, I assume, proposals as to which responses to comments, right?
Well, they will draft their responses to those comments, yes.
And the responses to the comments are an EIR response. Ms. Market was raising the question, what if something we learn in the EIR, it leads us to wish to modify the Delta plan, right? And your answer is, well, you've got the NOP. If your range of alternatives are broad enough, that might take account of it. Explain to me how we modify the Delta plan and to what extent we may without running afoul of time deadlines.
It was a twofold issue. One is, as Ms. Marcus said, the scope of and the envelope of what the EIR analyzes. You can make changes to the Delta plan as long as the EIR generally covers the potential consequences of those changes. So you can pick and choose from whatever the EIR envelope analyzed. If you make more significant changes, and there's a legal standard for that, substantial changes that have a potential environmental impact, and there's a more field test to it, which is if the changes are so significant that the public really didn't have a chance to understand the potential environmental implications of that, you have to go back and recirculate either the whole EIR or at least the portions that are relevant to the change back to the public to 30 or 45 days. So that's the issue. It's whether or not the envelope of what the EIR's analysis contained analyzed the potential changes you want to make. So it really just depends on the magnitude of the change and what the EIR covered.
Well, I think we want to reserve a good block of time to respond to Ms. Marcus's question on the alternative preparation and evaluation.
Yeah, if you don't mind, thanks. I don't want to
Yeah.
come in late and then jump the chain. So my apologies for having those two conflicts. I hope I did you proud. We'll see how many complaints you get. I know more complaints the better in your book. But I should get closer. Sorry, I always do that. Thank you. So a couple of things just to frame it that I was trying to wrap my mind around. One is obviously part of it is how do we construct out of the myriad choices we have of constructing these alternatives. We've had a zillion good ideas. We can't do all of them. And I know what the standard is. We need to put a reasonable range of alternatives that a reasonable decision maker could use to make the decision that we're going to make. And I had a history of litigating over these, so when I was a decision maker, I read them all. I may be the only public official that read all the comments and all the documents, so I sort of, I was very immersed in this, but it was a while ago, and I never did a programmatic. And in this case, the level of detail of the programmatic, I think, is a challenge for us in the plan as well as the EIR, and figuring out how to come up with a representative range of alternatives that will get us the info we need to make a reasonable decision without wrapping ourselves around the axle and making it thousands of pages just to cover our butts, I think is going to be really hard. I've seen, and I sort of have a hobby horse about this. I've sort of raised it a couple times in advance of having these documents be so long as to be unintelligible and not helpful in reaching a reasoned decision. So to me, hopefully, I'm so happy to know you'll be helping us with your experience of what's worked in the past and how of the options we have on how to construct it, we construct this reasonable range. Not everything everybody's asking for, but something that's illustrative enough that we're really grappling with alternatives and able to look at all those edges of things and really come to what are going to be very difficult conclusions. The second question that I'd love you to address that I'm scratching my head over is, since we're talking about environmental impact, and the objective of this plan is co-equal goals from the baseline no project alternative, where we're trying to improve environmental enhancement, what are we looking at in terms of environmental impact? Are we looking at relative betterment from no project to something that helps a little, to something that helps a lot, to something that might have an unintended consequence where you're making a trade-off between environmental goods? Because it's not like we're doing a project where the objective of the project is laudatory. It's to build something and create a place for jobs and housing and all of your standard development project things. And the point of this is to make sure we look at the environmental impact. Here, we have these co-equal goals where we're duty bound in the plan to be trying to improve environmental impact to begin with. So how do we navigate that?
Well, I guess I'll take the first question first. I think one of the aspects that we're struggling with the alternatives is to formulate alternatives, you have to have an alternative to something, and we're just out with the very first staff draft Delta plan. So it's a bit of bobbing and weaving, trying to come up with alternatives at this point, concrete ones, because we haven't even had your comment on the first staff draft plan. So I think, given your comments today on the plan, we'll be in a better position to start looking at and formulating what alternatives might look like. But you sort of have to have the project first before you can formulate what alternatives to it are. So I think, the first step in nailing that down is to come up with a Delta plan that reflects what the council actually wants. And I think we'll have a much better sense after your comments today about where we are. So I think that will help a lot. And then in terms of your comment about 1,000-page EIR that looks at that such a broad range of alternatives that it's unintelligible. CEQA has a couple of rules that actually help slim that down. First, alternatives that are actually selected for study in an EIR under CEQA have to each meet a four-step test. The alternative must avoid or substantially lessen environmental effects. Mm-hmm. The alternative must attain most of the basic project objectives. It must be at least potentially feasible, and feasible is legally defined in CEQA. And 4, must be reasonable or realistic. So that okay. is a screening tool, a screening mechanism that allows staff to develop a reasonable range of alternatives that actually have some, you have some screening criteria to limit the number. So that's actually a helpful screening tools. Then secondly, and I think what we're planning to do at the March meeting, if we're there, or if not then April, is to present to the council where we are in the development of these reasonable range of alternatives that will ultimately end up in the EIR. Let's say you start with, I'm just throwing out some numbers here. You start with 50 different alternative options, and through this screening mechanism, you get it down to, say, 20, because those 30 that you're screening out of the process won't lessen environmental impacts, or aren't potentially feasible, or won't meet, most of the basic project objectives. So that's a tool to do that in public and do it on the record to allow you to screen out those. That range of alternatives to get you to something that's a little bit more manageable, so you don't end up with the 1,000-page alternative analysis in the EIR itself.
I appreciate that. I think I realize I've forgotten that we are going to be talking specifically about the alternatives. But how do you construct them on a programmatic level? Because there are all these different pieces which work together. Again, not just co-equal goals. So would we come up with different variations of how you would meet the co-equal goals, so that they're, different ecosystem numbers, different water quality measures, different water use efficiency measures, et cetera. So one thought is that each of them should have all of that, because our purpose is to meet the co-equal goal. So would you just pick different amounts of each of them, or is there a more sort of illustrative way that you would do alternatives for each of the parts of them?
I think we're thinking more the former at this point. I think how we're thinking about this is, and to bring some, a bit of intellectual clarity to it, otherwise it gets so messy you don't even know where to start, is we're thinking that you have the Delta plan out today, you're going to comment on it today. What we're envisioning is that the alternatives will be variants on significant components of the Delta plan as staff has drafted it and as you will comment on today. So some of the things we're just beginning to think about, and again, we're just at the very beginning process of thinking about the alternatives, because we just have the first draft of the plan out itself. But we're thinking about things like you mentioned, which are differing levels of water conservation goals, differing levels of habitat restoration goals, differing levels of land use development in differing areas, and differing levels of levee protection. So those are some that are concrete, that are slightly more quantitative, which actually brings some more rigor to the alternatives analysis. But again, we're just at the beginning stage of that. But those are the types of things that we are contemplating. And then to get to your question about trade-offs, and that we're, although the Delta plan is a laudable thing, we're trying to improve things through the Delta plan. I think what you said about unintended consequences is precisely why CEQA exists. You are supposed to, you think that, and your goal is, and the legislation requires you to do this in a way that benefits, but you don't actually know precisely that every decision that you make is going to be universally beneficial. That's why CEQA exists, to make sure that we understand that. So there likely will be trade-offs, and understanding the consequences is precisely why we're here, or why I'm here.
Mr. Fiorini?
Is a suggestion subject to CEQA review?
Depends on what you mean by suggestion, to give you a lawyer answer, but no, generally not. I mean, there's lots of case law and recent, very long overdue case law from the Supreme Court that a couple of years ago that largely says formulation of a desire by a California governing body doesn't require CEQA review until it crosses some threshold of momentum that begins to make it like a foregone conclusion. Once you cross a certain threshold where you're committing, you put yourself, for example, you enter into a contract before you do CEQA review that to do something in the future. You contractually obligate yourself to do something, and the penalties for not doing that are you lose money. Let's say you put a deposit down on something and you lose that money if you don't actually go through, and you haven't done the CEQA review on that. That contract, entry into that contract, because it basically commits you to a definitive course of action, crosses the threshold of CEQA review. Prior to that, if it's just a suggestion and doesn't carry penalties for not carrying out that suggestion, it's not subject to CEQA review.
Okay, well, let me expand then further. With that understanding, we have been given a lot of responsibility in regards to developing a Delta plan, but we lack authority to actually cause things to happen. And yet, we're told that the Delta plan has the force of law. And for me, there's almost a disconnect there. So if we were to provide recommendations that are, we've already put out information in the notice of preparation suggesting the areas that we're going to deal with. Let's just take land use as an example. That authority resides with the counties. And yet we may include in the Delta plan some recommendations, but we have no authority to cause that to happen. So why is that subject to CEQA?
Well, and I think this gets at some of Ms. Marcus's comments about just how do you go about doing an environmental review of this large, amorphous task that you've been given. And I think that your question dovetails with her concern, and I think how we're starting to put this together, which is there are aspects of the Delta Plan and of the legislation that actually give you regulatory authority. You have these covered actions. And where you have that authority and it could really result in environmental impacts, it'll be clear that the EIR has to analyze those. So the more specific the potential impact of your exercise of the power that you have been given, the more specific the EIR has to be as to those issues. The further we get away from that, the EIR will be less specific inherently because it can't be. And CEQA has in the legislation and in case law says that an EIR is not required to unduly speculate. So the more specific we know that the impacts of your actions will be, the more specific the EIR has to be, and it'll get less specific as we get further away from that. And that's just how it'll play itself out. But I mean, you're right on. Your concern and understanding of how this will play out is precisely accurate, and we don't have precise answers at this point because we're both just barely beginning the EIR process because you're just beginning the Delta Plan process. But that will play out. Your concern will play out as you see us moving forward.
I was just going to chime in on that, and I'll take a liberty here and say that you're not precisely accurate. You're sort of accurate, but I think that you start with it.
Well, I didn't suggest anything. I was asking a question. So maybe my question was inaccurate.
Your question is a fundamentally important question, and we get asked this question all the time. And it's not just a CEQA question. The question is, what authority do you have to do anything? What is this Delta Plan going to be? And I'm sure we'll touch upon this later when Terry and Gwen talk about where we're at with the planning process. But ultimately, we are going to have a plan that has objectives. We're going to have factual findings. And then the question is, what do you do about that? And the issue is, we look at the statute and we look to where the legislature told us to take certain actions. And it's clear that the plan is meant to be a legally enforceable plan. And so as staff's role, our role is to present to you those areas where we've identified there should be legally enforceable, what we are going to term regulatory policies. And that really is going to be the guts of the plan. There will be recommendations that won't have regulatory effect. But let's be clear that there will be regulatory policies in certain areas that will be legally enforceable. And so I think Jim's point is well taken, but the fundamental issue, and the one that you raise, is whether or not you have authority to do these kinds of things that you're talking about. And I think that we do in some areas, in others perhaps not. And I think we will have legally enforceable regulatory policies and recommendations.
Mr. Natoli, then Mr. Johnston.
Just to follow on Chris's response. So as we go through this, are you going to, from the get-go, as we plan the various iterations of drafts, frame for us where you anticipate these regulatory policy areas, either it's crystal clear from your perspective, where it may be questionable and or debatable, and there's probably going to be a lot of that. But so as we go through, both in the prepping for the environmental document, but also in this draft plan, will you call our attention to that? Is there going to be a way that in the document you're going to asterisk that, or how are you going to do that, Chris?
Right, and again, very important. Ties into one of the points that Jim made in his presentation. Mm-hmm. This plan has to also go through the state regulatory process. Right. It has to go through what we call the Administrative Procedures Act. One of the fundamental purposes of that, and what we have to be cognizant of, is the fact that we have to have a plan that's clear. That's one of the basic tests. It's a clarity test, whether or not the so-called regulated community out there can figure out what the heck you're trying to do to them, and why you're trying to do what you think you're trying to do to them, and how you came up with that. And those are fundamental questions. So the answer to your question is yes. The way that we structure the plan, I think that in draft one, it's obviously absent because we're not there yet. But there will be sections that are distinctly called out as regulatory policies, and there will be sections distinctly called out as recommendations, and we will try to be as clear as we can as to how they work. And if we're not, then we're not doing our job, and you'll point that out, hopefully.
Okay. And so we anticipate that when this May administrative draft and draft EIR is issued, that will be clear, at least to the point we can have it by that point in time.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chris, so if you started at the other end, should it be the test that a reasonable person would know whether something was a covered action or not? In other words, if Office of Administrative Law was looking at it, would that be a test of clarity, that if you read it, you'd know that what you were doing or wanted to do was a covered action?
It could be, and we may give examples, but I think that, you know, we have always been cognizant of the fact that the statute has a definition of covered action. We had sort of tried to work with state and local agencies when we were putting together our procedures on appeals as to how we interacted with them to figure out whether or not their proposed actions were actually covered actions. And I think that the way that we ended it was to recognize the fact that we didn't know the entire universe of proposed actions, nor did the state or local agencies at the time, but that we had committed ourselves to working together in kind of early consultations to give our opinions to help them. But the ultimate decision rests with the state and local agencies as to whether or not their proposed actions meet the definition of a covered action. So I think in short...
I was trying to track, because I thought it was helpful to me to understand that the Delta Plan will have findings and recommendations, and then areas that are legally enforceable regulations.
Right.
And it is that, as I understand it, that would be subject to CEQA and require the EIR to cover the alternatives. Is that correct?
That's generally correct. Yeah, that's just part of it. Yeah, it'll have to be dealt with in detail.
But then the corollary of having some legally enforceable parts of the plan would be that activities that affected that section of the plan might well be a covered action.
That's right.
And that the covered action, or knowing what might be a covered action, would be an important test of clarity to the plan.
Well, I think it is, and again, I go back to what the statute says. There's a definition. It's a program, a project, or an activity that would meet the definition of a project under CEQA. That's one thing. I'm doing this off memory, which is a bit scary. But whether or not it occurs in whole or in part in the Delta, whether or not it's Keith pulled it out. But anyway, there are various components, whether it significantly has an impact on the co-equal goals or flood control, whether or not it's covered in the Delta Plan. So we have a definition of what a covered action is. We haven't got there as to whether or not we expand with some examples, but I think that for clarity standpoint, that's where you start.
But Mr. Stevens, all the interested parties want to know the answer to the question, why won't you exclude me from whatever it is you do? Then I'll be happy.
Yeah, we have heard a bit of that, and I always defer that to the chair.
Okay. All right. Further questions of Mr. Andrews or Mr. Stevens on this part of it? And Ms. Marcus, I suspect we're going to circle back on the EIR alternatives several times, including during the discussion of the Delta Plan following lunch. That would at least make sense to me. Mr. Andrews, can you stick around for that? If you can't, we'll field questions to you indirectly.
I think I can stay.
Yeah, I think that might be useful. If we don't call on you the first hour after lunch, you're free.
And you can have my sandwich.
Yeah.
So you don't even have to go anywhere. Okay. That's your pay.
I appreciate that.
Okay. It is now 12:30 according to the clock and back. Let's take 1 hour. We'll start at 1:30. We'll start at 1:30. Okay. Thank you. Meeting in recess. The Stewardship Council is called back into session. Shh. Thank you very much. All right, we are headed now to item number 7, continuation of item number 7, the Delta Plan. Mr. Coolidge, let's kick this off, and hopefully part of your discussion will be what we're going to consider and how we're going to consider it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This afternoon we are devoted to dealing with the Delta Plan, the first draft, and as you saw in your packets, you had a first draft that had some introductory chapters and then really focused on 4 with a lot more to come, and the meat of those chapters were findings and then some list of strategies or policies. So it is truly the first draft. It is meant to be, dare I say, iterative and build over time. What we wanted to really talk about this afternoon and go into depth on the findings, but before we get there, as I mentioned before the lunch break, we're looking for some guidance. This is a staff draft, and you are going to own more and more of it as we begin the handoff toward the final draft plan for review. But instead of crafting, bring me a rock and we'll bring you a rock or a boulder, and that's not the right rock or boulder, and we keep coming back. We want to sort of shape the broad outlines of what you're expecting and what you're looking for and the kind of plan that we're going to have, and we'll be able to sharpen our focus in what we bring back. I think it will be much more productive for both of us, staff and council. But really, this first draft we built around the co-equal goals. And what I was hoping we could get a little clarity from you all on is, as we approach the co-equal goals, and you'll see that the findings in the chapters on managing water resources, restoring the Delta ecosystem, and then reducing risks and protecting and enhancing the unique cultural values of the Delta, those were the chapters that framed the co-equal goals. But more importantly, as we look at that and as we build findings to support those, what do those co-equal goals really mean? When we talk about a more reliable water supply for California, what do we mean by reliable? How do we get there? What sorts of findings? Did we hit the right findings for that? Are there finer points that you want to put on that for meaning or clarification for staff? When we talk about protect, restore, and enhance the ecosystem, this is where the law was most specific. It gave us some fairly clear direction on what that means, but it's, do you as a council have that common vision of what it means to protect, restore, and enhance the Delta ecosystem? Have we supported that adequately in the findings? And if we have, then we will be able to come back and discuss the policies. And then lastly, we have to do all of that in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, and natural resources and agricultural values of the Delta as an all-evolving place. That is perhaps the broadest category, but what is your vision as a council for what that means? Is it an economic path forward? Is it preservation of open space, preservation of a certain amount of agriculture? What do we mean when we say that? And then we can begin to put the findings and the policies in place. So what I was hoping is we could spend just a little time talking about what is a reliable water supply, what does that goal mean to you as a council, common vision, then we can get into those findings, protect, restore, and enhance within the confines of the directions that the law gave us. What does that mean to you? If we have general agreement, we can move on into findings, and then lastly to do the same for Delta as a place.
Okay, I want to save some place today and tomorrow, maybe place both days, for council members to, as they go, we've gone through the draft, to flag the issues that they want to flag for you. And some of them you'll pick up in whatever order that you and Terry and Gwen are going to proceed on. But I want to make sure that there's a block of time available for council members who just want to run through in no particular order the things that they've noted to talk about.
And that will be really helpful in shaping the meeting in 2 weeks, which is, we're billing as a workshop, but that's where we will also bring in panels and have discussions on the full range of findings, and then what kinds of policies do they believe you, the council, need to make in order to accomplish those objectives. And so we want to have sort of the range of discussion that plays out both in front of and with you as a way to...
It might be useful in this discussion and in all future ones on the Delta Plan, I don't know about the EIR, if we have kind of a running record of the questions the council asks, so we don't lose track of them. I mean, that's the problem. So there's so many, we bounce around so fast that there's a tendency to lose track unless we keep somehow some running list of them. And if you guys can figure out a way to do that, that might be a good idea. Okay, I had marked down the 2 questions: define reliable as in water supply system, and tell us what you think the Delta ecosystem is or should be, as 2 of the questions that you have raised. Okay. How do you want to proceed from this point?
If council members wanted to weigh in now or wanted to wait until late, as we go through the findings.
I'll tell you one thing I want to make sure we do is have an opportunity to actually look through the draft, because some of, like I focused on some chapters and didn't give as much attention to the others, and I want to listen to members on each of the chapters, and I don't know the right way to proceed.
Okay, I'm going to look to...
Members, Mr. Fiorini?
Well, Keith, as I understand it, what you're asking for specifically is comments on what is a reliable water supply. Okay, that's on 5.2 and 5.3. Mm-hmm. And I would suggest that that's in statute, that defines it. What we need to include are examples. For example, in the current situation, you're farming in an area where you've been forced to fallow thousands of acres because of a lack of reliable water. What is a reliable water supply example in that area? If you reside in the city of Sacramento, what does a reliable water supply look like in that setting? And to provide some examples of what it is or is not would be very useful.
Can I ask you, in a broader sense, a reliable supply focusing on the Delta, do we mean that we can meet contract demands out of the Delta, or are we looking more at here is a fixed amount of water given varying hydrologic seasons, a certain amount of water that you can count on, and then regionally you need to make up the difference?
Well, given the definition, it talks about sustaining the economic vitality of the state. So in some form or fashion, the full needs, the reasonable needs of water in a particular area need to be met somehow. And so what I'm looking for are examples of what that looks like. So your question may be appropriate as we look at examples.
Ms. Marcus.
Yeah, I also find it hard to have this conversation in the abstract. To me, it's like cocktail party conversation. I mean, we could talk. I won't do my Yogi Berra quote again for people who heard me this morning. But it's a theoretical conversation as opposed to one that's grounded. What would be more helpful for me, is some format. I mean, examples are a good idea, or I totally agree with you with the Bring Me a Rock scenario, which is heightened by the fact that we got to get some stuff drafted earlier than we might otherwise. But it'd be more helpful to me if you sort of gave us some options and we can talk about them. And you do sort of that pre-work, which may be what's in these documents that we haven't been allowed to look at yet. But otherwise, it's a little in the abstract for me. I mean, I could tell you what I kind of think it is, but I want to hear everybody else too, and mush it around a little bit.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if you'll indulge me, it would probably be useful to go through the findings, and then we can talk about, do they add up, or have we covered a range that works in terms of your definitions of water supply reliability? So if we went through each of those chapters and then saved time for the discussion overall of the document and council members' lists, I think that begins to really help form what we need to bring back, both for the workshop and, more importantly, the second draft. Does that?
Well, I mean, I'm open on it. You've heard me. I think it's a combination of supply and demand, and I think in California we only generally talk about demand and we never talk about supply much. We just assume we can always find it, and there's no clear conversation on that. But also it involves a discussion of the implicit public understanding. So, for example, I would imagine that almost everyone in the public would assume that water systems are designed to provide 100% of what the water that people want every day. And they might kind of acknowledge if there's a really long drought, maybe you'll have some problems, but a really reliable water system is based on demand.
And when the co-equal goals say we will work toward a more reliable, is there a degree of reliability we are shooting for? More tends to imply that we're not hitting reliable.
Randy keeps telling me that I start with the wrong point when I talk about supply and demand. I should talk about the volatility of the current water supply,
that's good.
Which is another way of expressing the same point, that what is available for use changes from year to year in dramatic fashion. We're increasingly unable to predict, I think this is paraphrasing you, how that's going on. That will inevitably impact our reliability. Now, the normal political game is you look at the State Water, Department of Water Resources Water Reliability Report for the State Water Plan, and you say, gosh, it's whatever you guys put in, it's 65% in these years and it's going down. And everyone says, well, our goal is 75% and then going up to 100%. But I don't see how you can go up to 100%. If the demand is what we want, and it has nothing to do with supply, I don't see how you can ever have, and by the way, I don't think any of the water professionals define it this way. So water professionals say, we have our own, it's what Met used to say, we have our own ability to, using our own resources, we can go at least I think now they say 3.7 years if all the exports were cut off. And until the big, the Diamond Bar Reservoir was
Diamond
finished.
Valley, yeah.
Diamond Valley, rather, excuse me. It was only 18
Sorry,
months.
I do that.
And that's inevitably what happens over time. Your existing supplies remain roughly the same. If you don't develop more, your population and your economy grows. And maybe that's one way to predict reliability, is not to say what's the goal that is driven by unrealistic expectations, what management regime would allow a region of the state to survive for X years on its own resources, simply as a disaster planning tool. But of course, not all regions are the same. That's the other problem you've got. But I don't know, maybe that's an approach.
Yeah,
Mr. Nordhoff?
Oh, sorry.
In terms of the general nature of reliability, for me, it's more about predictability. You can be sure, it's pretty much what you were saying, that you can count on a certain amount. But it's not just in the present, it's in the future. And when you talk about supply and demand, supply is a factor upon which we have very little control. demand we can control. And in classic economics, when you have limited supply and increasing demand, price is the mechanism you use to allocate that supply. And it seems to work here. I mean, it seems like when people had riparian rights, they were given at a time when water was free and abundant for everybody. Everybody could fulfill their needs for water 100, 150 years ago. That's no longer the case. And I think in a different circumstance, you have to change the rules a little bit. Now, the government can decide to subsidize if the government in the state of California had the funds, which it doesn't. I don't know where they're going to come from. What I like to see in terms of predictability, in terms of future prediction of how much water do we have right now? And we're looking at groundwater. And I think at the end of last year, there was predictions between, 111 million feet to a broad range. And take those two predictions and extrapolate the trends for the last 5 years. Population growth, waterfall, rainfall, snowmelt, all the rest of that. And there comes a point where we're going to run out of water. When is that? And can you postpone that point by introducing price as an allocator for demand?
The Department of Water Resources used to, although I think they haven't done it in 20 years, used to do those funny curves that, where the
supply.
Demand exceeds the supply. And as a matter of fact, somewhere in your material, or Joe Grindstaff's material, Gwen's material, there's a chart that the federal authorities prepared on the Colorado River, which did exactly that. They had a, Gwen, 18-year trend line chart? I don't remember.
I can't remember how many of the Colorado, but each year that's done with the different programs for the existing conditions in the future, projected conditions for 20 and up to 30 years in the future.
And that was in one of the slideshows either you did or Joe did or the Colorado River one, and it was exactly that calculation. But this is my personal opinion. I think we shy away from it because of regional differences and frankly because we don't like the implications of that kind of a chart. And I understand there are undoubtedly arguments about that, but I like your approach.
I mean, the inevitability is California's going to run out of water. And the determinant will be how much groundwater we have. And we have to narrow that range a little bit in the estimation.
Randy.
And then it's just a question of time.
Well, as a practical matter, according to our white papers, there's about 200 million acre feet of precip annually. Of that, about 120 million acre feet penetrate the ground where it falls or is lost to evapotranspiration in the Sierras through the conifers and vegetation. So there's about 80 million acre feet annually to use. Currently, urban and ag use is about 40 million acre feet. And the remaining 40 million acre feet or 45 million acre feet flows out to the ocean or to some other destination and is considered environmental water. So I disagree that we're going to run out of water. I think that you look at
that's good to hear.
You look at the situation in Southern California. Population has grown by 4 million people, and yet they're using the same amount of water. So conservation is certainly a key component that has been applied and needs to continue to be applied to the degree that technology and the economy can allow. I think the question for us, and the question that keeps coming up about a finite supply and so on, has to do with what is going to be our view about the overdraft of groundwater. And it's a regional issue. It's not a statewide issue. There are areas that aren't overdrafting. There are areas that are overdrafting. If you look at the urban population in the San Joaquin Valley, and I mentioned this the last time we met, I can only think of 2 cities that partially receive surface water for their urban population. That's Modesto and Fresno. Every other urban center in the San Joaquin Valley is dependent upon groundwater. And so therein lies part of the problem about water supply reliability. We are supplementing the shortfalls in our surface water deliveries, either because of environmental problems in conveying water through the delta or the lack of adequate storage to provide the needs for ag and urban in those areas. So we defer to groundwater. I think for us that is, beyond the charge of the legislation to look at increased storage and improve conveyance, to add the flexibility to a system that can better suit the environmental needs. We also need to take a look at how much groundwater we want to continue to be dependent upon.
Yeah. If we could go back, what you're saying, Randy, we're not going to run out of water. And yet the impression I had from 2 meetings ago, we are running out of water. And it has to do with groundwater. And you're saying we're not going to run out because we are exhausting our groundwater, or it's being replenished. We're not overdrafting.
We're overdrafting in some areas of the state. For example, in the Tulare Lake Basin area, that's constantly brought up as a groundwater overdraft area. If you were to take, and I know this may be heresy to some, but part of the problem is that the surface water supply is inadequate to meet the demands of the population that has grown in that area. So if you take Lake Isabella...
When you say surface water, you're talking about
Lake
reservoirs,
Isabella,
rainfall?
Lake Success,
Okay.
Reservoir, Kauai, Pine Flat, all of those reservoirs that serve that area are relatively small reservoirs. And therefore, there's a greater dependency upon the groundwater than if you move further north along the Sierras and you get to Merced and Modesto and Oakdale, where you have much larger reservoirs serving even more population. And largely speaking, that's a pretty balanced area in terms of surface water deliveries and groundwater extraction. So when we talk about overdrafts and water shortages, we can't treat the state as one unit. We have to look at it regionally and do an evaluation of what are the dynamics of that particular area and what could be done to bring about a better
reallocate.
balance. And that's why the legislation asked us to take a look at surface water storage. They were right to recognize that you can cite that as the problem, is that there is an inadequate amount of storage available to capture this water in these fluctuating years of high flows and low flows to release and utilize, and therefore a greater dependency on groundwater.
But when you put all these regions together, those with a good balance and those that are under overdrafting, do we come up with a loss of groundwater for the state of California? Or does anybody know?
As I recall, the USGS folks last month told us that there is a net overdraft, and the number was, one group said 1 million acre feet a year, another said 4, was it, Gwen?
3.5 to 4, I think is what I recall. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I may, this is framing the discussion, which is what I was hoping for, and as we move now to a discussion of the findings, part of the question is, do we have the right findings here? Are there additional findings that you all think we need to add in? Are we putting the right factual information as a foundation here for surface water availability, groundwater? Gwen's going to walk through, and I think you're probably going to prefer to work off the fact sheets instead of the book. No, you're going to work off the book, off the draft plan.
Keith, let's not. I'm not in favor of us reinventing the wheels. I mean, we all got handed the PPIC study this morning, and I was breezing through a bit over lunch. I mean, they've got a whole section on the economic value of water. It's not precise enough, but it at least suggests some conversation along the lines of Hank's point on the notion that price is usually the market way to control or reduce demand somewhat, even for important fundamental commodities. But they also have a whole discussion of water availability, and to me, and I just skimmed it, I didn't compare it. As with all studies, it's slightly different from the ones we've been using, but it's comparable because everybody uses a different year and they use a slightly different methodology. I mean, I think the point from this is that the overall Delta plan and the sections themselves have to have a story to tell that's understandable. And that's a lot easier to say than do. I understand it. And I thought, this is reflecting generally, I thought that the first draft Delta plan story was unclear. Now, part of it is that you want us to tell you the storyline, but the reality is we're also relying on the staff to give us your best professional judgment of the issues. And you've heard me say it before, but I'll say it again. Staff in government service are generally not rewarded for speaking their mind, and it's generally perceived as dangerous to do anything that's controversial. My judgment is, just for myself, that we have to have an honest evaluation. I mean, you guys have been doing this for all of your lives, and if we can't get your best judgment, we may not agree with your best judgment, but it's your best judgment, and I think not constrained by the traditional political rule, don't say anything that's controversial, because if that applies here, then we will wind up saying nothing at all. So I think it's a two-way street.
Well, one of the things that's been clear to me is the amount of time discussing and arguing over facts. We have one group in and they say it's white. Another group comes in and says it's black. Somebody else says it's checkered. Somebody else says it's flat. And when we're talking findings, we're talking about facts. It seems that we've got three different kinds of facts. Facts that are irrefutable. Facts that probably have a high probability of turning into facts. And then the third type is where the scientific jury is out. And when you try to solve a problem, you've got to state your givens. And the givens have to be irrefutable. And I wonder where we are with that.
Yeah.
And maybe there's a better way of dealing than three categories of facts, but I just don't know what they are.
Felicia.
I'm still just a little, I tend to be with you, which is that I do want to be able, though it puts us in the catbird seat, but that's the nature of part-time commission, is to be able to get your best thinking on it. And I like a lot of what's in here, so I know the capacity is there, but I just, for some reason, I don't feel like we have it completely, because there's the issue, and we started getting at it. It's more reliable. Is it more reliable overall, which means it's less volatile, or it's more sensibly planned, or we do the best we can with what we have, given the co-equal goals? I mean, that's one way to look at it at a macro level. And then the more, not even micro, but the specific also level that comes up in the statute is reliability at the regional level, which gets to the issue of the difference between the regions and how we need to think about it differently. I think taken together, I can see how all the tools that you're starting to lop in here, and there'll be more, can lead to tools that get you to a more reliable water supply at that local level, which is critical to overall water supply reliability. And I see in here a lot about being able to do that, a lot that I like in going over it. But so it's still hard to say what the answer is. So I think we're just going to have to munch through it the way we are now, and I'm still really eager to see what you have in there, to figure out how to get to it. And the other issue I saw in here, since we're talking a little bit about it, is, I find ones that are good, like the whole idea about surface and groundwater supplies will only be reliable on a long-term basis if groundwater overdraft is eliminated. That's one thing to say. What others have said, like big chunks of the PPIC report, is sort of a simpler management piece, which says we're only going to be able to get at reliability if we manage surface and groundwater together, and we don't look at groundwater like this. And that's, I think, true. That one, I think, is irrefutable, even though it's heresy in some circles. Heresy, but true. So there are just different ways to play with it, and I can see spending some time being able to give you comments like that on each of these, but more of this conversation and whatever's in the secret packet will help do that.
Don.
Mine's kind of more in a question form, at least in my own mind, as I've kind of pondered this whole section on the management of water resources, and certainly I think some of the discussion here today about whether it's oversubscription, overdrafting, just the regions in which water is available. We talk about reliability, but it's also, at least kind of made my simple boiling it down, that it's reliance on water from areas outside the region in which it would be, in which the need or demand is there, and it goes back to then how you move that around. But I guess a piece of this that is a piece of the puzzle, and I don't know that we have a lot of control over it here, but in addition to this whole conversation about kind of where we are, and then looking to, where are we headed, and how can this plan potentially help to guide that or frame that, is that part of the discussion here where DWR, in addition to the existing situations, and you talk about reuse and recycling and other ways of trying to squeeze out some more water, but when you talk about another 3.8 to 9.6 million acre feet annually of what's described, and again, there's certainly a definition around this, of new water supplies, in addition to what's already at a deficit. And I don't know if that takes into account, but I guess some sort of matrix, maybe, Gwen, that would help to understand. And again, some of these things are predicated upon different charts, as Chair Eisenberg was describing earlier, and so forth. But I think that's a piece of the puzzle that, again, needs to be examined, because you talk about where we are in recognizing issues, and even if there are differences about whether whether they're irrefutable facts, as Hank said, or something in the kind of needs more science to work around or not. But if in fact you rely upon the agency who is in large part responsible, at least for making calculations, predictions, and you're saying you got to have new water on top of trying to solve this existing issue, and certainly as it relates back to the Delta, that's part of the question, I guess, in my mind, is pondering this section in particular. And I don't, and maybe it goes to again what Felicia said too, that maybe there's more to come still that will help frame that. But that, to me, again, I don't know that we're going to have any one answer fits the question, but that poses, at least in my view, a big part of what lies ahead, because you can even deal with kind of where you are in a deficit position relative to water, or how it's moved or not moved around, and the impacts of that. But if in fact that new water prediction is anywhere close to being true, then that total calculation is your probably 10, 12 million acre feet on the short side potentially on any given year, and that's a big number, even using what Randy said about kind of what's available and what the current system projects. So again, I don't expect a response, but as I kind of pondered these various pieces that you've laid out here, that to me gets kind of the core question about this issue about reliability, because you might be able to deal with some of the things and say we can do this to kind of true up, but then what do you do about going forward, next year, 10 years, 20 years from now? So.
Okay.
That's great.
That was. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, for me, I think it would be important to really define what the co-equal goals are, water reliability, what that means, because I think it means different things to different users, if you will, to meet the needs of everyone in California versus agricultural needs. And I think we really need to define what that means, because before we can move forward, we have to at least know where we're starting from. And then maybe we can get to what more reliability as it relates to water. And then the other co-equal goal, ecosystem restoration. What does that mean? Because it means different things to different people. We have many folks who have sent in letters, and they see ecosystem restoration being a lot of different things, as well as water supply. So I think before we can move forward to define what the policy will be for the next number of years, we need to first get to where we are right now and define what that means to different people. I think the example that Randy or Felicia may have said, that these are examples of what water reliability may mean to certain parts of California, would be helpful, because for me as a layperson, if I looked at the Delta plan, it would make more sense to say, this is where we are right now in the Delta. These are the issues. This is what water supply means to different people. And then this is what we feel we need to do moving forward, based on the best available science, based on the best information, based on the best projections. And that would make sense moving forward to me.
Randy.
at the risk of turning the discussion in a different direction, we can talk about the specifics that are in the first draft, but I suggest that I would guess that you've already started to make some major changes to this based on just staff's reaction to struggling with the first issuance. I'm thinking that our time might be better spent today to talk about the format, and maybe to at some point to get to that discussion topic. I think we ought to ask Terry and Gwen, what have you learned from the drafting and issuance of this first draft that you've already decided needs to be fixed and changed, such as, I look at this, and if you extrapolate this out over all of the issues that we've identified that need to be addressed, we've got about an 800-page document at the rate we're going.
Well, that sounds... Members?
600?
Let's get that. Ms. Buchholz, Mr. McCauley, what have you learned from doing the 8 million preliminary drafts that led up to this first staff draft? And what have you done since, other than sleep for about 8 hours?
You mean since we started? Well, we have been working on it a lot behind the scenes. We've gotten some early input from the other state agencies.
Put that closer to your... Thank you.
We've gotten some early input from the other state agencies. We've met with the Delta Counties Coalition. We've met internally, as you said, we've been grappling with it ourselves. And we are looking at some, well, first of all, producing a more complete document. We started with more details before we issued this one and realized we needed to pull it back to get agreement and understanding on the findings. So that's what we had planned for the discussion today to be, because we want your input on what you think of the findings, where you see that or think that there may be some gaps, and then to introduce categories of possible policy areas that we could go in. I don't know if you want to get into a discussion on, the format and the layout. We are working on that behind the scenes to try to make it a little bit better. And a comment I'd make is that the outline will probably look a little bit different, but the content will be the same. We'll still have the same issue areas, and that's where we're trying to get into the discussion of what those issue areas should have in them. We need to get to that.
Well, Hank raised an interesting issue when he was talking about findings, and we voted, I don't know, months ago to include findings in the report, but we didn't spend a lot of time talking about what a finding was. And I think it's, in some cases, maybe many cases, a factual finding. I think in other cases, it's a policy finding that points a direction. And one of my suggestions to you is that we probably need to simplify the types of findings we're thinking about. And as you know, I've been arguing we should use fewer terms to describe what the Delta Plan's about, and I'm now going back on my word. But I think there probably are some distinctions on findings between the pure factual, the ones that are policy conclusions from facts. I don't know quite how to word this. But I like the idea of findings, and Randy carries around the document that we saw months ago, the Mel Lane report done that eventually led to the creation of the BCDC, Bay Conservation Development Commission in the San Francisco Bay. And that document was similar, and of course, the staff and the consultants brought that to us when we were saying, show us a plan that's close to what you think we have to do, and that was one of the few that even attempted to take, in that case, a regional view, but give it some comprehensible. I like the feel of that approach. I predict that, how many findings did you throw in here, Gwen? 50, 60, 70? I don't have.
It's I think in the mid 60s.
Okay, my instinct's going to be you're going to cut those in half, because my instinct is going to be that you're going to find that there are consolidations of many of them that make the issues more clear and the assertions more clear. And in some chapters, it's the detailed point by detailed point by detailed point by detailed point, where they might fit together. I don't have any idea.
There's another piece to that, too, on the findings, and that's that the Independent Science Board has them for review. So we're going to be getting their assessment of them in the March 10th, 11th timeframe, preliminary assessment. So that will go into our consolidation or our further screening of the ones that we should use.
I guess what we're doing is talking about format, which I think is going to be far more rewarding than everybody coming up with their own definition, of reliability and restoration and enhancement. And I think we'll get there, but I think it's probably premature to do that. And in the findings section, I see each one of these chapters beginning with the current situation, a description of how things are right now, and a subpart of that would be findings. And whether it's going to be 2 categories of facts, 3 categories, or whatever. But lay it out and say, this is where we are now. And then we can talk about where we want to go, how long it's going to take, how much it's going to cost. And then the costs and the benefits of moving in a different direction. And the one thing we really haven't talked about, how much money do we have?
Yeah.
All this stuff costs money.
PPIC actually had something that we had not thought of including, was some discussion of the practical constraints in an era where the public is not enthusiastic about government spending money. And that's correct, absolutely correct. It is one of the undeniable constraints that affect us all.
Let me just maybe, whether or not we like this or not, I'll just explain some of the concept that was behind the format that's in front of you. And then I think we should, because it is a little awkward. It started off in a direction and it became awkward. And I think we knew that when we talked about the Delta Plan outline in the last 2 meetings. I pretty much guaranteed we wouldn't stick to it letter for letter and item for item. And that's certainly the case as you start writing it. First of all, we had started out with a little, as a consultant submittal, a little longer version of this with a lot more detail. It came in at multiple hundreds of pages.
A little longer than this?
Gwen is notorious for those long ones. So we had about 300 pages, and everybody went, oh my goodness, this is way more than we were thinking. A lot of it was background information. A lot of it was the basis of the findings. So then I think we streamlined it to the document that was published on February 14th. And then in the last week and a half, we've gotten a lot of questions about the references and what did those references mean. So that would be something like, it would say maybe the DWR Water Plan 2009 update. And everybody said, well, where? In what part? In what appendix? I mean, that document's huge in its own with all of his appendices. So in the last couple of days, we actually put together the basis of the findings document that was, and we just put that up on the website today. It's up on the Delta Stewardship Council's website with next to the February 14th version of
And I'm going to hold it up, not that I'm going to open it until you tell me to, but this is the packet that's on everybody's desk with a clip, and there were a number of hard copies in the back. I don't know how many were there, and it's on 50. The website. So these are, whatever else they are, this is the attempt to take either a graphic or a statement of finding or some situation, and you want to present a prototype of how you would explicate.
I think it's just it's an informational document at this point in time, and yes, it does. In that document, we did use a consistent format on that. The concept is to provide the citation that was used. One of the things we made a decision. Let me back up a little bit. First, going back to the basic concept of what we put into the first staff draft Delta Plan. The concepts was initially we started with the Bay Conservation Development Commission's format, and then we varied from that. Because if you look at BCDC's format, in each one, first of all, they're divided up in the chapters of each issue area, I guess is a good wording to call it. So there might be a water quality issue area type thing. And in there are lists that go on, bullet points of findings. that may be anywhere from a few to a page or a page and a half of findings that basically in bullet points are telling the story and defining the problem, defining the issues. And then subsequently there were policies that were consistent with those to look for the vision of where to go. In that document, and that's one of the things I think we need to think about from a format standpoint, there wasn't a connect the dots. So you may have 5 to 20 or plus X number of findings and X to Y number of policies that address that issue area, per se. In the first staff draft Delta plan, we tried to be a little more specific than that. So if as you open up any of the chapters, such as Chapter 5, after an introductory page, there was another box page on the second page of each Chapter 5, 6. We skipped 7 right now because we're still working on water quality. 8 and 9. And there was a picture of, there's a text box on the second page. And in the text box, we had the co-equal goals out of Public Resource Code 29702, the inherent objectives to those co-equal goals out of Water Code Section 85020. Those are the same in each chapter because they are the basis of the Delta Plan. Then there were other objectives that were listed in SBX 7.1 that were specific to that chapter. So in the water resources or the ecosystem restoration chapter. We then took the findings and we took each one of those other objectives at the bottom of that text box and developed findings for each of those objectives. In some cases, we combined objectives because the findings would be the same for multiple objectives. We didn't want to duplicate efforts and make it even longer. Then in each of those findings, we made another decision to make sure that at this point in time that the findings were from a published document. So they were either a published document such as a document from Department of Water Resources or from a legislation. And so it wasn't just great thoughts the consultant might have. And so we actually, and that restricted us somewhat because, and we've gotten comments that said, well, you know that some things might be happening out there. There are projects being prepared, there's studies, but if we couldn't find it in the public domain, we did not include those concepts in the findings in this first staff draft. It's just it's a thought. So we put that out to you about how far to go on those findings. And they would then become the basis of the subsequent policies and how we format those policies and they stay with those objectives and findings or we meld things together. I think it's a very good question for format that the council, we would appreciate discussion on that from the council.
Randy.
I think it would be real helpful, and maybe you're intending to ultimately go there, at the end of a section of findings, then offer the policy recommendations.
Okay, so at the end, not try to marry
each finding?
Of each finding. No, well, promote a more reliable water supply. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 findings. Then follow that with the recommendations.
Okay.
And then go on to the next, promote statewide water conservation, list the findings, and then insert the policy recommendations in there. And now this is a layman's question. Is there a difference between a policy recommendation and a policy suggestion? And do those need to be differentiated in the
Let's bring our lawyers up here to say yes, no, or maybe.
I will defer to Dan Siegel, our layman lawyer, who's approaching the table. But
You're on.
I don't think there would be a difference between a recommendation and a suggestion. I think both of those are basically recommendations or advisory. There would be a difference between a requirement and a recommendation or / suggestion.
Would you advise us to differentiate the policy recommendations between recommendation and regulation?
I would.
Okay. I would agree with that.
Gwen, just a reaction on some of this. We have been as careful as we can to try to structure this based on the statute that created us, which I think is immensely useful. There is one point, however, where the statute structure compounds the job of telling a story, and it is that we take what is essentially a chapter on water resources and we separate out reliable water supply, water use efficiency, water conservation, sustainable use of water, new water conveyance, and measurable assessments. And it can't flow, no pun intended, it can't flow if we follow the statutory framework of organizing findings under each of those. My thought, and this is very preliminary and don't hold me to it, is that in each chapter you really need a narrative introduction on the subject area, which is more reliable water supply. And then, and there may be overarching findings that are better used in that narrative than elsewhere. Then you can deal with the component parts the statute directs for other findings or detail. I'm not sure that works out, but it's so hard to keep track of this, and I know you're as frustrated as anyone. This is a staff and attorney advisor position on this. I don't want to do anything that jeopardizes our legal position, but I want to see a document that at least is as readable as we can make it.
Just a quick question. Who is our audience for this?
Well, clearly it's the water buffaloes of California, many of whom are sitting in the room. But beyond that, it is policymakers generally, I'd suggest. And if we do it right, citizens who wish to inform themselves on water ecosystem delta policies would hopefully be able to look at that and say, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Sounds plausible.
And if
of course. Pardon?
If I can jump in there, it should also especially be the proponents of covered actions.
Well, I call those policymakers.
Okay.
Rather than make the whole book accessible and readable by those different categories, how about taking a section like the executive summary and making that so that everybody can understand it, even the citizens, and get behind it? And the rest of the book for the average person in the street who, needs water to survive would be like an appendix to fill in.
Well, I'm open. I think the staff would probably say, well, we got to figure out what you guys are thinking about and willing to do before we can write an executive summary on the issue. I think that's a relatively fair point, although ungenerously made repeatedly. But they'd initially decided, and I think you'd actually asked me, and I'd suggested, don't do an executive summary till later in the process. Try to lay out the structure and an approach and the factual stuff and play off the white papers and all of that, and then get back.
I think that's fine, but write the executive summary and with the people, the general public in mind.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
I like it.
I kind of want to follow up with Hank's comments because that really reflects the comments that I was making, that it should be readable to most people. I know there's areas that are very complex, but as much as we can, the average person can pick up the plan and read it, and something in it will let them know, what's happening as it relates to water issues in California, whether it's the executive summary or a preamble to each section that's a little more clear for the average person to read, and then more complex as you get into the document. But as whatever we can do to make it as readable or interesting to the average person out there, I think would be helpful.
Mr. Chair, it is clearly our intent to make it the most readable regulatory document yet produced, but also then to have an executive summary and perhaps even a shorter briefing sheet that is understandable, and so it's sort of layers that will come later as we explain this in the simplest terms and reference the more complicated regulations.
I mean, it's really going to be the voters who are going to decide whether this is going to happen or not, because they're going to have to vote in favor of the bond issues.
And we are fully cognizant of the chair's admonition that we tell a compelling story.
Well, I'd be satisfied in the next draft of a story, and then the third draft will make it compelling. Randy.
At the risk of sounding theological, the Bible is kind of difficult to follow and bounces around quite a bit. And in an attempt to organize themes, they've developed a topical Bible. Has there been any thought towards developing a topical legislative initiative? And
could you explain to me a topical Bible? I confess ignorance of this subject.
Well, you take all of the verses that have to do with a particular topic and you cite them in one section. So, if you take our legislation and you select all of the references, see, I told you it was a risk. But if you select,
I'd like to offer for consideration we model it after the Baltimore Catechism. So it's question and answer. And the council's overall goal, as in the Baltimore Catechism, is to avoid the near occasion of sin.
Well, it's too late for that. But if we
staff is instructed to consult with Mr. Johnston on the drafting of that language.
My thought, and it probably isn't a very good one, but if the legislation, because it deals with the same topic in different places, becomes awkward to develop a free-flowing document, then take all of the references to a particular subject, lump those together so you've got them all referenced on the same page, and then do your findings and then do your recommendations.
I think that's good, and we attempted to do it, and then I think what happened is that we aggregated them back up into larger chapters. So probably it would make it much easier if we had separate chapters for potentially things like the water supply facilities, which could include conveyance, it could include storage, it could include that type of a system, and not put that in this, and make that a chapter that was subsequent to one on water supply reliability, which is an overall process. And it's a difficult thing. We aggregated them because we started feeling that we were going to be repeating information through the process. And now it's become sort of unwieldy, especially in the water resources chapter. And in the Delta as an evolving place chapter, I find that one, we just slog through that one. Yeah, it's huge. And it's huge because it's got a lot of things in it. It's got the cultural, the legislation sort of packaged everything. They have some, it's an interesting point because Delta as an evolving place per se, if you look at just the reference, at least the way I've looked at it, it's references in the legislation that's specific to that only, without having the overlapping processes of ecosystem and reduced risk and water resources. They probably have the fewest of the line items in the legislation, but they're packed full of multiple concepts. And so you end up with one provision, and it's got like 6 things in it. And so we started aggregating them because of that. And I think what's happened is we've lost a lot of the readability to the document.
Don? I'm sorry.
And so if you look again at BCDC's San Francisco Bay Plan, they actually disaggregated them into separate chapters, so to speak, and then focused on that. And if there are references that are duplicative because they're appropriate, then we should do that. One of the other things that I do want to point out that's a little different, we believe, than BCDC, and Dan's and Chris are still here too, so I'll look at both of them from a legal standpoint, is that we have references in the statute to performance measures. And we need to, at some point, connect the dots between findings, policies, performance measures, targets, and then eventually through adaptive management. And that's much different than the way BCDs. That's an extra layer of details that we don't have in the Bay Conservation and Development Commission. And as I've said before at previous council meetings, I've personally used as a consultant the BCDC document to obtain permitting processes and filled out permit applications. And I find it an easy document to work with. I mean, everybody says it looks too much detail, too much words. It's not that bad at all. It's very easy. So I think that we just need to think about that. The format is a big issue.
Ms. Marcus.
Just a couple of things. I agree with some of the things. I wouldn't. I agree with you, but I wouldn't get torqued about it right now. I'm a big lumper at the end. You know, there's splitters and lumpers.
A lumper?
A lumper versus a splitter. And I think it's easier to get it all out there. I mean, if you want to, I think the way you did it was sort of fine. There's no perfect way. One of the things that I would suggest, and I know you have the integration chapter, but I don't think you can do it all there, is at some point, cross-reference. Because, if you look at water supply, promote a more reliable water supply, then you have this whole, because of the legislation, this whole promote statewide water conservation, water use efficiency, sustainable use of water, which is exactly how you get a more reliable water supply. So I'm reading it, and I'm going in order. I'm like writing, hey, where the heck is that? And then it's like, oh, it's the next section. So there's a cross-referencing to make it at least logical to me. And so I don't mind at this point getting it all out there versus focusing on the format. And I know you have to think ahead, particularly to performance metrics, but I think it's a big mistake to do a lot of that now because you limit your options. And the biggest problem, I think, with focusing on performance metrics is that people limit their options and doing the right thing to things they know they can measure so that they will be successful. And sometimes that misses the power and the magic of directional accuracy as opposed to, it's like the difference between facts and real facts. The other thing I'd suggest, and I have a bunch of comments on some of these, but it's not perfect. And what I would really like to do before being able to give you all our comments on this is to hear from everybody in the room back there and to read all the comments because a lot of them have been thinking about this for a long time. I know some of them will take issue with certain buzzwords or whatever, just as I'm sure I did as I went through it. But I am hopeful that there are people out there who've thought about these issues a lot, so I want to hear from them. The other thing I would say is I want to go on record is absolutely not suggesting that we use the Torah and the Talmud as any kind of model for this, because there you get the explication of the laws in a way that only complicates it further. So therefore, I do not offer that.
Yeah, it's the pleasure of the council. We can go through page by page or however you're ready to do that.
Do we really not get to look at this thing?
You can't. I actually have my sections open at the same time.
Okay.
We divided this. What we did here. Let me just the first chapter of the first of the document is a background chapter. It frames the concerns and the issues at this point in time, and as well as the background of this document and why the Delta Plan. And again, I don't know. I'm trying to judge how much detail you guys want to go through. We can go through page by page. We're prepared to do that. We're prepared to.
Would it make sense to just go to the chapter, let Grant explain what she was trying to do in the chapter, and then ask questions in each one if we have them?
I kind of like that as opposed to us telling you what we think, because how can we tell you what we think when we haven't heard from them?
Okay, why don't we, let's actually start at the table of contents. I don't think there are any questions about that.
Actually, I'd like to start, if I may, Mr. Chairman, to start at the very first page, the title page.
Okay, good.
Oh,
Title
wow,
page.
that's impressive.
I want to mention two things. One is that we have a typo on there that we put down at in the little box at the bottom, the text box. We point out that we're missing chapters 4, and it should be 7, not 6. 6 is in here. So if you can make the change. Sorry about that.
Is this a 3 strikes category sin?
It could be.
Okay.
We also did not include on the front page, like we used to do for the interim plan, and that is when we would like to have comments from the public on this draft. We've talked about previously, I think, that we're going to be reviewing this first staff draft at the March 10th and 11th meetings. We'd like to have all the comments in by the end of the 11th, or somebody wants to get them to us by 7 o'clock in the morning on the 14th. That's fine too. But we'll start making major changes and finalizing the changes for the next staff draft.
Gwen, can I ask just a question? This is purely mechanical. Do you intend on the final product to have the pages numbered consecutively, or are we going to continue to use the chapter?
That is a question that you may have. It doesn't. For us, it doesn't make any difference. That's totally your preference.
Okay, as long as you're thinking about it. Personally, I prefer continuous pages, but that's just me.
When you're putting a book together, it's easier to do a chapter and the number within the chapter, but ultimately it should be contiguous. Number one.
That would be my preference, but why don't you just add that to the list of things to consider? That's under the mechanical side of things, and report to us later on what you think you can or can't do. Okay.
Either one. That's an easy thing, because the Word document makes it either way. We just tell it.
Yep.
So
Yep.
that's a typing thing, and it's not a big deal.
Okay.
So it's the preference of the council.
Well, you've got 2 of us for consecutive numbering. Is anybody else?
You can actually do it both ways, not to be redundant, but you can actually do the chapter. You can have your page note either top or bottom, and then that runs your whole document. But in order for reference for table of contents to draw back, you can just continue to use the in chapter.
You're in charge of this, Ms. Buckholz.
My only comment is keep the total number to a minimum.
However organized.
We will try.
Okay.
Depending on the level of detail, which is also a format question. We have a lot of details that we could put in here.
Is it going to be possible to get away from the legalistic appearance of this? I mean, the second paragraph on page 11, we've got independent state agency created by SBX7, the quote, and then a footnote and all the rest of that. Is that really required at this point?
I'm looking at
that's a very good question. I think that in the introduction, I think
should I have a lawyer answer that, or a layman?
Well, let me make one statement. I want to go on the record as saying this. The important thing in here, and I think you guys have all touched upon this, is readability and clarity. So setting out statutes in whole, it can help when you're forming the document. It can help our thought processes. It's not necessarily required. Ultimately, we want to be able to have some document that passes the clarity test. We want to make sure that our audience understands what's expected of it, what's expected of us, what's expected of other agencies. So I think the answer is no, nothing requires you to set out statute. Nothing requires you to be legalistic. But in an introduction, sometimes it's helpful to notice or reference the actual act that established this body, for instance, and the requirement to do a Delta plan, for instance. But you're right. I mean, it can be done in citation.
Could you put in a pre-chapter? Could you put in a pre-chapter? I mean, when someone reads the first chapter and the second paragraph is a citation from a law, it may turn them off. Because this thing has to be persuasive as well.
Yeah.
I think.
But could you put in the appendix, for all the legal citations? Just lump it someplace.
Hank, look at the thing that Gwen showed us earlier on the box stuff in the substantive chapter. That comes closer to what you're talking about.
And that's on every chapter.
Pardon? Yeah, I mean, you may find that that's a way to achieve the same goal legally and not affect the readability. But.
Is it bad that I found it extremely readable? I think that means that I'm not that far from being a lawyer as I thought I was. But I believe I was. I mean, I still am legally, but not practicing. I take it as a badge of something or other. Not bad, though. It's a good thing. But I think it is important. I don't quite have the slavish adherence to the statute that our chairman does. I don't sleep with a copy of it under my pillow. But I do think...
copies.
Two copies? Well, because you had a room scribbling in the margins in the first one. I think that... Maybe that's it. But I actually do think it's been extremely helpful to keep us on track. I mean, I think and maybe you're right. I think when we get to the readability run through of this, which is, I think, at the end of the process, even speaking as a splitter, we will have to do multiple read-throughs, as you do of any good document, of let me assume I'm the lay public reading it. How would my Aunt Charlotte read this? I just think that's going to be really important at the end. But at the beginning, I really do think it's important. I would prefer you not spend a lot of time worrying about this now, because I also think the statute was pretty specific about a lot of things. And the statute hoped, speaking for the statute, that this would be a body that could, in a transparent way, make some hard decisions that haven't happened behind closed doors. And so I think we need the cover of the statute, not because any of us are afraid. I'm impressed with people's willingness to go where no one has gone before on this stuff. But I think it's helpful to keep that skeleton there.
I mean, basically, we're just legitimizing our effort, are we not?
We are,
in
but
the
we're
broadest
also
sense.
Giving it a context that I think is really important. I think that imprimatur of the law and that direction should help give us courage to do the right thing, but also help other people who would like us to not do things that the statutes tell us what to do, to stay back. People will continue saying not to do the pieces of the statute they don't like, and to do the pieces of the statute they do like. And that skeleton, I think, framework kind of keeps all of us a little more honest than we might be otherwise. That's my only thought about it.
I should probably just add, if we're still on Chapter 1, we're still on Chapter 1?
We are still on page
Okay.
1-1.
I tended to want to see in Chapter 1 what arguably ought to be in the executive summary, which is the story that we're telling in the rest of the stuff. But it wasn't, therefore I was more critical than it probably deserved. But Chapters 1, 2, and 3 are not the ones, I think, that will live forever in the Delta Plan. They are part of the Delta Plan, but they are operational chapters that are important to us. So the first is, is kind of a little bit about the Delta is important to everybody, but it's another place where we say co-equal goals are important, and then this is the culmination of legislative work. That read to me more like a cover letter than anything else. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, although they are important to us, are largely designed because of all the difficulties we had in the setup stages of this and all the arguments everybody wants to have about what does a statute mean, which provision should be read this way or that way, and the definitional stuff, particularly in Chapter 3. So, I looked at it and I said, Chapter 1, I don't know about. Chapter 2, 3, I'd almost say they could be an appendix to this, important though the elements are. So, for example, I think the statutory stuff, particularly the foundational co-equal goals objectives, are really important to nail down. But the definitions, for example, Chapter 3.2, page 3.2 on definitions, we have a whole bunch in here, but a number of them, I guess, are either statutory or we've already adopted in our administrative procedures. So the best available science, for example, although we might want to tinker with that definition, we've adopted by emergency regulation a definition of best available science in the interim plan that we acted on. And
I think the definition should go in the appendix.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was getting at.
That's where they usually go.
Yeah.
It's like a glossary, the abbreviations.
That might make sense.
The other part that we were attempting to do, and I think we'll, if we're moving through, Chapter 1 was trying to tell the story, but obviously didn't hit the mark for you and many other
Yeah,
people.
but I'm
Not
awful.
just you. We've had other
Yeah.
comments. I don't mean it. I wasn't trying to be sassy there. It's the fact that we've had that comment in many places, and including a couple of the comments on the wording of this. In Chapter 2, we did want to provide the legislative basis of what we were doing in the Delta Plan on pages 2-1 and 2-2. We also needed to define the concept of the planning area for the Delta Plan, and that my guess is as we move forward with findings and policies, that may become more clear and be almost in a point where it could be in the appendix and then be described for each one of the subsequent chapters, because it's a little different for Delta's evolving place versus reduced risk versus.
Might be.
And so it may be something we might want to, from a definition standpoint, place with definitions in the appendix, and then just talk about it within each one of the other chapters, the implementation chapters.
Well, I'm open on that suggestion. I did like your idea of boxing the most pertinent statutes with the subject areas and including that. I thought that was useful.
So that on pages 2-3 is really where we start trying to explain the planning area, and we didn't put any figures in this one because it just became longer, and we're trying to get through things.
On 2-4,
On 2-4,
did you really want us to extend to the Habitat Conservation Plan of Santa Clara County in line 16 and 17?
We were trying.
That was YOLO, wasn't it?
There are a lot of changes already on this page on my
okay.
document, and there are many things that we have missed, and people have let us know that we've missed them. The attempt on this started in one place, and then it started getting larger. I think this also, what we were trying to say in this was that we know that there's a lot of concurrent planning processes going on, some that were defined in statute to be included and be considered by the council and the development of the Delta Plan, some others that were not specified in the statute but we know that are ongoing, and that this started in one direction, and it's now, I think, become a remnant that we probably, again, could easily move to the appendix as a background information, or just use it, because it will certainly be in the environmental impact report as the background information in the other parts of the document, too. So we could easily move that, but just, again, acknowledge that there are projects that are out there that are defined that aren't available.
Just to kind of toss a little, I don't want to try. One of the things, whether here, because it's not a formal planning process, or throughout the document, and we may have already talked about this a little bit, is I would like us, once we have a chance to look at the PPIC report, the chairman said let's not reinvent the wheel on some things, but I'd like us to think about it and give due reference to some of their concepts, some of which are good. I had to say, in reading a huge chunk of it in the last few days, I was sort of irritated that while they mentioned the Delta Stewardship Council on some of what we did, they came up with this whole concept of reconciliation, which I actually, what they're talking about, I don't mind. The title's not my favorite for a variety of reasons, but they didn't mention that we already have statutory authority and we're focusing on co-equal goals, which are to integrate human and wildlife values, which is precisely their big recommendation, and yet it's the heart of what we're doing. So I just want to make sure that we also think about the report and where we can cross-reference anything that's really good in there.
Yeah.
Not an immediate thing, but over time.
And I agree, and I think that's one of the reasons why we want to also reference some of these other documents too, because a lot of those have items that could be looked at as part of the, certainly as integration with the policies that potentially the council will look at, but also that they have actually outcomes that are coming forth that are important. Ecosystem restoration programs, levee improvement programs.
Exactly, and as we fill this out to help build the story, whether in boxes or otherwise, they're just incredible success stories on water use efficiency, recycling, any of the areas we're talking about, regional self-sufficiency, where there are regions who are like way ahead of other regions, that telling that story of those real places and doing a little vetting with people of what are good examples, which is something I think I would have wanted to see in this document. I think that'll really be helpful. It will also help people see themselves in a concrete example, either themselves or a concrete example of other regions like them, which I think will help make this come alive.
Would you see that in an appendix so that it wouldn't disrupt the flow of this? Or
No,
just a mention?
no, enough of it throughout the flow. Even though that may make it longer, I think those boxes are helpful in illustrating a point. I also think as we get further, I keep coming up with EGs, for example, that illustrate the point we're making.
So maybe text boxes off to the side. Okay.
Randy.
Can I affirm that and suggest that it be in the policy recommendations?
Okay.
Included in that section.
Don.
Yeah, in section 2, that and maybe this goes back to a conversation we had earlier this morning, but earlier this afternoon, on the covered actions piece and regulations that would apply, because you got a good deal of discussion here about the planning areas and how covered actions might or might not mesh with certainly the statutes under the Reform Act. But would this be an area where you would begin to then at least recite the fact that regulations and some of those covered actions, or is that going to be a different section? Maybe for Chris or Gwen.
Was the question whether or not they would be for each topical area in
right,
each chapter?
Yeah, or would you begin to, because here you have this whole section, geographic scope and use of the Delta Plan, and there's this discussion that ensues on page 2-3 about covered actions, and then goes back and recites the law. Is this going to be the general reference, and then you're going to go back into each
I think that's a good idea, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That helps. Thanks.
Could you, I don't think I caught
There'll
that.
be a general reference in the introductory sections that explain how all of this works. And then for each chapter, you'll actually have regulatory policies and policy recommendations. But up front, you'll explain in general how it's supposed to work.
Okay, the minutes of this meeting are going to reflect a good slug of this discussion. And Terry's taking notes, as she always does, to remind us of what we said when we change our minds and say something different. But the second draft will probably deal with most of those, but keep a list of the questions you've got to make sure we catch them, because in this kind of a free-ranging discussion, it's pretty easy to misinterpret comments and either run after them as a done deal or nobody paid any attention to it. So but that's a good point.
Thanks.
Okay.
On page 2-4 at the bottom, this is where we provide we introduce the concept of the 4 points in time that would be evaluated. This is not just for the Delta Plan, as looking at and this will be especially in the policies and the performance measures would have points in time. Also for the environmental impact report, this will become the same points in time for looking at implementation of those alternatives.
This is the one area where the statute clearly gives us the authority to do something like this, but we are being more definitive in our approach to it than the statute specified, but well within the authority. I thought that was an interesting change from some of the earlier things we saw last month and the month before, particularly the initial year stuff.
Mr. Chair, if I just could, yes, this section also talks about, with the milestones, obviously makes a good deal of reference to the BDCP, and then the next section is the review and update process is anticipated, because we know BDCP is not going to be completed before this plan is anticipated to be done by the end of this year. That you would then use the process that's described on page 2.5 as being that, or that would remain on a separate track, because it's called out for in the legislation to look at the meeting the criteria and whether it would be incorporated or not into the Delta Plan. Would you have to trigger? I guess my question: would you have to trigger this formal review, or I don't say update, but you have this? There'll be other pieces that are going to follow on too. So how do those get dealt with in the context of kind of, I guess, of a procedural standpoint versus
right? Well, the BDCP process, with regard to your jurisdiction, is laid out in statute, and that was covered by our appeals procedures as well. So, in essence, if BDCP is completed and it gets permitted by the state and federal governments, and it meets the statutory requirements for inclusion in our plan, as determined by the Department of Fish and Game, then there's that appeals possibility. It may come to you on appeal, and if you take a look at it and determine, yeah, it looked like they did a good job, they followed the statute for inclusion in the plan, it automatically gets included into your plan. So that, I think that's the trigger point with regard to BDCP. I think the review and update process is something that says we have to take a look every 5 years. It doesn't preclude us from taking a look maybe in another year if it, depending on the circumstances.
Well, and again, I would maybe just take a question one step further. Then, when you've got reviews going on flood control with the plan that's being done there, you've got some analysis regarding flows and so forth that it may not be enforceable under this plan, but certainly may or may not be done by the time. So there are just, I guess, entry points separate and apart from review and I guess update that would be on any 5-year rotation that could be triggered. And again, I think about the Protection Commission's, the resource management plan has to be done on a certain cycle that may not coincide with a 5-year cycle for the Delta plan. So those would come forward as they're completed and obviously encountered by staff as to when you might take them up before this body once you had a Delta plan in place. Is that?
Yeah, that's my understanding,
Okay.
is that the council would have that decision to make a decision to formally review it. They just need to look at it at least once every 5 years.
Okay, so those are points in time that to be anticipated. Okay.
And we've had people question, are we going to make it so like it's the every 5th and 0 year? And we're
Well, I think as we approach the end of this, there will be a flurry of excitement, and there'll be 5 planning processes that will suddenly discover that they're not going to be ready in time. And in the last 2 weeks before we adopt the Delta plan, they're going to want to have special consideration ranging from exempt us completely from the Delta plan, drop chapters 1, 7, 6, and that until we complete it, or so on. And my instinct is we probably can't do that, but we probably could look ahead to the year 2012, 2013, and try to put the incompleted plans on some kind of path for notice, updates, and hearings in the hopes you can get them done. I don't know who that's going to be, but there'll undoubtedly be some. Undoubtedly.
Any other thoughts on chapters 2? On chapter 3, as we proceeded to fill it in, it was such a great outline, but as we started to try to write to it, there was a point late, just a couple days before we published, that we all said this probably doesn't need to be a separate chapter, but by that time we didn't want to. We thought that at this point we would put it out this version, but I think it's almost at staff level universal that chapter 3 needs to be blended into either appendices or other chapters. And it's mostly a definitions chapter. It's also an organizations chapter, which can easily be done in chapter 1.
Well, I like having terms listed separately so we can understand which term, the reference. I think that's a very useful thing to have.
Right, but we were proposing or I'm proposing that we move that to the appendices.
Oh, sure.
Because
I
this
don't
is going to be a
object to that at
longer
all.
list by the time
Yeah.
we finish this in the next couple of months.
And we've got water. What does reliable mean for water system, and what is a Delta ecosystem to our list of questions or terms or something?
Yes, and
Okay.
there was water supply reliability, and there are interesting definitions out there, as you just found out this morning, so we punted on this draft.
Yes.
Gwen, you may wish to consider saving the first part and call it purpose of the Delta plan and getting away from the definitions, but I think those, the important bullet points, manage water resources, if it isn't already in the executive summary, which is in your mind someplace, it probably should be, and maybe just as it appears here.
Okay. We'll probably blend it back over. This one's becoming too small to be viable. The chapter 4, which is science and adaptive management, may also be blended into another. It affects many parts of the Delta plan from implementation processes. It's still under development. Our science program is working with us on this to pull this
I think
together.
this is an area where we actually have a major contribution to make that could touch a whole bunch of areas and processes in state and federal relations and the policy we're talked about. And if we can get a clearly articulated understanding of an adaptive management plan tied to our existing definition of best available science, and a structure which in a real and practical sense would exemplify adaptive management. Now, personally, my preference is I do not believe you can have adaptive management of an ecosystem without also having adaptive management of water supply. I mean, they're irretrievably linked, but we've tended to separate it legally and intellectually, and I think that's a mistake. But do you have a sense of when the science folks are going to be ready to take a look at this, Keith?
I think they're actually looking at inclusion in the second draft, but before that, I don't think we'll have.
Yeah, that is definitely the goal for the second draft. That's not a question.
Oh, okay. Randy?
You have adaptive management covered in Chapter 12, and I suspect that what you had in mind was something similar to the Bay Plan, where they listed 14 issues that needed further study, or, I mean, they started their conclusion with the fact that things are changing and need to be constantly reevaluated, and then they listed 14 things that they weren't able to definitively describe. Is that the best place for the adaptive management discussion?
Yeah, Chapter 12 is sort of the integration chapter right now, because we feel like each one of these chapters were sort of independent, or they were looking at things more of a stovepipe kind of concept. It certainly will be mentioned in Chapter 12 because that's part of that integration package. It also could be part of each one of the chapters, but also part of the governance, which is the implementation piece. I could see it's a big part of implementation. And so as it's being developed right now, it's being looked at in all of those places. And so it may not be this standalone chapter here. Instead, it would be appropriately placed in each of the chapters, and then certainly in the implementation through governance, and also in Chapter 12 for the integration.
Okay.
Because it's not a standalone item.
Any other questions on Chapter 4? Okay. Chapter 5.
Okay, Chapter 5. And now you may look at the document that was provided to you this morning. And again, this is
This is the packet with the little clip on the edge.
Right.
Okay.
And it's punched for your inclusion behind each one of your chapters, or however you'd like to do this.
Just for purposes of discussion, have you concluded where in our binders we should insert these punched pages?
Probably behind what I'm doing is behind each one of my chapters right now.
Got it. Okay.
And again, this is one of those learning events. You take out too much information and you need to go put it back. So the format on what we've done in Chapter 5 is, and 5 through 9 of these right now is the concept of these formats, is an introduction on the first page, as I said, the text box with the co-equal goals, inherent objectives, and other objectives on the second page of Chapter 5. This is in your binder initially, the Delta Plan. And then we took each one of those other objectives in the text box, and we started looking at findings for those. And so when you move to this third page of each chapter, you'll see the words draft findings, policies, performance measures, targets. You won't find policies, performance, or you find a list of policies at the very end, but performance measures and targets aren't in here at all. We then identified objectives, and for each one of those objectives, that grouping of objectives, so like for promote a more reliable water supply, the 85302 C1 through 3 was what we identified as the objectives, the other objectives. And then we identified 5 findings. You can see that there's findings in here, and then what we did on the document that we just gave to you is that we took each one of those bold-faced findings and put that in the box on these, and then we did a little more detail about what the citations were. So instead of, on this case, the Water Plan Update 2009 from DWR, we went and put the information and also some data that we used, or in some cases it was a graph that we placed in here. In some cases it was a citation from what we were using to base the development of that finding.
Gwen, is there one here that you think doesn't have any particular controversy but would illustrate what you've done, one of the suggested examples out of all the others, that you'd say, well, take a look at this one, this gives you a flavor in walking through it in detail? I mean, you have one with a pretty picture on it?
Yes, I'm trying to... Chapter 9 is probably...
Well, I was looking in just the Chapter 5 for the time.
Stay in chapter
how about
5. How about on
519 surface storage? This is not a discussion to say, gosh, we agree with this finding, it's really terrific, you ought to leave it in. But rather, here's how we're structuring this. Is this an approach that makes sense to you?
Why don't we move to... I'm trying to see. Yeah, 519 is one. You wanted one without controversy.
Well, there's nothing in the Delta Plan without controversy. Let's.
Right. If you look at 5-29.
529.
In my engineering mind, this has little controversy, but I'm sure it does for some people.
Okay. Okay, so this is one that says the collection of information is all screwed up and something's got to be done about it or the world's going to hell.
Well, it's not screwed up, but it's incomplete. And it's on page 5-29 of the document we provided to you at your desk today. The finding, which in this format-wise, in the text box at the top, we identified the page in the Delta Plan that it was, and so this was Chapter 5, page 5 and 6 that was there. In this case, we said that many of the local, regional, state, and federal agencies, organizations collect water data but use different methodologies and level of detail. And so we referenced the 20 by 2020 Water Conservation Plan developed by Department of Water Resources, State Board, and others. And they had this table in there on their page that actually showed that there were multiple different ways that different agencies were collecting data, some electronic, some not. It was an indication that, and this is, as I said, you asked for a less controversial one. People don't like this, but they at least acknowledge this in our discussions. We also in there talked about that there was a statement that the completeness and the accuracy of these data vary substantially between water suppliers, and that was a citation from another document. So those are the types of information that we provided then what we used in the development of the findings.
Putting aside the fact I'd probably consolidate a couple of these findings under a subcategory of data gaps or something like that. I like the approach, just a couple observations. Buried in, I think it's volume 4 of the State Water Plan Update, are two papers, one by DWR statistical staff, I believe, and the other by some academic outside consultants. The first politely and the second far less politely itemizing exactly their views on the insufficiencies of data collection. But they're all talking about the same thing. And it's a continuing refrain. Do any of the studies you've looked at suggest anything other than somebody ought to do something about this? For example, may the Department of Water Resources, using its existing authority, impose the duty on all contractors to provide the information? May the Central Valley Project, as you understand, as somebody, going beyond this ought to be done to some illustrations of ways to do it. I mean, it clear as condition of receiving bond funds from the state of California shall be.
And that's part of the most recent legislation for the groundwater processes for part of the 20 by 2020. And I will say another part of the problems too, this is my opinion, is the fact that we have multiple systems. So, for instance, Central Valley methodologies and data collection methods, or data collection libraries. So, for instance, Central Valley project contractors submit a tremendous amount of data, as do state water project contractors. But Central Valley project contractors have to specifically do it under a couple of the federal laws of Reclamation Reform Act and CVPIA. And yet, so that's an inconsistent level of detail. So, and it's also not always available to other agencies in the same kind of manner. And so there's a lot of different things, and that's one of the problems, I think, that we haven't seen anything outside of a policy type thing that says something should be done about this.
Well, it's got to be. It's hard for me to imagine that there's going to be much of an argument about the collection of data. There might be an argument about, well, this data isn't easily available, so we can't demand it. But at some point, I'd like to see the list of steps that could be taken, including a governor's executive order, if the lawyers say that that's within the scope to collect information. I mean, I don't know what the right approach is.
Some of the concerns that have happened on previous programs, just to let you know, have been the amount of time that's required to provide different levels of detail of data into different systems. And also there's a concern just of coming up with the supercomputer to pull it all together. That's always been another issue.
Randy, then Felicia.
So on page 529, would that be described as a finding?
The finding is in the text box, and that finding is on in the Delta plan. That finding is on better be 5-6.
Okay. Then where would we find the policy recommendations?
We have not done the policy recommendations on this.
But
in the subsequent, then we'd be doing policy recommendations for that. If you look at on page 5-7 on working categories of potential policies and recommendations, the very last one on that page is data collection, statewide plan, and implementation mechanisms.
5-7?
Yes, it's the very last bullet item on that page.
Water
it's a category of a policy, a potential policy and recommendations.
But in terms of the format, would it appear on page 530 or would it appear on page 5-7?
That's what we're asking for feedback from the council on how you would like that. If you broke these down into smaller groups of objectives like they are here, would you have the policies with each one of those objectives and those categories, or would it follow each finding? Would it be all at the end of the chapter? That's
my preference would be list a finding, list the policy recommendations, then go on to the next finding, list the policy recommendations.
Would you do narrative on each?
I'd keep it very, very concise. And I again refer to the Bay Plan as an example of how to keep the findings to one paragraph and the policy recommendations to one paragraph.
Now, in that document, they sort of grouped all the findings and all the policies.
To get without regard to subject matter.
Well, they're already grouped in smaller chapters
that's
than
right,
this,
that's right.
but not specific, so that you may have, I'm going to use, even though we don't have water quality, water quality has many different aspects of water quality.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They, but the way it turns out, they're essentially on 2 pages in front of you at the same time.
Yes.
And I think that's what I'm encouraging happen, is that we don't read the finding here and then have to go through 4 or 5 more pages to find out the corresponding policy recommendation.
So in this case, you would, Dave, and don't worry about the format of capital letters, etc., but just the finding, maybe an extra sentence, and that would be it. 2 sentences or so, those little tiny squares that are paragraphs they've got on the BCDC program in both policies and findings and policies would be your preference.
That would be my preference. What do you think of that?
I think that's very specific, and using it in a permitting process, consistency finding process would be easily, depending on the words, should be easily done.
But Gwen, don't we have many instances, in fact, both finding 5-6, the two findings here, one and the other, both pertain to the same recommendation. So we need if you followed recommendations on every finding, you'd find a great deal of redundancy. We need to find a way to sort of categorize and collate them.
Well, that's what I was asking is, are you, and I think that's what I was asking is, it's a question of doing finding and policy A and B, or is it like B, C, D, C, where there's a groups of findings,
Related findings and then related
groups
policies.
of policies?
It certainly reads well the way the Bay plan is presented. But I don't know.
And then we have a concern with the performance measures, because those are the ones that have to go connected to the policy.
To the policy range. Yeah.
I don't have I honest to God don't know. We went through the same thing in Dell Division. We tried it 3 different ways. None of them worked. And then we finally extracted the 112 strategies and policies and put them in front, and nobody read that either. And everybody read, as best I can tell, the cover letter and the executive summary.
And the table. That's what I
Table.
used.
Now, it was not an enforceable regulation, and this is much different. Much different. Felicia?
I'm sort of comfortable with them using their judgment and, again, lumping or splitting based on what seems to make sense as we go along. Because I agree with Keith's potential point where you're going to be really redundant. But there's no way. I remember going through these massive sessions on the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Plan, whatever it was called at the time. And, we had a whole offsite with the science group that wanted to write it one way and the public policy people that wanted to write it another way because they speak different languages. And I said, if we really want to get to both audiences, just, pardon me, my language, write the goddamn thing both ways if that's what it takes. And if you need the short annotated version, do that too. And if some people read tables better, this one we are definitely going to need table guides that pull it all together. But I think it's hard to decide now, frankly, in the abstract. I personally, I'd rather get into it and try it whatever way works for you. Hopefully we won't have to do it 3 different ways. And you have to write it, as we were saying earlier, the executive summary for people, that's all they're going to read. And, at the end, we're going to be going over the last drafts a zillion times to comb for those splinters that send people off in the wrong direction. That's just what we're going to have to do at the end of it. But trying to figure it out now doesn't feel like the most productive use of time, to my mind. Then again, I'm a different Myers-Briggs type than some people. Doesn't seem like the best use of time.
Mr. Chair, at the risk of prolonging this just a hair, I liked Hank's version that he brought up really early, which is where are we now? And then these findings that buttress that. Where do we want to go, and how are we going to get there, and when are we going to get there? That is another way to collect that probably does a better job of telling a story than a collection of findings, related actions, and read into it the story that you want.
Yeah. Gwen, just on a couple of comments, I've actually added up all the findings. There are a total of 73 in the first draft, 15 in water resources. But on all the captions of the substantive policy stuff, I think I mentioned to you before, I prefer the precise wording of the statute. So managing water resources is in the statute, but it's one of the objectives. And the objective says managing water resources over the long term. Now, I could be wrong, but that seems to me to be a better way to do it. And that's true in most of the chapter headings, that they got edited a bit from the statute. And I know that may not always work, but...
you meant on the chapter headings?
Just on the chapter headings. So like Chapter 6 is Restore Delta Ecosystem, but the statute says Protect, Restore, and Enhance. I don't know if it makes a big difference, but I just feel more comfortable there.
Yeah, I think it does. And on Chapter 5, you've got where it says Promote a more reliable water supply, and the actual word is Provide, which is a lot stronger.
And you are, I'm sorry, I've lost where you might be.
Little I. It's the first page I have under Section 5. It says basis of findings in the upper right-hand corner.
Oh.
You got Chapter 5, Managed Water Resources.
Oh, on the objective. Okay.
Provide, advise, promote.
Although in the, if I could direct you, this is where I get confused. So I'm just trying to understand. This is an example, because I know we're not doing line by lines, but on page 5-3 of the Delta plan, like where we use that, maybe we're using a different part of the statute for that. We had pulled that from 85302, which I believe says promote, if we copied it correctly. So that's part of the other issues, that we have multiple sections that address this with different wording. So
Well, I got
trying to get that focused.
I got the provide from 1-1, Chapter 1, the Delta Plan.
Okay.
And actually it says providing. And it's on line 12.
Right, in the text, I see that. Mm-hmm.
In the text, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I guess it would be to the council, we'll have to work on the wording to see it, but maybe we should try to connect with the legislation as much as possible.
Well,
I'd say absolutely.
Okay.
This may be an exercise you don't have time to go through, but if I were recommending something to you, I'd take all of these 15 findings you've written. You're going to want to do grammatical changes on all of them, but without regard to the subcategories of headings, if they were to tell the story of this chapter, where would you start? And if you start with 1, what logically follows next? Not in terms of the statutory order, but in terms of the story. And at the end, I bet you're going to find it won't be 15, it'll be fewer, and you'll juggle the order a bit. But if they logically tell a story, then I think you're better able to construct it. And I am fully aware of the pressures of putting this one together. And this was one of the harder chapters, is still one of the harder chapters. But that's what I do. Now, I want to make a cry for more simple, let's see, what do you politely call it, public policy writing as opposed to legal writing or science writing. But on the second finding on page 5.3, California's water infrastructure is increasingly vulnerable to external factors such as climate change. Well, California's water infrastructure is increasingly vulnerable to climate change. Seems to me like a more easily understood sentence. I know that people want to say, well, it's not the only change, but your narrative is mostly about climate change, if not totally about climate change. And just the wording of it, it has to be understandable to be powerful in my judgment. I know that some of these things are not fully capable of being explained. Just a couple observations on findings on page 5-4. You've got findings, the second finding is surface and groundwater supplies will only be reliable on a long-term basis if groundwater overdraft is eliminated. I don't think you've adequately explained this. Hank came close to it when he said, nature provides the basic amount of supply. We store some of that supply. The rest of it, this is Randy, came in with groundwater is available to supplement it. But the chapter doesn't explain that, although I thought PPIC did an okay job on it. And, in some sense, the great untested issues are, is surface water storage available for dry years, or is it simply regular year storage? And my impression is that people tend to view over time that it's just ordinary old storage, and the concept of drawing down, it just becomes part of the regular supply. And that's one-time water assumed to be permanent. And the second is the interconnections between groundwater, and if you deplete groundwater, There's a lot of stuff in the PPIC report about the depletion, in fact, reducing the flows in rivers that, and some of the other attendant problems. And the little illustration of Woodland and Davis's application for surface water, because they've messed up the groundwater on which they've relied for a very good long time. Nobody's yet, and we haven't yet addressed the question of, is it the obligation of the state of California to provide surface water to automatically replace groundwater that may not have been appropriately used? Now, I don't know what the answer to that question is, but that's a big deal. So anyway, it's almost telling the story. Even if you don't do it in a finding, the narrative has to explain.
And maybe that could be, especially if the findings, generally we're sort of adhering, unless the council, you think we can move from that, is that we're trying to hold the findings to documented issues.
Yeah. On 5.4, the finding at the bottom, next to the bottom, urban residential water use has not declined for the past 40 years. I've seen stuff that said that. PPIC doesn't say it that way. They say it's stabilized or even gone down. I don't know what the truth is, but hopefully we can reconcile figures.
And this one does say it's stabilized. It just takes a lot of words to say it.
No, I do understand it. I do understand it. And the last sentence, I understand what you're trying to do. Environmental water, we tend to call anything left over that humans don't use is called environmental water. Okay, I'm not sure that fits in that sentence. And then water conservation in all sectors can be significantly improved. Can be, must be. I mean, that wasn't strong enough for my taste, but that's just me. On the reuse and water recycling on page 5.5, I think the last phrase, but is not likely to be a major factor for several decades or more, only applies to desal and not to all water recycling, groundwater management, stormwater capture, but it reads as if all of those do not offer opportunities except in the very long, what does it say, for several decades or more. I can understand a statement like that about desal. That may be supportable, but I don't understand it about the others. Let's see. PPIC, by the way, said that we should delay decisions on surface storage until we know more about climate change and how it affects it, which I thought was a wow conclusion in their report. And they argued that you can't build a storage facility without some clear understanding of what the weather patterns are that it's supposed to respond to, or that's not the right engineering term. And I hadn't even thought of it. I don't know what to do about that.
That's what some of the models are showing us.
Yeah. And then on page 5.6, the measurable assessment, the data gap stuff, whether it's here or anywhere, I'm for a really mean, tough statement on data gaps. I can't imagine how we can be expected to do any significant planning, adjustment, adapt, and manage, or anything else if we have basic absence of information that compromises the decisions that are made. By the way, I just wanted to add one. Oops, I'm sorry. I'm on the next chapter. Forget it. I'll come back to that. Oh, I know. Here's my last question on page 5.7. This working categories of potential policies, that will either be integrated or dropped. The ideas will be fit in the next draft or dropped.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay.
These are placeholders for discussion and providing sort of to stimulate comments.
Randy.
Under working categories, you've identified integrated regional water management plans. It would be really helpful to include some discussion about the difficulties that some regions have had adapting to the requirements for funding through the IRWP. It's just a matter of some being better organized in their structure to qualify for the funds versus others that aren't as connected agency to agency. That's a very important element in the Delta plan, I think, that needs to be discussed.
Yes.
I don't know. I thought I understood we would be stopping sort of on the early side today. And I'd kind of like to hear from the people who are out there. I mean, I have a million comments on these.
Okay. Well, we're coming back tomorrow.
It's just there may be some people out there who aren't.
Yeah, that makes sense. Gwen, would this be a fair place to break?
Good break for...
Then tomorrow when we get back, let's start at Chapter 6.
But can we let some of them talk?
No, that's what we're going to do.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay. All right. Okay. Do we have any slips? We do. Okay, Dr. Pike. Yes, sir. I saw you with a baseball hat on, I believe, earlier.
That's to keep my head warm.
I understand the motivation. I have exactly the same motivation.
Chair Eisenberg, members, good afternoon. I'm Robert Pike. I'm an individual consultant in geotechnical, earthquake, and water resource engineering. As some of you know, I am an Australian American, which means that I am practiced at driving on both sides of the road. In the present context, that means I'm a supporter of both farmers and fishermen. There's nothing better than freshly caught local salmon with Delta asparagus, followed by a Fiscalini bandage-wrapped cheddar, washed down with a Ficklin port. I have written extensive comments on the first staff draft, and I'm not going to repeat the technical points here, except to note that a policy on dredging and dredge disposal, issues that are relevant to all 5 physical elements of the Delta Plan, are presently missing from both my comments and from the first staff draft. I should also note that you will find possible answers to some of the questions that have been discussed here today in my comments. And if I may be so bold as to say, substantially more substance than you'll find in the new PPIC book. I also want to note my agreement with Jonas Minton, who's been reported as saying about the first staff draft, it doesn't appear that anyone has yet identified a sweet spot combining economics, the environment, and political feasibility, and suggest that this is what the plan should be focusing on. Reciting the problems is not a plan.
You mean the win-win solution that magically delivers water, endless buckets of public money, and endless satisfaction and praise?
Yes, I do.
Ah.
And in fact, if you read my op-ed in the Contra Costa Times of Christmas Day, you'll see that I think there is a win-win-win solution. And your charge is to look for it. Reciting the problems is not a plan. Finding Jonas's sweet spot and outlining policies to address the problems is a plan. I also want to make the point there have been many excellent written comments submitted to you, particularly on the NOP, more on the environmental process, but I don't see them reflected in the first staff draft. I respectfully suggest that you need to do a better job of addressing comments, especially mine, but many others as well. In my written comments, I'm incomplete, but I include good comments that have been made by a number of other people. I also want to note that I see more common threads in the written comments than one might imagine from just listening to verbal comments at the council meetings. In private discussions, I find there's even more common ground. You've been extraordinarily patient listening to presentations and public comments, much more than I could be. But I think part of the problem is that at meetings you provide a forum for everyone to push their own point of view, and that this actually contributes to posturing and polarization. What I think is needed is more of what I might call facilitated communication. There are various ways to do this, and I urge you to explore them. Going to a subject that's already been discussed today, although Mr. Nordoff, I notice, had to step out. Unlike the Murray-Darling Basin in Australia, where I first learned to read and write, although perhaps not very well, there is not enough water to go around on a long-term basis. I believe that in California, notwithstanding the present localized but very significant groundwater overdraft in the southwest and San Joaquin Valley, there is enough water to go around if its use is optimized and if you pry people away from the positions that they've been anchored to, in some cases, for 30 years or more. I first wrote these words a couple of weeks ago before the last council newsletter appeared. So I was pleased to read what Councilmember Fiorini wrote in that newsletter. I quote, "Let me be clear, there is enough water to meet current and future needs for California's economy and for the environment if it is managed properly. But the solutions of the future will look much different than the solutions of the past." If you don't believe me, listen to Randy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir.
And let's get California working again.
Thank you. Mr. Zlotnick. Greg, we got a copy of a document that is dated 2/14.
No,
we have not.
It's today. That's referencing. That's the document we're commenting on.
Okay, so we've not seen this one
no,
before.
I just brought it today, and I was going to comment about that.
All right, and we'll see that it's posted
yes,
on the website.
And I'll speak to that too. Greg Zlotnick with the State and Federal Contractors Water Agency. With respect to the document, we had hoped to have for you today not only this document, but also a cover letter and another attachment that gets to what you asked for before, which sort of an outline of what we saw as doable in a plan and the beginnings of that. It's not quite ready yet. We're hoping maybe tomorrow, but this was ready today, and since you're going to talk about the plan today, I want to bring this. So your staff has it. There's copies on the back table, I guess, and this is more of sort of our traditional line-by-line, discussion of the document. I won't go through all that. It's sort of hard to figure out where to start today because of your own discussion, but I will provide some general comments and leave a lot of the detail to the staff to look at. The first one, I just want to go to your discussion just a few minutes ago about the use of the terms related to water supply reliability. Unfortunately, as we talked about before, the legislation itself is the genesis of that problem. Essentially, you have the co-equal goal defined as providing improved water supply reliability. Then you have 85020, which sets out the policies inherent in management of the Delta for the co-equal goals, which talks about manage water resources. And then you have 85302 that lays out within what's supposed to be in the plan, promote water supply reliability. So, I guess we would argue the co-equal goal trumps all of that, so we want to see provide in there. And just as you're going forward, we certainly commend the staff for undertaking with obviously a very difficult task with all this, going to be very complicated and continue to be difficult to make headway. But we do think, and we've commented on this before, that the plan needs to do a better job in understanding that this is just the beginnings, but a better job of articulating very clearly with legislative citation. And this gets to, it's not just things that people like within the legislation or don't like within the legislation. It's what does the legislation actually authorize and direct the council to do. And it needs to talk about those things, what the activities they consider or you consider within your regulatory purview, those that you will be promoting, quote unquote, those which you'll be making recommendations to other entities. And I think it's important to sort of lay all that out so people kind of know, here's the plan, here's who's going to do it, we're going to do it, it's regulation or not. And I think that would be very useful for folks to understand what's going on ultimately. We think that it's important, and we appreciate Randy bringing up the references to 85302, and it's actually subsection D. Unfortunately, it says C on your page there, which is the ecosystem section, but really talk about those goal 1, 2, 3, the measures to promote renewable supply, meeting demands for reasonable beneficial use, sustaining economic vitality, improving water quality, and those can be used as potentially organizing principles themselves within that section in terms of the recommendations of how you're going to actually achieve those things and what the measures are that the legislation discusses. The reasonable use doctrine, we think, needs to be reflected actually along the lines of what you said, Mr. Chairman, I believe at the last meeting, that it applies to all water use in the state, including environmental water use. Currently, the way it's written, it seems to be focused primarily on agricultural and export uses, and it's something that's important to apply everywhere. We're concerned that the best available science for some of the recommendations and findings that are in here is not being used. I know there's a lot of argument out there, but quoting to, utilizing the state board's flow criteria report as the basis of a finding when the report itself included multiple caveats about why it was the way it was in terms of not balancing issues, not dealing with all the questions of beneficial use, seems of questionable merit. And the biological opinions, one of which has basically been, the validity of which has been essentially thrown out by the court, and the other one is being looked at right now in the same court. That raises some question, and just maybe there are other things that can be used to substantiate the findings.
Are the water contractors now in favor of the water board starting a delta flow standard under public trust doctrine immediately?
Wouldn't necessarily say immediately. I think we expect that to happen once the BDCP is done.
Well, how can you develop a BDCP which is required to take into account flow standards and not want to see the flow standards by the legal entity set prior to the conclusion of BDCP?
They're to take into account for information purposes the flow criteria developed by the state board, which did not go into what a normal process would be.
Is it acceptable to the contractors if it takes 10 years to develop those standards?
We'd like to see it happen with all deliberate speed, to use a phrase.
As used in the
Yes,
Southern States Review of the Federal Civil Rights Act?
I understand. But, they have their process, and it takes what it takes. But we know it needs to happen, and that is expected to happen as a consequence of what comes out of BDCP. We are hopeful, obviously, that what does come out of BDCP will fit within whatever process they do, and they'll come out with a end product that's consistent, hopefully. But that will be something that they determine under their process with the Water Quality Control Plan and then the water rights process related to that. We also, and this did come up, and I think perhaps Mr. Natoli raised it, we think it's very important that when you describe covered actions, that you not only just talk about things that happen in whole or in part within the Delta, but there's, I believe, 3 or 4 other criteria within the statute that define covered actions and need to be particularly clear because the local entities will be having to make findings on those for their consistency determination. So the more clarity you have, the better about that going forward. Someone mentioned, I believe, about the PPIC or others, that the council, you don't want to be reinventing the wheel on a lot of these things. Just as an example, there's a lot of activity that's already been going on with processes involving stakeholders and setting forth new standards, new protocols or whatever related to recycled water, with groundwater management, water use efficiency, stormwater, et cetera. And so we encourage you to sort of inventory what's already been going on and not get into reinventing a lot of those things. Comment we've made before, very important to distinguish, I think, when it's appropriate, when you're talking about the delta, to distinguish between impacts or activities within the primary versus the secondary zone, because I think there will be major distinctions between activities of the plan between the primary and secondary zone. I think that adds clarity. I'll just skip through some of these. Very much appreciative and totally agree with Mr. Fiorini's comment and Mr. Pike's about there's plenty of water in the state. Basically, it's an issue of management, infrastructure deficit, and lack of flexibility at this point. Not to say there aren't, as you identified, problems on a regional basis in certain areas, but overall, there is plenty of the state. We'd like to also suggest that in addition to the lack of infrastructure flexibility, we have an issue with lack of regulatory flexibility. This was an item that, again, PPIC happened to mention in terms of there's a lot of discretion and flexibility within current statutes that aren't exercised, and that should be identified as an issue. Similarly, the fact that a lot of the science that has been helping manage the Delta for many, many years is rife with uncertainty and debate. And I think it should be noted that that uncertainty has impacted where we go and how do we improve that. And some of that is the monitoring issues you've discussed, but also the capacity issue. And again, this is something PPIC mentioned. We were surprised to see that illegal diversions weren't particularly mentioned in the report. We think that is something that's been identified before by Delta Vision and others that should be. I will say we're quite concerned, or had a wow moment when we saw that project contract renewals were somehow on the table potentially, and so we're sort of
who would think that a project contract renewal might be required to comply with state law?
I don't think that if that's all we're talking about, I don't think we have a problem with that. The issue is how does this effort, the Delta plan, get into project contract renewals? That's a question, and so it was just listed. So obviously we'll look forward to more detail about that. Yes, right. The secret document. We do think that also on the levy situation, there was very weak on findings for the levies about the lack of a strategic plan that needs to be put in place, about the issue that a lot of the lands being protected can't support the cost of maintaining those levees, and that something has to be done about that. And then also the prioritization as well, and that the investments have to be commensurate with the benefits. Those sorts of issues that have come up in the past. And then finally, let's see. Oh, in terms of also with the levies, it's important to acknowledge, and we do appreciate the acknowledgement of the impacts to the water supply system and obviously the economic vitality of the state if a catastrophic failure of the levees, but we also think it's important to identify the impact to the ecosystem of levee failure, not only directly but also in situations where you've done habitat investments and other things. Those can certainly be negatively impacted as well. So I'll leave it at that, and I look forward to further drafts, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Minton. Mr. Minton. There you are.
Good afternoon. I'm Jonas Minton with the Planning and Conservation League. Let me offer my personal agreement right now with Greg Zlotnick. I, and I believe many others in the environmental community, concur with his belief that there is enough water in California to meet the two co-equal objectives, and it is a question of how we manage it and what guidance you can provide the state of California to accomplish that. Pat's handing out comments that were developed for the Environmental Water Caucus. This is 20-plus organizations. I will caveat it at the start. You are on a very aggressive schedule. We are committed to working with you to provide constructive feedback for each of your drafts. Now that means in some cases, not all organizations, we can go back to and have them thoroughly vet them. So you may be getting some additional comments from individual organizations. But we believe that this is within the common area of interest. Let me start by commending you on 3 things you're doing right. First, your process, open and transparent, sometimes incredibly boring for us in the audience. Second, your acknowledgement as the first public agency to say California has over-allocated our water resources. Not only surface, but you've brought groundwater to the public's attention, and I'm not sure you understand exactly how that's reverberating throughout the communities. water agencies really were interested in your last session. And some of those estimates, which no one knows if they're correct or if they're even in the right order of magnitude, but that is getting people's attention. And the third thing we appreciate is your call for the very rapid development of new flow standards for the Delta. Now let me go on and give you one process recommendation and 3 substantive recommendations. Again, there are lots of individual comments in here. But overall, for process, having been in a similar effort on a regional scale with Supervisor Natoli and others, don't sweat the small stuff. Your time is not well spent worrying about the numbering of chapters versus overall. Is something in a text box, is it an appendix or whatever? You can do that later. We need your thoughtful dialogue, interaction among yourselves. What are you going to say about groundwater? What are you going to say about levee standards in the Delta? Those are going to be very hard. I suggest you invert your process. Start with the biggest, meanest issues first. Start from the top down. I believe that will also help you tell what the story is. What is most important? Deal with those big ticket items, and then the rest can fall out. 3 substantive concerns for your consideration. First, this draft has not one word or one phrase, environmental justice, anywhere. It is not even relegated to a footnote. And this is in a state where we have thousands of people who cannot drink the water out of their own taps, while water from the Delta may be flowing by their communities in canals. We think that is clearly within your responsibility for providing reliable, including drinkable water. Secondly, you touched on this very briefly. What is the definition of water supply reliability? Gang, that's one of your 2 co-equal objectives. If you cannot agree on what that is, then how are you going to agree on how you're going to get us there, or how you're going to advise us to get there? Yes, it's really, really hard. And yes, that's why you are there.
Thank you. On that point, I'm just skimming through your paper. I don't see your suggestion on that.
We provide in our first round of comments on the scoping.
Okay.
And we'll be happy to give you our thoughts. We're not the only people who have good thoughts on this, nor are we the only sector or utility. I mean, the electrical utilities and other utilities have dealt with these. Not that their model is perfect for this application, but you got to wrestle with it. Sooner is better than later. And that applies to my last substantive recommendation, which is on financing. Can we learn from what happened to CalFed? Can we learn what happened to BDCP? When did the wheels fall off? When they got to the money. Most recently, BDCP. Some of you weren't around for CalFed, but for BDCP, when someone said $12 billion in rising for the conveyance and billions more for the restoration, oh my God, I had no idea. Well, let's start figuring out now orders of magnitude of cost. Let's figure out the financing mechanisms to see what we can actually afford. We will continue to work with you. We appreciate working with your staff. We've had good conversations, and we will contribute in any ways that are helpful to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Whitley. Mr. Whitley, Contra Costa Council.
Good afternoon, Bob Whitley, Contra Costa Council, and I've been before you several times. And there are many topics that have caught my attention all the way along during this process, but tonight, this afternoon, I'm going to talk about one, and that is what has already been introduced by Mr. Zlotnick and Mr. Minton, and that is the levy strategy. As you recall, I have been before you and made comments about levies that were part of the interim plan. That got deferred. I made comments before you on a scoping meeting, and Randy said, why don't you wait till you see the first draft and then you can comment. I have read your first draft, and I've done a lot of additional thinking, reading, and homework, and gone back to school. And so some of my comments today are different than what I've presented to you in the past because of that, my exercise in trying to learn more about the levy issues. I think the premise, and I also want to say, that the Contra Costa Council and its various committees and boards of directors have undertaken an exercise last week after the release of your first draft in circulation, a proposed concept paper about levies that is in circulation amongst our various members, and we hope that we'll be able to reach consensus as what the council would think about levies in a specific way. But I wanted to convey to you what my thinking is now, so maybe you can incorporate it before the written comments come. I think as an engineer, I was under the premise that levees are structures that can be repaired and put into useful purposes to protect the land from the water and vice versa. And in probability as structures, that is probably true, but not in the Delta. What is often overlooked, and maybe not even publicly discussed, is that the foundation is lousy. Those structures are sitting upon peat, sand, rock, saturated soils with tectonic plate movements that are ongoing every day. The levees are actually moving, they're dynamic, they're aging, they're deteriorating, which then leads others, which have convinced me that it's very likely that any one of the 1,100 miles of levees protecting 65 islands will fail. And can we as a state actually undertake an effort to continue sustainably rely upon a fail-safe structural system that's set upon such lousy foundations? So the consequence of that is that leads others and me to report to you that I think it is a strategy related upon risk, flood risk, failure risk, not so much of an engineering structural fortification of levees. Adding rock to one side or the other doesn't help the foundation. All it does is add load, and it may temporarily provide some fortification, but not over the 90 some odd years that you're trying to plan for. Consequently, my comments now are more along a risk management strategy, and what is in circulation with the council, and I introduced to you today, are 7 components for your consideration. I'll be happy to discuss with your staff after this at the convenient time what I'm more detail about the 7 components. And there are 7 components that I've put in order just because I'm a linear engineer, so I have to put them in order. And really the first one is public education. Educate frequently, often, all residents, visitors, workers that are subject to being behind the levees, that there is a certain risk associated in being behind the levees. We don't know, we can't predict when a levee will fail. What are the evacuation routes? What do they do? If a levee breaks this afternoon, how much water is going to be in this room? What do we do? How high do we have to climb to be safe? Those are, so part of the Delta Plan, I believe, should have some public education component, multimedia, ongoing forever. Secondly, preparation. Emergency preparation, much has been discussed in the draft, is about that. Many components of it. There have been discussions about early action items of putting stockpiles of rock certain places. Yeah, sure, included. But my assessment now is that's just getting boxes of Band-Aids put in the medicine chest. It doesn't really address the risk. The third, which is, of course, the systems are already in place with the counties and the state for in event of a failure, how do they respond? Your staff has indicated that there is not a coordinated program, where the state agencies and the counties, how they interact, our own discussions within Contra Costa County. I know for sure that there's not much coordination, but there has to, and therefore the commonality here is the risk of a flooding event throughout the 5 counties in the Delta, and therefore there can be a coordinated effort with maybe some effectiveness by having mutual aid programs between the 5 counties. Probably the most controversial point that I'm going to raise, let me tell you a little story about my brother-in-law, who is now 75, or will be 75 in a couple weeks. Before he retired, he was a liver specialist in Los Angeles for the Kaiser Hospital Systems. And prior to his retirement for 5 years, he was the coordinator of all liver transplant programs for the Kaiser Hospital System. Basically, he was God. He had to analyze every patient to see whether they were appropriate candidates for a liver transplant or not. Hastened his retirement because of the pressures of that. But the message there is the medical professions and others do have a triage program. If there is a failure, is it worth saving? And so my recommendation here is for the council, as part of the Delta plan, to set in motion a triage program, a process, another public process, that if there is a failure on a particular island, is that an island that, because of its importance, not just the cost-benefit importance, is because there's vital organs on some of these islands, legacy towns, aqueducts, railroads. Is that island one that should be saved and therefore immediately get into a repair and recovery mode, or is it one that, in the interest of the state, maybe it should not recover? Basically, put yourselves or set up a process where somebody can objectively gather all the information and say, is this catastrophe something that should be repaired, or is it one that we just have to say, well, that's the way it is? And next point is obviously to have the organized and coordinated recovery and rehabilitation program for any damaged areas. My suggestion is that must be a public-private exercise. Much of the damage to infrastructure could be to so-called private entities and not just public entities. So set up a public-private arrangement for, once there is a failure, how does that get recovery process undertaken for the betterment of the state? The next is one of planned levy capital improvement projects. That's the strategies. And the recognition is that not every levy, there's just not enough money to rebuild every levy for whatever period of time that levy may be paced. But there are proposals and there are needs for planned improvements. Much has led to, and my prior comments have been, well, what's the priority system? Which of the 65 islands is the most important to put money into for levee protection? I've shifted my thinking. And so my thinking now is, instead of trying to create a system of 1 to 65, that the prioritization be based on certain criteria. The first of which is the establishment of essential engineering, design, and construction standards. So it was referred, what are the levee standards? Get them out there. Establish the building code. Now, does this council do that, or do you ask another state agency to come up with it? But let it be known as to what is the building code for levee improvements. Don't leave it up to every entity, private, public, to establish and propose what their own standards would be. It must conform to the Delta plan. Whatever you've eventually come up with, whatever capital improvement that is proposed must conform to the Delta plan. Obvious, because that's state law, but now. That it must provide for the co-equal goals. It's just not a structural improvement. It is to achieve your objectives. Obviously, it must comply with CEQA and NEPA requirements as they may apply. Importantly, and Randy, you mentioned this a while ago, should every improvement just be based upon federal cost reimbursement? I believe that the design criteria should be based upon that if an island is protected, it must be to a standard that will make it eligible for federal cost reimbursement if and when there ever is a failure of that island. That the priority should improve the reliability and protection of infrastructure. What are those vital organs that are across those islands? Is it it's the highway systems, it's the aqueducts, it's the railroads? That there ought to be the reliability component to how those components are protected. And of course, the buzzword, provide for beneficiary pay, cost reimbursement components. My seventh point is also set in your plan a mechanism to review from each flood event and modify your plan and the strategies associated based upon what you learn. And you could probably start with the Upper Jones Tract failure of, was it 2004, I believe, and what were the lessons learned after that program, and so that you can set in motion how you would set your programs in place. Finally, as far as terminology, and I do echo Jonas's comments, you spent way too much time on detail and not on substance, in my opinion. But this is a perception item. The heading of your chapter that you'll discuss tomorrow is risk reduction. I don't believe the state, I don't believe your council can reliably convey to anyone in the state that there is a risk reduction program in place that you can reliably. I suggest that you change the wording to risk management. Develop a risk management strategy as part of your plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gartrell, Contra Costa Water District.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairman Eisenberg and members of the council. I have to admit that I have not completely gone through the 500 pages in the latest PPIC report, but if it is in fact true that it says that we should hold off on storage, new storage, until we know more about climate change, I'm going to have to run back and stop the notice to proceed on the Los Vaqueros expansion.
I suspect nobody will hold you to that.
Advice, and I do think it's idiotic. One thing we do know about climate change is that while we don't know exactly what it is going to do, we have a fair idea from a lot of the climate change models, and they do agree on pretty much on one thing. While there may be somewhat less water, there may be somewhat more, they all say it's going to be more variable. And if it's going to be more variable, even their own report says that we're going to have worse floods and bigger floods. That's right, and that's when you store the water, and we're going to have longer and deeper droughts, and that's when you use it. And that gets to the comment that the chair made a little earlier ago, that means a different way of managing your storage. So yeah, you do fill it up and you wait for the drought. You don't use it every year and try to maximize the amount of annual yield. That's exactly what we intend to do with Los Vaqueros. We'll be filling it up in the wet years, and it'll sit full for a long time. We're not going to get, and we've heard that from people. How can you build something like that? The yield is so small. Well, it's not for yield on an annual basis. It's for yield during dry periods, and to deal with shutdowns because of fish or shutdowns because of salinity problems. That's not well, to continue the final point on that thought, because that was one of my main thoughts in our previous letter and will be in future ones. You're not going to meet the co-equal goals unless you have more storage. We already take 75 to 80% of the water out of the system, not just talking about the delta, upstream included, during dry years, and about 20% in wet years. We got to start changing those percentages. You got to take more out in the wet years when you have a lot, and you can do it without hurting fish, and use that storage later. That's not just surface storage, it's groundwater storage. I think most of it can come from groundwater. But that's the first point. You're going to need storage to make the co-equal goals work, whatever you decide the definition for the co-equal goals is. Second, that point I wanted to make in particular is based on our continued urging for immediate actions. And there are a number. Recall that under the best circumstances, people are now talking about a BDCP done in 2014. and nobody's shaking their head that I see when that number gets tossed out. And under their own plans, you're looking at 2025 before any facilities are completed, if there are no lawsuits. We're going to have to live with what we have now for the next 15 years. There are projects in terms of ecosystem, in terms of water supply and water quality we can put that are already being studied and can be and should be put in place now. I want to focus on one in particular, and that is the need for emergency preparedness. Because of the BDCP studies, we know that there was another idiotic thing that came out of the PPIC report, and it is, in fact, I have seen it in the latest, it is repeated there, that if there are floods in the Delta, that'll be the end of the Delta, and you'll never be able to export water out of it again. It says that two ways. One, it even claims that if there are floods from flood, like too much water coming down the rivers, the islands flood and seawater will come rushing in. That's nonsense. The islands flood because their delta and the bay are full of fresh water, and they actually fill up with fresh water. They don't come get full with seawater. But they like to leave that impression enough that at this point I'm beginning to think it's deliberate. But in terms of what the Bay Delta Conservation Plan study showed us, they took a very extreme case, middle of the 1990 drought, 1990 and 91, which is the worst of the 87 to 92 drought. Simulated a massive levee failure due to a seismic event, and waited to see what happened. And 4 months later, the Delta was back in operation. It was fresh. Not because they did anything particular, but because the rivers don't stop flowing. And when you can't export water, all that water that's coming into the Delta still doesn't get exported. It goes out and flushes out the salt water. Even at 15,000 cubic feet per second coming into the Delta, which is a low level, a relatively low level, that's 1 million acre feet a year. The Delta, when it's full of all this salt water, would be about 1.5 million acre feet. So you can kind of see how long it's going to take to flush out. This is not an unmanageable problem. It doesn't ruin the Delta forever. If we have a plan, and to their credit, Metropolitan Water District Southern California is already doing studies on this, on how best to manage this in terms of preparing with rock and other materials, and where best to place that in such an event. But you can also look at it from the point of view, you have so much water upstream. Obviously, if you dump all that water into the Delta and flush it all out, that doesn't quite get you to where you want to be, because then you won't have any water to move around afterwards. So that's not a good strategy. And if you just sit there, it might sit there for more than 4 or 5 months, or 6 months, depending on what the hydrology is. And that might not be the best strategy, but somewhere in between there is probably another sweet spot where you use some of your water resources to move the water, to flush the salt out. That series of studies is doable and should be done immediately. That's something that need to jump on right away. Finally, in terms of our participation, I have here with me today Marguerite Nalen, and I wanted to point her out. It's back there. As I mentioned, we're about to issue our notice to proceed to expand Los Vaqueros. If there's someone in our organization that's more responsible than anyone for that, it's Marguerite. She's been working with Department of Water Resources, Bureau of Reclamation for the last 10 years on those studies. She led our effort that got us a 62% vote in favor of that project. She formulated and brought through right up into design our new intake that's now constructed, and she's about to turn this project over to our construction department. She's going to have a little bit more time on her hands because that's moving off, and I'm going to ask her to be my main person here, continuing to work with Maureen Martin, who you do know and has been for me, as I'm going to put more of my focus on the BDCP as that starts up. From what I'm understanding, they're going to have some intensive sessions, so you will be seeing more of her and less of me.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cartrell. Mr. Doug Wallace, EBMUD. Mr. Wallace, there you are.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Sorry to go after Jonas, but I have both agreements and disagreements with Jonas. First, I disagree. I think every moment is riveting here. So I don't know what the boredom problem is, but I'm hearing every word and enjoying it. On the agreement side, though, I did want to emphasize our shared interest in the blank issue, the placeholder for finance. I think the Council is uniquely positioned to advance the public discussion of this issue that I might also have said was arguably the downfall of CalFed. And so I am very eager to see the thought process of staff. I have it on good authority that the staff are already thinking carefully about finance options. And I would urge you to expose the ideas sooner than later, because the position of the Council here is that it can also inform any legislative debates. So we're very eager to see what's on tap and to participate in that and offer constructive input as well. Secondly, on the matter of adaptive management, that is appropriately tied to science, but it's equally important to tie it to governance, which I see more as the who and the how, because the science can provide the what backing. But I would hope that maybe that happens in Chapter 12, but I would hope that there's a clear nexus drawn between the adaptive management and how those major decisions are, and who makes those major decisions, which are very tough to make, and it's frankly been an issue that's been avoided in other forums. So here are two nice big nettles to grasp, and I urge the Council to seize them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Verboen from Verboen Farms down in Layton, I think. Mr. Verboen, refresh my memory. We saw you at one of the scoping sessions. Which one was it?
Clarksburg.
Clarksburg, right. Good to see you again.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you having the discussion this afternoon because I can't be here tomorrow. One comment I would like to make is I question having EPA come in at this late date and time and as if we don't have enough agencies. I appreciate the primacy that this council has been given, and I know that you guys understand the responsibilities that have been placed on you. You've done a very good job so far of filtering out a lot of the information. Randy's observations that the overdrafts in the South San Joaquin Valley is a regional problem, and it's a severe regional problem. Not only have we had curtailments coming from the Delta that has added to our overdraft situation, we have also not had any help and have been restricted from developing water south of the Delta in the Tulare Lake Basin area, and that would be in the Rogers Crossing on the Kings River, Dry Creek Basin, also on the Cahuilla. And if we could, I don't know if that comes within your purview here, but certainly looks at those could be something that regionally we could look at and possibly finance. But if every time we try and bring one up, there's a political logjam that develops. So,
there's a political logjam in water everywhere you go on every issue, as nearly as I can tell.
Well,
you're not alone on that one.
Yeah, Tulare Lake Basin is, as you know, is not a tributary to the Delta. So that
used to be, but it isn't anymore.
And the memorandum of understanding that was signed last December, basically
that's a San Joaquin settlement.
No.
Which one?
No.
Which MOU?
It was between the state and the feds, and it was a memorandum that they needed additional flood protection would be looked at and favorable site. Well, especially on the Kings River, since we are a tributary when we have flood years to the Delta, but other than that, we're not. And so we could, without involving the jeopardy of the Delta, give more flood protection. I think we have to figure out what kind of a regional demand water has and what the regional deficiencies are. And we have to add those all together to see if we truly do have enough water. And I do believe that we do if we manage it properly. I'd like to see statements saying as why the reasons are for the deficiencies. And I just mentioned a couple of them. When we get our water shut off from the Delta, and I'm not saying that our system was developed to deliver cheap water to the pumps. It was not developed to influence and be a happy environmental enhancement to the Delta, and that it's very responsible to have the cross Delta flows is not helpful. But with all the agencies that we've had over the years put this layer of bureaucracy over the top where you can't change anything, it continues to just degrade. So hopefully this council is going to come up with some decisions that are going to be helpful. My personal assessment is I like the idea of having intakes somewhere in the vicinity of Sherman Island. That would stop the cross-delta flows by whether it's an isolated canal that would run from the confluence to the pumps, or if you had a tunnel or a pipeline, but from down there you can't salt the Delta up. When you put your intakes in at Clarksburg, you can draw salt all the way back up to Clarksburg. And we've over-relied on the San Joaquin side of the Delta for years. And it's real interesting coming from, I'm just downstream from Friant. I don't get my water from there, but areas of origin are primary until you talk about the San Joaquin River. So we have a problem. We have over-reliance on the San Joaquin River, and if you look at the Delta protection of the levees, are those levees there to protect the farmland that's there, or are those levees there to protect the water quality of the water in the Delta by retarding saltwater intrusion? I would venture to say that they're for the second. That's my understanding.
Largely depends on who you ask. I've learned that people think they're there for a whole host of reasons.
Oh, and they are, but it's just that what's the primary reason that they're there? The water's more valuable than the farmland. We proved that on the west side. You go out there, a lot of that farmland's almost a liability anymore. If you don't have water, farm's not worth having. If you have a farm that's underwater, it gives you the same result. I'd be happy. Any other questions?
Okay, Mr. Verboen, thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming back to another meeting. Appreciate it, sir. Okay, good. Thank you. All right. Anyone else like to speak to us on this issue? Okay. Yes, sir. Please come forward. Give your name. Did you fill out a blue slip? We'll get you after you talk, so we can make sure the record reflects who you are.
I'll be quick as well. Bill Hinesley, and I'm a consultant.
For whom?
PBS&J, Post Buckley, Sheen, Jernigan. Just wanted to first say that your work here is very laudable, and you're making great progress. I usually don't get up during public comment, but I moved to just add one item, and it's based upon my experience in Florida with 2 governors working on the Everglades plan, and then Louisiana as a consultant putting together the Louisiana coastal area project before Katrina and then flood control afterwards. I think it's section 85-300 talks about the plan being consistent with federal laws and just
Coastal Zone Management Act.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're going to submit the plan, and they'll do whatever they want with it, I suppose.
And I think that's part of it, but I think at least in the introduction parts talking about the importance of the Delta to the Californians and to the region, if I could try to move you to put in some facts on the benefits of the Delta to the nation, because you have a uniquely timed and I think legislatively mandate opportunity to talk about what the Delta could be to the nation. And I just don't want you to miss that opportunity right now. And furthermore, I think there's some text further on down that's talking about the plan to make it a national heritage area and some other items. And why that's germane is I think it will help you not only in the interactions from a policy perspective, but several folks have brought up money. And if we can begin to talk about the value of the Delta to the nation, then that would have obvious benefits on the back end. A few other items from those other systems. Adaptive management, there's been some great work done, maybe not having to reinvent the wheel there. Governance as well, some of the state-federal interaction from a federal legislative perspective, there's maybe some items to be brought over. And then finally, I'll leave you with a money thing as well, is some of those other systems, particularly Everglades, did a really great job, I think, with cross-cut budgets. And I think one of the goals here is transparency and open process. One of the things the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force did was a cross-cut budget. And it basically wasn't very complicated, just had a page on everything that said how much was being spent on what. That simple exploratory exercise was worth its weight in gold because all of a sudden we had that revelation and that transparency. May fall beyond the purview of the plan right now, but might not be a bad exercise somewhere along the journey. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much. Okay, fill out that blue form so we know where to find you here. Okay, anyone else like? Yes, sir. Mr. Nelson.
Barry Nelson with the Natural Resources Defense Council. Two comments. The first is to follow up on the comments about financing. I've talked with you folks before about that. We think that's absolutely central to the success of your effort. This is going to be a more ambitious plan than the one CalFed wrote. We were supporters of the CalFed plan. We were critical of that plan because it didn't include a financing plan, and it really struggled with that issue, and it was, as previous speakers have mentioned, one of the central causes of CalFed's failure. And I think it's essential that the Council wrestle with what I think is pretty clear, and that is that the state of the federal, that the state and federal budgets are in a worse condition than they were 10 years ago. And your plan is going to be more expensive than CalFed. So it really is critical to tackle that issue up front in a very business-like way. But I'm not suggesting that you should say to every stakeholder, bring your checkbook, write us your check, and then we'll write the plan. What I'm suggesting is, just as we're wrestling with issues like flood management in the Delta, just as we're wrestling with the biological needs of the Delta, we need to simultaneously be having a conversation about financing, what the options are, what's realistic about different funding sources. That will inform not just whether the plan is implemented, although it's critical to that, it will also inform what the plan itself looks like. Given the pressure on the state and federal budgets, we need to make sure that part of that conversation is about cost effectiveness and a plan that we can afford, rather than one that's ambitious enough that everyone loves it, but it sits on a shelf. So we'll provide some more recommendations there. We think clearly the beneficiary pays approach has to be central to this. CalFed assumed an enormous amount of state and federal dollars that didn't show up. There are signs that the previous state administration was making some similar assumptions about habitat restoration. We don't want to live through that Groundhog Day experience where we assume the public will provide a lot of money for habitat restoration. It never shows up, and the habitat restoration never happens. That's what happened with CalFed. We can't afford to have that happen again with habitat and flood management. We lived through that with CalFed. Absolutely critical to success. So just as you're pushing the conversation on issues like flood management and flow requirements, habitat restoration, we need to have a simultaneous conversation about financing issues so we start to develop that conversation. It'll inform the development of the plan. Second point I just wanted to make is the new administration, new state administration, is working hard to chart a new path forward on BDCP issues, and they're tackling some issues that we think have been long overdue. But I've told the folks who are at the state, working at the state level on BDCP, and I'll mention the same to you. Right now, there isn't a game plan for resolving those issues within CalFed. We've got the states working on long-term operations proposals, and what do you do about the effects analysis, and biological objectives, developing those. There are a whole host of tremendously important issues that have to be fit together, and they have to be integrated with the role of the state board and with your role. And right now, I don't see a game plan for how those pieces come together, and I think there's an important role for the council there. I'm not suggesting that you should duplicate the work of BDCP. You're not going to have the time or the resources to do that, nor should you try to. But I am suggesting that there is an important role for the council to help make sure that there is a coherent game plan there, so that if BDCP succeeds, as we hope it will, and it comes to you, they've answered your questions to make sure that you can do an appropriate and thorough review of that plan. And I think that's one of the goals you should establish in some of the relevant sections there of your plan. So just wanted to offer those two perspectives.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. A new blue card is coming up. Mr. Manley, Northern California Water Association.
I made it. Boy, it's raining out there and the traffic's kind of fun. I appreciate it and I apologize I wasn't able to make the whole meeting today or even the general meeting. I am Todd Manley. I'm with the Northern California Water Association. And I appreciate this opportunity to comment on the first draft of the Delta Plan. Today I'd like to just briefly provide some input on our thoughts on a couple of the findings that were in the first draft. Excuse me. The first is the whole issue of oversubscription. This was the first bullet point in the cover letter. I guess the best way I could describe this is it's almost an issue of scale. I think when we read the concept that the state's water supply system is oversubscribed, the thought is that it's the state as a whole and each one of the water systems within the state. And our concern is that that's the way it's being perceived rather than in a macro level there's oversubscription. In the Sacramento Valley, we have districts and within the region we have water balances that have been developed. And within that, we do have the balance, and that's allowing, excuse me, shouldn't have ran to come over here, that are allowing the water users within the area to manage the water in a way that's going to provide the balance. So within the Sacramento Valley, we are in balance, and I think that it's something that when reading the document, there might be the perception that throughout the state that we're not necessarily in balance, rather than in the case where there are some areas that we are making that work. The second issue that I would like to talk about is in respect to the issue of volatility, and I think that we all know that within California, just the natural hydrology as well as the rainfall that does occur, the snowpack, that we are going to have some issues with volatility within the water system. I think that one of the important things to recognize, though, is that there's an opportunity here for the Delta Stewardship Council and other entities to, I guess, rather than exacerbate that volatility, to really provide improvements that are going to allow for there to be less volatility in the water system. This is something that I think is really critical for one, meeting the co-equal goals, allowing for the water supply reliability to occur, and I think it also is something that if we decrease the volatility, it's going to allow for management decisions to be made that are going to be able to enhance the values in the delta. Lastly, I think that in the Sacramento Valley, the water users in the valley have come up with actions that contribute to regional sustainability. We've shared this with you. I will leave copies in the back end as well as some copies here.
These we posted, I don't know, 4 or 5 documents from the association over the months. What date is on these?
These were late last month, I think, was when this was.
If we haven't posted them, we will.
Yeah. Great. And so I appreciate this opportunity to talk to you. I apologize for rushing in here. It was a last minute thing, so I'm glad I made it, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manley. Anyone else? Okay. We are recessing. Members, tomorrow is the Delta Science Program does a report. The Independent Science Board does a report. We wind up back with Gwen, starting with Chapter 6, and we'll go through the Delta Plan. My hope is that we are out of here by noon tomorrow. I can't promise that, but that's what I'm going to try to aim at. It'll depend on the audience and comments as well, but that's my hope. Okay, yeah, well, we'll circle back and pick them all up. All right, meeting's in recess. Thank you very much.